everyone. Ite.
Hello.
Okay. Can you hear? Can you hear my honored guest over here? Chat.
No, your honored guest is a mute.
Okay. Hi
He doesn't
guys.
exist.
Yo fight. Yo fights. Ihezuze. Welcome to another stream by Atari Yeo and his brother PSWeasel. He's a bit quiet.
Hello.
Okay, I'm gonna set the desktop audio to.
I can put my gain louder.
Okay,
It
yeah,
helps.
do that, do that.
Okay, is this better?
Whoa. Okay. Okay. I think. Okay.
Okay.
I think that. I think that. I think that now it's okay. Like I lowered. I lowered the output, but now it's good. Okay. Awesome. Oh, you can't stay
Right.
succulents. Ah, that's honored guest Ken is letting his voice be heard. Yeah, loud and clear, sir. Yeah, awesome.
Beautiful.
Neuron is calling us nerds.
Of course, we are.
Yeah, like
It's
we're not even ashamed of it.
a long time ago I was, but then I realized what was the point.
Okay, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hello, I am PSWeasel. I am Atari's brother. Uh, you may know me from doing silly parodies way back in the day, namely a hard catcher bridging, I would say. And nowadays, the few things I do on the internet is be part of DigiDestiny, which is basically a D&D game but Digimon themed, and that's pretty much it.
And it's more than enough. You also that's a lot of Disney content, and it's not like you can call him Weasel. You can call him Weasel. It's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, he usually goes by Weasel. You don't have to call it like
yeah,
PS Weasel the whole thing. No, it's Atari
yeah.
and
Everyone
Weasel.
calls me Weasel.
Yeah. That's a lot of Disney content. Yes, yes it is. Yes, indeed it is. And you haven't seen anything yet because, like, okay, so what we can see here right now, what we can see here right now is just the first few movies, like until Sword in the Stone. But like, we have all of this. We have all of this to to get through.
Which, strangely enough, when I saw the list, I thought it would be longer.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
was surprised how small it is, quote unquote.
I mean, it is like three rows and a half of I don't know how many movies. but but yeah. Like it says you're basically also part of the stream at this point because I talk about you so much.
I guess that's fair. I guess my spirit is part of the stream, not me myself.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay, so this has been long in the making. Like I wanted to do this ever since late November. Like my original idea was to make this like as soon as I watched Moana 2 and I tried to watch it like during the first week that it was out. But then stuff got in the way. The
Yes,
first row is just movies released before Walt Disney passed away. Oh yeah,
it is.
you're right. You are correct, Elmer. But you know what? It's not on purpose. Like it's just the number just fits. The number just fits. But yeah, like if you want a little bit of an idea of how many movies Walt Disney was actually around for, yeah, look at this. It's only that first row. Like there's been 3 times more movies without Disney than there have been with him. It's crazy.
It's fucking wild. Oops, sorry, I shouldn't be swearing.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Let's this stream is probably not going to be like family friendly. Or like if we make clips from it, we just censor the swears. It's fine.
Okay,
It's
I guess.
it's funnier that way. Okay, so to clarify a little bit, so what we're going to evaluate and put in in those little neat little boxes are just the movies of the Disney animated canon, which is the movies made entirely in Walt Disney Feature Animation, nowadays named Walt Disney Animation Studios. So we're not going to do anything from Disney Toon. We are not going to do, which includes a lot of the sequels. Like a lot of the sequels were made by Disney Toon. So was the Goofy movie, for example.
Unlike these last ones were made in house.
Yeah,
Strangely enough,
yeah,
because I
no,
seen someone in the chat ask if that they thought that Moana wasn't part of the list. It is, unfortunately.
yes, yes. In my opinion, it also shouldn't be. But but them's the breaks.
Especially because it didn't start as a project for the Disney animated canon, and then eventually became a project for the Disney animated canon.
Yeah,
Essentially, that's basically what happened. Moana 2 has a very strange history
yeah.
of its production. Let's put it like
Yeah,
that.
but we'll get there when we get there. Do you have Song of the South? No, Song of the South is not a part of the Disney animated canon. Neither is Mary Poppins. That one is also not here. Uh, so yeah, this is just a Disney animated canon. Also, it's the official Disney animated canon. We're not using any like alternate versions of the Disney classics or whatever, because there's some lists that include, for example, The Wild, which to me is in itself wild because it was not made by the Disney animated feature. It was not made by Disney animated feature animation. So why did people even think that that was like going to be a classic? I have no idea. Just because Disney released it, I guess people thought, okay, so this is Disney movie. So is Roger Rabbit apparently. I don't know.
That Roger Rabbit actually counts more than The Wild because Roger
Yes.
Rabbit was made by Touchstone.
Not
And
only
by
that,
the way, yes, anything done by Touchstone obviously does not count either, or else something like, for example, Nightmare Before Christmas would also count, which would actually count more than something like The Wild because at least part of the movie was animated in house,
mm-hmm.
but the movie was never meant to come out as part of the main lineup. It was always planned to come out with the Touchstone name,
Yeah.
so it doesn't count.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's like even in terms of even in terms of scheduling, it could have worked because it came out in 1993. There was no Disney movie in 1993. That falls right between Aladdin and The Lion King.
It just shows that Disney, since its infancy, were cowards because they were probably too afraid that the movie was too scary for kids. And that's why they released it with the Touchstone label.
Yeah.
That is my head canon. I don't know if it's right or wrong. It just makes sense knowing the company that we're talking about.
Yep. Yeah. Ah, yes, my favorite Disney classic, Diet of Brand Madagascar.
Exactly.
Hello, maiden. Yes, we are humans. Hello, yes, this is human. Didn't know Disney canon was this deep. It is. I mean, it's one of the, like, look, Barney, that's one of the reasons why, despite everything, I still consider myself a Disney fan. Also because I'm not a fan of what they're doing, like, nowadays, but I am a fan of the history, you know? And you can't, and unless you're a very mean and bad kind of person, you can't erase history. So, so yeah. Okay. So, are you ready? Are you right? Are you ready to start ranking?
I mean, I am. Unless you're asking your chat.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Like
Yeah, then I'm
the
ready.
chat is here. The chat is here to see what we are gonna do.
Yes, Barney, Disney is even more cowardly today. That is unfortunately very true.
Yep. Yeah.
Idiots. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So you might notice that this tier list is a little bit odd because it has a bit of a strange inclusion here. Well, we'll see. We'll see why. We'll see why this is here. We'll see why this is here. Okay. You can erase the history.
Sure. Sure, why not?
The Atlantis tier is for Atlantis. Oh my God! There's two of them. Yes. Why? Yes, there are two.
I honestly was not going to point out the Atlantis tier.
Oh.
I was kind of hoping for your chat to be like, what the fuck is that?
Sorry.
Okay, here's my question. Are we using Atlantis as a meme, or is it indeed like the toppest tier?
No, it's a meme.
Okay.
It's a meme. It's a meme. No, no. Like, dude, I would not put Atlantis above Masterpiece. Like, what? I'm not. I'm not a Philistine.
Sure.
Wait a minute. That's cheating. We know who you are. It'd be funny if Atlantis was not in Atlantis. Yeah. By the way, hello, Film Rock. No, you did not miss anything. We're just about to start. All you missed was Weasel's introduction. That's it. But yeah,
Hi, I'm Weasel.
he's my brother. He does stuff for the internets.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
Used to do more stuff for the internet, and then I stopped. Planning to probably come back, but still not 100% sure. So don't quote me on that.
Yeah.
Essentially that.
Yeah. Okay, so let's start with a doozy. Let's start with a doozy.
Ooh. White.
Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, released in 1937.
Ooh,
So,
Okay, I want to hear your thoughts, your honest thoughts on Snow White, before I say my thoughts.
Okay.
Because you know that I have things to say about Snow White.
Yeah, which is why I said we're starting off with the doozy. Okay, so in my opinion, well, you can't take away the historical value of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. And one thing that you can definitely say about Snow White is that it was super experimental. So there's a lot about it that if it had more time in the oven, maybe it would have come out a little bit better. Like, for example, some of the rotoscoping on Snow White is a little bit uncanny valley-ish. I mean, we gotta admit that. But if you can get past that, like, also let's not forget that Snow White is also very much a product of its time. Like,
yeah.
Like, how was Walt Disney going to convince people to sit through an entire animated feature? Like, again, it was not the very first animated feature-length animated movie, as some people say, but it was the first one to be completely animated in color. Also, yep. I'm not sure if it was the first traditionally animated feature film, because
it's possible. I'm not sure, and I'm also thinking if it wasn't the first one with like sound, like they actually had like recorded stuff and all of that for the movie itself.
Yeah,
I could be wrong in that department, like 100% wrong, because I will be honest, I've never seen like the original first movies. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
And Starfox brings a very good point. It was the first American 2D animated movie. That is 100% true.
Yeah.
Because the other two, which I unfortunately do not remember the name. If it was like a good chunk of years ago, I would remember, but right now I can't.
One
Yeah, they
is
were all European movies.
yeah, no, one is The Adventures of Prince Ahmed by Lotte Reininger.
Yeah.
You know the lady that gave her name to the Little Witch Academia character?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then the other one was like I keep wanting to call it Popular Croire, even though it's 100% wrong. But
I don't know. I don't remember that one actually.
it's like Popularis or something like. It's a weird name, but I think
Mm.
the movie is like Russian.
Oh, okay.
And that one also came out before Snow White.
Mhm.
However, yes, it is the first. It is the first feature length American 2D animated movie,
Yeah.
and that is indeed like that's probably why a lot of people even think that it's the first one because when you
Yeah.
think cinema, you think American cinema. You rarely think of the European scene.
Poor Lumiere
Uh,
brothers. Poor Georges
or
Méliès.
um, so here's my background with Snow White.
Mm-mm.
Uh, for for school, I had to do a work. I had to do. We had
Project?
to pick like a movie,
Mm-hmm.
so we could like analyze it essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And I picked Snow White due to its historic value. So I rewatched the movie. I analyzed it, and I realized that a lot of the movie is just padding, and that kind of annoyed me at the time because I realized that there is very little actual movie in this movie. Half of the time is just the dwarfs fucking around. Which I
Yeah.
understand it could be part of the charm of the movie, but it made me realize, oh, it's only like a feature length movie because Walt Disney cheated.
Yeah, no, like what? Yeah,
Essentially.
like this movie ends up being a little bit maybe as a precursor to the later package films of the 1940s, but it's kind of like he made a bunch of shorts, like a bunch of shorts, and then stitched them all together. It just happens
Yeah.
that they're all part of the same overall story.
Yeah,
Like,
like it could have easily been like a serialized
mm-hmm.
bunch of shorts that if you combine them together, it'd feel like a movie,
Yeah.
essentially. However,
Mm-hmm.
if I was being mean and it was a good time ago, I would probably just say solid
Mm-hmm.
because I'm bitter about realizing that fact.
Mm-hmm.
The historic value of the movie cannot be removed. So
Yes.
I would say that it's excellent. It would be on the excellent tier
Mm-hmm.
for whether we like it or not for that alone,
Yeah, for the technical
essentially.
achievement that it was at the time.
Exactly. So it's one of those. I wouldn't say that it's a masterpiece. It's a
No.
master. It is a
No.
masterpiece if you want. If you're like, holy shit, how did they make this at the time?
Mm-hmm.
But because I feel like it doesn't hold up as a movie, I do think it has to be an excellent tier and not in masterpiece.
I would actually say solid. I would actually say
Really?
yes, I would say solid because the story itself is also not that deep. Like
You know what?
it's super
You know what?
yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, no, I was just going to say
I
that it's very simple. That
yeah.
it's too simple, I would say.
Yeah. You know what? I would say let's put it in solid
Mhm.
for one reason and one reason alone.
What?
The next one.
Ah.
So yeah.
Pinocchio.
So I would put Pinocchio in excellent
Yeah.
personally.
Mhm. Like no, like Pinocchio just built on everything that Snow White started and made it even better.
Yeah.
Like and it has and it has one of Mel Blanc's only contributions to a Disney movie.
Which is weird. It's
Yeah.
not even him talking; it's him making noises.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, Elmer mentioned the soup
This,
song.
yeah, the soup's eating scene. So it would have just been more padding.
Yup. Yeah. let me see what Star Quartz is saying. While it's been long since I've seen the film, seeing some Disney rankings made me realize that calling Snow White as the best for being the first is like ranking Pong as the best for being the first. Exactly.
Honestly, very good point.
Yes.
That is 100% a very good point.
Outside of look, like Elmer doesn't change the fact that this is the Disney animated canon. As we've established before, Roger Rabbit is not part of the Disney animated canon. We're just talking about the Disney animated canon. Like, I could talk about how Chuck Jones was almost involved in the production of Sleeping Beauty. Like, but he wasn't, because at the time the movie was already at a point there was nothing much for him to do. So he just hung around in an office for a few weeks and then left. I went to work for MGM instead. True story, by the way.
I believe you.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if Sleeping Beauty had more Chuck Jones's hand on it? It would be so fucking surreal.
Dude, it would have been so awesome.
That's the thing. I don't know if it would be, but it would definitely be interesting.
Oh yeah, no, okay, yeah, no, that would be an awesome case study. That would be an awesome case study, but not like. Surprised Chuck Jones didn't make a Looney Tunes short out of that. I mean, at the time, the Looney Tunes were kind of seen as yesterday's news, but we're not gonna talk about the Looney Tunes much because, like, dude, tangents. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, I
Pinocchio,
would say that Pinocchio,
excellent.
Because while it has the same problem as Snow White, that it feels like a bunch of
set pieces, a bunch of shorts.
Yeah, but stitched together. Pinocchio is more solid as a movie. Like, all of those set pieces do feel like they connect each other much better.
It
than Snow White.
Pinocchio has a much stronger overarching theme than Snow White.
Exactly.
Like, Snow White is just, let's try and make interesting characters out of these dwarves, and let's try to make this compelling. Pinocchio is a lot more effortless in that. Like, you know, the designs of the characters, the story, like the beginning premise, all of that is a lot more conducive to, you know, to a story than whatever you had with Snow White.
Like, Pinocchio is not one of my favorite Disney movies, but as a movie, I will say that it's probably one of the best that Disney put out because of how impressive it is, in my opinion.
Yeah.
More impressive than Snow White.
Yeah. Okay, next.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Well, this is an interesting one because now we enter on a very interesting debate.
Yeah.
Now, do we want to be objective, or do we want our opinions to really dictate where it's placed?
I want it to be a bit more objective than subjective.
Then you know what you have to do.
No.
You know what you have to do.
No, I'm not gonna put it there. No, I don't. No. Bye, Barney. What a, like, the last thing that he sees is me, like, just like, no, I don't want to put Fantasia as a masterpiece. It's like, I don't. Oh man. I
There you go. Was it too hard?
No.
Was it that hard? You know that I'm not even the biggest Fantasia fan, but I recognize how impressive it is.
Oh, like it says it's no masterpiece.
Well, you're wrong.
Be nice to my chat.
No. If they are wrong, they need to learn. Just like you. This coming from a
Okay.
guy that again is not even the biggest Fantasia fan.
Yeah, no, like film rot, yes, yes. Fantasia is more of a collection of shorts. Like it's like here's the thing about Fantasia, at least as far as I'm concerned. Like as far as I'm concerned, the thing about Fantasia is that it's super impressive for the time that it came out. It's an amazing achievement in animation and technology, because yes, we can also talk about technology. Like how many people were making stuff with dinosaurs during the 30s? Because yeah, this movie came out in 1940, which means that it was animated entirely during the 1930s. Um, but uh, but yeah, and the whole thing about and just thinking that what they did was, okay, let's take a few music pieces and try to animate to them. Like,
The
man.
thing with Fantasia is that I think Fantasia is like it's this is gonna sound weird, but
Mm.
uh, but I feel like the reason why Fantasia can be considered a masterpiece is the same reason why so many people put Spirited Away in such a high bar,
It was the.
because it's whether we like it or not, those movies,
Mm-hmm.
especially Fantasia, because Spirited Away, in my opinion, it's kind of debatable.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it's it's not about actually being the movie; it's about the experience.
Mm.
Like, especially at the time when this came out, where would you find where would you see something like this?
Mm. Yeah.
Like in the fucking 40s.
Yeah, no. The closest thing that you would get would be like the parodies that other studios made of Fantasia. Yes, new around, we will ignore the racist caricature. Oh man, but yeah, like, and as much as I hate to admit it, because it traumatized me, Night on Bald Mountain is probably one of the best segments in the entire thing.
Oh no, that 100% it is.
Yeah. Ah.
Uh, it kind of like it is really one of those things that's like there's never been something really like it. Like
Mm-hmm.
it. I think the thing that makes Fantasia special is that it felt. This is gonna sound weird, but it felt raw. It felt like something that they wanted to make, and they pulled it off
Mm-hmm.
during a time where it was just not a thing, if you
Also,
will.
also, while World War II was already taking place,
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, Allegro non troppo, new around. Oh man, okay, I'm gonna be honest. I have a confession to make. I'm scared of watching Allegro non troppo. I think that I should, but I've seen like what some of the segments are about, and I am scared. I am terrified out of my wits of it.
I
Like
actually don't know what that is.
like New Around said, it's an Italian movie. It's an Italian movie that's like a parody of Fantasia. It's kind of like, on one hand it's a parody, but on the other hand it also takes itself seriously. Like, there's some actual effort into the animation. I mean, I'm not saying
Mhm.
that, for example, for the Looney Tunes parodies that there was no effort. I mean, you definitely remember at least one that we have in our tapes.
Okay. Now I'm seeing some images right now. Yeah, I'm not surprised that you're afraid of watching this.
Yeah.
It's very surreal.
Very European.
Yeah. It is reminding me. It is what's his name?
Mm.
Uh,
The guy who made Down and Dirty Duck?
no, no, but it kind of goes. It's the guy that made Fritz the Cat.
Ralph Bakshi.
Yeah, for some reason, like the style, the art style, and all of that, it is right. It reminded me of Ralph Bakshi's style as
By
well.
by the way, speaking of animation studios and people who made animation, do you know that for the longest time I confused Ralph Bakshi with Rankin Bass?
You did?
Yes. When I
What the?
didn't like when I didn't know what they were about. When I didn't know what they were about, like I didn't like what is it, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer? What is it, Ralph Bakshi? No. Fritz the Cat? Rankin Bass? No. Last Unicorn by Ralph Bakshi. Yeah, sure.
Ah, yes. It also reminds me of The Wall. Yeah, you're correct. You're 100% correct. Like the visuals
Oh,
are very The
yeah.
Wall inspired.
Yes. It's very. But the wall. I think that the wall actually is from later.
No, no, probably. I can actually
I think
check,
that
but
the wall is from the 1980s.
The Wall.
Rankin Bashi.
Yeah, it's from '82.
Yeah, no, there you go. Yeah, it's from 12 years later. Interesting. But
Nope.
maybe the wall was actually inspired by it. Well, I mean,
There's a
visually, I
yeah.
mean.
It's a possibility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I
Okay,
mean, no,
moving on.
I know the album The Wall is from the 70s. Like we have it. We have it. Like Dad had it.
Yep.
So, yeah.
So we have
Mm-hmm.
it.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, moving
Next.
on. Okay, what do we have
Next.
next? Because I don't remember.
Dumbo.
Oh, Dumbo.
Dumbo, the movie that
Uh,
is almost legally too short to be a feature film.
this is a hard one.
Hmm. Like, um, like
I can already
ranking.
say
Mm,
solid or below. It's
yeah.
not excellent. It's not a masterpiece.
No. No. That is like. Here's the thing, Dumbo. Like, I honestly, you want to know something? I honestly don't know why Dumbo was made. I don't know what the point of it was.
I mean, we can't
Especially
really
so,
go.
like especially so early in the studio's continued success history. I mean success kind of because Fantasia flopped.
Yep.
Fantasia flopped when it first came out. Mm, like I think that in terms of like theming, the movie is okay. Like you are following Dumbo's journey
Hmm.
in that it's similar to Pinocchio, but it's not nearly as ambitious as Pinocchio.
Yeah. I would
Um,
probably just say maybe solid because, like, I am noticing a way that you're making this rankings that is kind of annoying me now.
but I don't have a middle one.
Yeah, you don't have a middle one. Because that's where I would probably put Pinocchio. I would probably put it smack dab in the middle because it's a fine movie, but
Dumbo,
it
you mean?
doesn't mean. Yeah, Dumbo.
Mm-hmm.
But it's nothing spectacular to me.
Yeah.
I don't even really have like a personal attachment to the movie.
The,
However, I would not call it mediocre. I feel like that's being mean to it because I don't think it. I don't think that's true. I just don't think that's true. Dumbo is not mediocre.
I would say solid.
Yeah, I think I would say solid is probably
Mm-hmm.
the. I would say that Dumbo is probably in the solid tier.
Yeah,
I would say.
especially if you think about again when it was made.
Indeed.
And also it was made with a lot less resources than Pinocchio and Fantasia. So yeah.
Yeah, and Fantasia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Dumbo was made to recoup the losses from both Pinocchio and Fantasia. They needed something more straightforward and less expensive to make. Yeah, no, that makes 100% sense.
Yeah, that would
Especially,
also explain why. That would also explain why the movie is shorter.
I mean, Elmer just brought in, like, he brought the pink elephant parade in the room. to the
Look,
conversation.
A pink elephants on parade sequence does not a movie make. That's my take on that. Like, it's an
Yeah.
amazing scene, but we can't say that it's a good movie because of it.
Put a pink elephant
And you
on
could say it's like,
parade.
oh, but you just said that Fantasia is like an experience. Yes, because that's the point of Fantasia. That's not the point of Dumbo.
Yeah. Oh, La Planète Sauvage. Oddly enough, I think that I would be more okay with watching La Planète Sauvage. I think that it's because I know what to expect, whereas Allegro Non Troppo, like, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of scary on a visceral level to me. Unless there's something about Planète Sauvage that I don't know yet.
I want to see the Treasure Island Russian movie still.
The tr- the what?
The Treasure Island Russian movie.
Oh, wait, when did that come out?
In the 80s, I believe.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, like,
Well, you know the movie that I'm talking about, right?
kind of like my knowledge of Soviet cinema is not very deep.
Okay.
because it is what it is. That is what it is. Okay, next, Bambi.
If your chat doesn't know, I'm going to be disappointed with them.
What if your doesn't know?
The Treasure Island movie that I'm talking about.
The one with the meme. The one with the meme. Asks Elmer.
Yup.
Okay. Oh wait. Wait the Funk Walk.
Yes.
That's that. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, no, that just cements it. I don't know anything about that movie. I don't know anything about that movie. Like,
I almost sat down and watched the movie.
Really?
By the way, and I just didn't do it because I didn't have the time. Because I didn't have the time when I did. Because I think the full movie is on YouTube.
Oh. Other movies that are on YouTube. Raggedy Ann and Nandy, a musical adventure. The Thief and the Cobbler, the recobbled cut. Killdozer, not animated, but
The Dirty Pair movie.
Really?
Yeah, that's why I watches it.
Yeah.
It's dubbed in English, but yeah, it's on YouTube, just free to watch. If you guys want to watch the Dirty Pair movie, it's just there. I think the whole show is on YouTube as well.
Ah, okay. Sorry, you're in luck.
And if anyone of your chat knows what Dirty Pair is, congrats, you're cultured.
Yeah. The movie that traumatized many a generation, actually. We're talking about Bambi again. I knew,
yes,
okay, I'm gonna be honest. I knew that since we were gonna talk about the history of animated movies, that we were gonna start talking about some really obscure stuff.
Of course.
Yeah, but yeah, no. Back to mainstream. Back to Bambi. So yeah, Bambi.
Okay, if I would
chat
want
tier.
to be mean.
F in chat tier. Yeah. Press F for Bambi's mom.
If I would want to be mean, to be honest, I would put it in mediocre.
Mediocre.
Yes, that is my honest. I don't know if it's a hot take or not.
Going by newspapers and magazines of the time that it came out, no, it is not a hot take. In fact, it's the normal take. Too pretentious. Too pretentious. That's what they called it. Like, I have no idea what Disney was trying to do. Like, what is this?
I just think the movie is boring.
Okay, I was half laughing at you and half laughing at New Around because he mentioned Watership Down and Felipe. Like, I know Watership Down better than Felipe. I mean, if you want to traumatize kids with animals, then the Plague Dogs. The Plague Dogs, that one's terrible. I don't think that I want to watch the Plague Dogs ever. Oh yeah, when Animaniacs. That's one of the first things that comes to my mind. But it's the
True.
Portuguese version. Like, I'm a mad baby. But yeah, so
I
I
also
think.
remember I'm an encyclopedia where it was Boombi.
Oh yeah, no, no, Bumbu. They call him
Oh yeah,
Bumbu.
Bumbu.
They kidnapped Bumbu. They kidnapped Bumbu. What are we gonna do? Nice one. I forgot
But
that movie. Of course, New Around knows about the plague dogs. Of course. Animals of the
but
Farthing Wood has entered the chat. Starkwarts, you know that that's one of the reasons why Weasel is Weasel?
yep, guilty. My favorite
Yeah.
character was Weasel from that show. I
Yeah.
loved her. She was a goof.
Yeah.
And I was so happy when I found out that she didn't die.
Yeah.
When characters started dying left and right, I feared for that Weasel's life.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so like Bambi is a little bit hard to rank, I would say.
Mhm.
But yeah, uh it's a beautiful movie, but at this point beautiful doesn't cut it anymore.
I guess.
That's like
Again, like I said, my
mm,
problem with the movies is that I just find it boring. Because even with the other ones, even though they were like, ooh, the experience and all of that, again, in my opinion, the movie's just boring.
yeah. Yeah, like
You,
it like I can definitely see where the critics at the time were coming from. Like because yeah, like again, it's yet another collection of set pieces
mm-hmm,
connected by a theme. Well, not
mm-hmm,
exactly a theme, connected by a main character, more like.
mm-hmm.
But in my opinion, it's not done as well as Dumbo. It is more ambitious than Dumbo, definitely.
Oh no, definitely.
But I don't know. Like I think that the end result it just ends up being mediocre. Also, maybe mediocre is not the right word here.
Yeah, which is why I was like, eh,
Okay, so what would you rename this tier to?
fine,
Fine, I guess.
fine, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's not stellar, but it's fine. Like
yeah.
passing grade, passing grade.
I would probably change the wording on subpar and just put mediocre there, and then we just have awful.
No, I mean my thought process was that mediocre was, yeah, like passing grade, but maybe fine is a better word
Mediocre.
for.
Yeah, mediocre is too much of a negative word.
Okay,
That's the
okay,
problem.
mediocre.
To me,
Okay.
mediocre is like a 3 or a 4. You know,
Okay, okay. How many people here mistook Bambi as a girl? I didn't, actually. I don't know how. I used to mistake everything as a girl.
I never mistook him for anything because I didn't care.
I did mistake Flower for a girl. I thought Flower was a girl. Then he gets with a female skunk, and I was like, oh hey, they're a couple.
Gay. I can't believe Bambi is woke.
I was about to drink some tea. Oh man. Also, I love bringing up this tidbit. I found a UK
Okay,
DVD of Watership Down that was rated U for Universal,
guys,
aka E for everyone. What were you gonna say?
guys. You guys are not going to believe this, but Disney is about to reveal the first gay character that Disney has ever put out. Let's go.
Flower. Oh, he has a man. No, he has a man voice when he's older. He's trans.
Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move. Let's move on. Now we go into phase two of the Disney animated canon, the package films, starting with Saludos
Saludos,
amigos,
amigos.
saludos amigos, ¿cómo
Now,
estás?
now here's the thing with the package films.
Mm-hmm.
They're weird
Yes.
to rank.
Mm-hmm. Mostly because
because it's
they,
like
yeah, yeah,
mainly because like putting them next to the other ones, uh, will always feel like a disservice.
yeah, yeah. I thought everyone knew Goofy was gay. No, no, Goofy. I don't think that he is.
You know what?
If
If
any,
he
no,
is, good for him. That's what I say.
if anything, Goofy is bi.
uh,
I feel like you should add back the subpart tier and place it in.
that's what I. That's what I felt from the start.
Okay, okay, okay. Put the subpart tier. Okay, let's add a row below. Okay, subpart. Okay, I'm gonna have to change the colors though. Because it has we have to use the right colors, man. We have to use the right colors. Colors are important. They tell you things. They tell you things.
See, even yellow works better for fine. See?
Yeah, yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Oversight on my part. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was blinded by the light of Atlantis. Okay. Speaking of which, now this becomes this color, and Atlantis gets to be an even bluer shade of blue.
Beautiful.
There we go.
Putting things like this, I do think it would be easier. Unfortunately, I would say that Solo dos Amigos is probably mediocre.
Yeah.
It's like, eh,
Yeah,
but
no,
it's not a fine on a sense. It's like, it's a fine movie. It's not. It's just
No.
something to pass the time.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like so. I mean, what it was originally, it was straight up propaganda.
That doesn't make it better.
I know.
It makes it worse. I'm sorry. Saying that it's straight up propaganda is not a bonus in your movie.
Not awful. There's stuff to like. There's stuff to like
Saludos
about
Amigos
it.
does not offend me.
Yeah.
Like, if they wanted to be mean, I would put it in subpar, but never awful.
Yeah.
Again, the Saludos Amigos does not insult me as a person.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like it's like again, it's not in the fine category, but it's fine for what it is. Like it's fine for what it is, and what it is attempting to bring the countries of South America to the Allies side in World War II.
Yep. Which again,
and honestly,
not the best reason to exist.
Yeah, good thing you mentioned that, Elmer, because up next we have. We're three caballeros, three gay caballeros. They say we are birds of a feather.
It's a masterpiece. Put it on
masterpiece. Donald lusting over women. Yes, masterpiece.
Beautiful.
Penguin that wants to
cinema.
Frickin' cinema.
Okay, but to be honest, it goes on mediocre. At best, it's fine.
Yeah.
The thing with Saludos, I mean, if it was like a personal list, it is very high up there for me personally, because this was one of my favorite movies when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Now, as an adult and actually watching it with clinical eyes, no, it's just a waste of time. Like, if you didn't have my background, why the fuck would you watch The Three Caballeros?
I mean, yeah, no, like I feel like you're only gonna watch the Three Caballeros and get something out of it if you actually study animation, or if you're interested in animation history. Like, if it wasn't one of the very first VHS tapes that your parents got for you that you don't even remember getting, then yeah, no, like it makes perfect sense. But other than that, no. I'm banning PS from chat and unsubbing from Atari. How dare you insult it? If this one is not awful.
Look,
Hmm.
man. If this was my, I shit you not. If I were to make like, if I had to like rate the entirety of this catalog of my own volition of like what the movies mean to me, the Two Caballeros is like on the top five. I love this movie that much. However, I am trying to be kind of I'm trying not to be biased, and
There's a reason
I'm,
why Fantasia is in Masterpiece. Like, and it's not because it's one of my favorite movies.
exactly.
Like, because it
So
is
you have
not,
to.
it doesn't even scratch the top 20.
So we have to be like fair in terms of that. We either have Fantasia in masterpiece, and the Three Caballeros in mediocre, or all shit's broken loose.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there is no order or rhyme or reason.
Mm-hmm.
We're
I
only
do.
doing this because it's the two of us. If it was like my personal list, yeah, the Two Caballeros, like I said, it's like on my top five favorite movies of
Yeah.
Disney.
Yeah.
But it's because of what it means to me personally.
Mm-hmm. One thing that I will mention, though, I do think that Three Caballeros is better than Saludos Amigos.
Oh no, it is because it actually has like connecting tissue
Mm-hmm.
with the set pieces. There is a story to be
Mm-hmm. Even if
trying
that,
to be
yeah,
told.
no, even if that story is just showcasing stuff, there is a framing device.
You know what? My bias is too strong. Put it in fine.
Oh my
There.
god, at the same level as Bambi?
Yes. I know yes, it feels like an insult for the Three Caballeros.
Okay. Here's here's the thing that we can do. Like, we don't have to like stick to these. Like, if later we start feeling, oh, maybe this is not, in the right tier, we can go back
Yeah, we
and
can.
and and
Yeah, we can
change it.
always like go back and like change things around.
Yeah.
But
Speaking of changing things around, we are not changing things around. We're still with the package movies, and this time it's Make My Music.
make my music. Okay.
Mm,
I don't know if this is a hot take or not. It's subpar. Of all the package movies, in my opinion, is the worst one.
yeah.
Almost. I only remember two musical moments from that movie, and that is the Hats one and the Whale. But to
Yeah.
be fair, I haven't watched the movie in a very long time, so my opinion could change if I rewatch it. But I still remember when I watched it all those times ago, it it felt like a slog.
Yeah. No, it's super boring.
Yeah, it's not
It's
even a good like musical package film in my
yeah.
opinion.
Yeah. No, like, and everything that it did, Melody Time did a lot better later.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Melody Time is the better Make My Music.
Yeah. 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 And also, I gotta mention this, continuing the grand tradition of Disney music, of movies, of Disney movies that are a bunch of musical set pieces ending on an extremely high note.
Depression.
Depression. Oh, the whale! It sings so well. Oh, let's hunt it down. Ah, frick. Okay. Yeah, no, yeah, either mediocre or
Uh,
subpar. I would say that it's subpar. It's not on the same
I would,
level as Saludos
yeah.
Amigos. It's not.
It's
No.
not awful. There
Yeah.
are artistic merits to the movie,
Yeah. That's what.
but
That's what
it
saves it. That's what saves it, honestly.
yeah, there's still artistic merit to the movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's just forgettable. It's a very forgettable package music film, if you will.
Yeah. Oh, Elmer, don't worry about that. We sailed the seven seas for it. When we did, because here's the thing: the reason why both of us are on the same level when it comes to Disney animated canon movies and having watched them all is because back in 2010, I decided to just sail the seven seas for all the Disney animated canon movies and make a marathon of it. And Weasel was with me the entire time. We never actually finished it. We got to like the Disney Renaissance and we kind of stopped because we already knew all the movies.
We knew the rest of the list very
Yeah.
well, so it was like
Yeah. Yeah, no, it is on. Yeah, no, I know that it's on Disney Plus. You know what's not on Disney Plus? The Three Caballeros. Explain that to me. Explain. I can stream the movies on Discord. Just ask me. Okay, awesome. Okay, new around. Noted. Okay.
Okay, so what's next?
Next, we have Fun and Fancy Free.
Oh, ugh.
Kind of a mixed bag, and there's only 2 shorts in it.
Yeah. The thing with Fun and Fancy Free is that the Jack and the Beanstalk short is a nice short. It's a very it's very well done. It's one of the few times that we had a Mickey on this whole list, which I'm still shocked that we don't.
Like no, but okay, you just reminded me. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that when we get to the 90s.
Yes, we will talk about that.
Yeah,
Don't
we
worry.
will talk about that.
You know that I have strong opinions on that.
Yeah, like Elmer, don't say anything. Don't say any. I know that you know what we're talking about. Don't say anything. Okay.
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 But the problem with Fun and Fancy Free is that the first short is so fucking boring. It's such a nothing short. The one with the bears.
Yeah.
Like, there's a reason why that one almost never got re-released.
Yeah. No, like when we found that DVD at Fnac, like when we bought it, like that's the reason why we bought it. We were like, okay, this is never gonna get re-released. We gotta get it now.
Yup.
So yeah.
Actually, you are right, Stark Force. Yeah, this is the second movie with Mickey in it. Yeah, Fantasia does count.
He's right there. He's right there. Like we can see him. There he is. There he is.
If I wanted to be mean.
Oh no! I think I just gave my chat PTSD.
Why?
There he is.
Oh. I would put it either on mediocre or subpar.
I would say that it's more mediocre because there is some fun to be had.
Yeah, there's some fun and fancy free to be had.
Yeah, there's some fun and fancy free. Also, it gave us Willie the Giant.
True.
So yeah, who's a great character. Like I love Willie. Apparently, the Bongo short was planned to be a feature film before being turned into a short for Fun and Fancy Free. That was the fate of a lot of these movies that ended up in the package films. They were planned as feature-length films, but because of World War II and because of, the lack of resources and stuff, and some animators actually had to go fight in the war when the US joined it. There wasn't enough manpower to make the feature films that they were, making in the late 30s, early 40s. So yeah. So yeah. Next, we have It's Melody Time.
I would put Melody Time on mediocre.
Yeah.
Because while it's much better than Make My Music, it's still not that memorable.
Yeah, no. And again, a great ending. Hey, Pecco Spill just lost the love of his life. Yay. She's dead now. She's floating in the atmosphere. Probably. yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh, don't worry, Quivaran. Don't worry. We're getting to some more appropriate for today's audience stuff. That's terrible. That's terrible to say. I don't think that people shouldn't watch movies just because they weren't made like, recently.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah.
It's why we have the great epidemic of the live action remakes afterwards,
Yeah.
because people think that people didn't watch the old movies back in the day, even though they're more accessible than ever before.
Yeah. Unless your name is Three Caballeros, but like they're not gonna remake the Three Caballeros into a live action movie. At least
I mean, if you want to watch the Three Caballeros, just watch The Legend of the Three Caballeros.
Oh yeah, the show.
Or watch the DuckTales episode.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's what Disney Plus is telling us apparently. What is Melody Time? What time is Melody Time? Muffin time? Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember any muffins in there. Don't remember any muffins in there. But I do remember Pecos Bill. That's about the only thing that I remember from it. Like the Hatfields and McCoys. That short, is it from this one or is it? It's not from Make My Music, is it? It's from this one.
No, it's from. I do believe it's from from Melody Time.
Yeah. I do remember that one had a couple of funny moments as well. Or watch the Mickey and the Roaster Racers episode. I mean, yeah, no, that's yeah. But I think that the Legend of the Three Caballeros is more like it's more involved.
Oh yeah, the House of Mouse episode. Yeah, that one I do think it's a
Oh
better
yeah,
alternative.
is that where Rob Paulson voiced both Panchito and Zé Carioca?
Yes, yes it is. And I do like that the whole plot is that everybody remembers the Three Caballeros, but they only remember Zé Carioca and Panchito, and no one remembers Donald.
Apparently, everyone forgot what three means.
No, they just remember. Oh yeah, and there's the other one. But no one remembers that it's Donald, the other one.
It is a crime that House of Mouse isn't on Disney Plus. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what happened is that there's some legal problems in trying to put it on
Is
Disney
it because
Plus.
of Tarzan?
I think so. Yeah, because they use Tantor in some of the shorts.
Yeah, they're like, man, Disney, you really had to go and mess with the license that is still active. Like, you idiots! You gave us one of the best movies of the Disney Renaissance, but you blew it. You blew it.
Goose of Moose.
Goose of Moose. Oh man, okay.
I still need to watch The Legend of the Three Caballeros.
Me too. If you wanna put it on one of these days, like on Disney Plus, I just happen to be there. Don't just go ahead, dude. They probably didn't remember Donald because he couldn't sing.
Fair. I mean, I think that would actually make sense.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. We're not even talking about Melody Time anymore. We're just talking about the Two Caballeros again.
The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad.
I would put it in solid, if you want me to be 100% honest.
Both shorts are very good.
Both shorts are very good.
And
it
yet,
is a crime that they weren't allowed to be
their own movies. Yeah.
They
Both of them. Both of them.
Yeah, they would have been really good movies if they had that chance.
Yeah. Like, I think that, and yeah, each for different reasons, because like, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, I mean, it's just a good story no matter how you slice it. And the Adventures of Mr. Toad is just it's the Wind in the Willows. It's a classic British story.
Exactly.
So yeah. They can't re-release House of Mouse in the modern day because of the Tarzan, but Kingdom Hearts 1 can. Yeah, no, that's what Helmer said. Like, it's not because if it's not because of Tarzan, then yeah, no, it was just speculation on my part. I have no idea.
It's like this. It's like this. What could also be happening is that this has to do with the people with the Tarzan license, which is the actual author's family,
Yeah,
and they don't
Edgar Rice
like
Burroughs.
and
Yeah.
they don't like Disney. I don't know what their opinion on Square Enix is.
Oh, okay, because of royalties.
Yeah.
No, no,
As
no, no. I'm answering Elmer. He said that
yeah.
it's because of the sheer amount of voice actors in the show,
Yep.
and they don't want to
Eh,
pay him royalties.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. It is. It is because of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like how many people did that show have? Like hundreds, I bet.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So Ichabod and Mr. Toad, probably each of them will only be better if they were their own movies. Maybe one
Yep.
of them could be like a masterpiece, maybe one could be excellent, but since they're like both short and
Mm-hmm.
like no it like solid is a good tier. Solid is a
Oh
good
no,
tier.
it
Like
is.
it's no,
Well,
yeah.
now it is because
Yeah,
it's not
no.
the middle of the road.
Yeah. I never watched Bambi. All I know is that his mom died. Oh, dude, spoilers.
You're in the wrong stream if you
You're
want to avoid spoilers of any of these movies.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, I mean, we couldn't try to avoid some spoilers for some of the most recent movies, like the from the last 20 years or so. But honestly, I think it's easier to talk about the movies if spoilers are expected. um,
Okay, next. What do
yeah,
we have afterwards?
we
Ooh,
have
Cinderella.
Cinderella.
Cinderella. Ooh.
Cinderella. Hmm.
I know what my gut feeling immediately thought. Oh, it go. Wait. Because I was gonna immediately say excellent, but is it?
Hmm. Is it? Is it excellent?
It's very good,
No, it
but is it
is.
excellent good? You know?
Yeah. The Bambi villain is the easiest one to cosplay as. Just grab a jacket and rifle. Also, dude,
I mean,
Film
if
Rod,
you're
you
an
can't say
American,
that.
yes.
Film Rod, you can't say that. Oh yeah, I always hated that mouse song. Yeah, no, they I think that okay. I think that what happened with the mouse song was that was, fairly new technology at the time, and they went like, "Oh, hey, we can make all the mice sound like this." And nobody thought twice to think if it actually sounded good. It was just a novelty, I think.
Hmm.
Um but yeah, let me see.
I do believe it's higher than fine. That I do believe.
Yeah, no, it's either solid, excellent, or masterpiece, but I don't think that it's actually masterpiece. There are other movies down the line that I think that deserve that better than Cinderella. Unless you don't agree.
Yeah. I would probably leave it in solid then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also
It's
because it also still has okay. Here's the thing about Cinderella in terms of like the animation and stuff. Like you can definitely see that there was a lot of improvements made over Snow White, which was
mm-hmm.
the movie before this one that had the closest looking humans
Mm-hmm.
to this. Um and but still managed to make some of them funny, like the stepsisters.
Yep.
Elmer is saying that it's excellent, but honestly, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Like definitely not masterpiece level.
Yeah, no, that
Hmm.
definitely.
I mean, it is very important for the history of the company as well. Hmm. Okay, we'll leave it in solid right now, and then we'll see if it starts feeling a little bit disjointed. Because I do feel like it's kind of on the same level as Ichabod and Mr. Toad, except a little bit better, but not better enough that I think we could put it at the same level as Pinocchio. I don't know.
Yeah.
Too bad the restorations removed a lot of the details in Cinderella's dress. That's why my VHS tape will never be topped. Cinderella's dress is supposed to be silver, not blue. No matter what the Disney princess line says. My Cinderella doll from Mattel, her dress was blue. Now that I think about it, and that was from like 1995, I believe. So yeah, next, Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah.
Okay. Once again, if it was my bias, yeah, it's excellent. I love Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah. No, I think that yeah. No, like I know that Walt Disney himself didn't like Alice all that much.
But I don't care what Walt Disney thinks.
I know. We care about what we think. I would also say that it's excellent. It's very entertaining. You could say that it lacks a plot, but it doesn't. But like that's not the point.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not the point. Like the whole again, it's kind of a throwback to the first movies in which it's like, a bunch of set pieces connected together with a main character. But yeah, and I think that if you think a bit, there's a lot of Fantasia in it as well.
Yeah.
With the visuals. I don't watch the original, only the live action movies of Alice. Oh well, you're missing out, Quiveran. like if you have the chance, definitely watch it. Just remember that it is a movie from the 50s. Like it is a movie from the 50s. The pacing and the dialogue are going to be kind of different from what we're used to nowadays, etc., etc. Because when we did the marathon, that was something that I was constantly having to remind myself. Like, why is it shot? Why is it shot this way? Why are the storyboards like this? And then I remember, right, because of the conventions of the time. Yeah.
That's funny. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like that's one of the reasons why I love the Disney animated canon, because it's kind of like a history of cinema in general from the 1930s onward. Like the only thing that you're missing really is the silent and black and white eras. So yeah, next, Peter Pan.
Oh, Peter Pan.
This one is complicated because none of us really have much of a history with it, and unlike with Alice, it's not a movie that we like all that much nowadays.
Personally, I would put it in fine. But that's again my huge bias against the film.
Here's the thing. I'm pretty sure that we would be 100% ostracized and kicked out of certain circles if we put Peter Pan at the same level as the Three Caballeros.
I mean, we could put it in solid if it makes you feel better.
It's like this. Yeah, I do think that it should go in solid. You know why?
Why?
Captain Hook and
Captain
Smee.
Hook? Yeah, there you go.
Hans Conried, man.
Yeah.
Hans Conried was a unit.
Yeah, no, you're right. The pirates elevate the movie.
Yeah. Like if it was just Peter Pan, Tinkerbell, and the Darling children and the Lost Boys, yeah, it would be kind of all fluff and no stuff.
I mean, I like Tinkerbell. Don't get me wrong. But...
I mean, yeah, but I don't know. Like, especially how she is in the movie. Like, I don't know. I always found it funny how Tinkerbell got her own franchise and stuff, because I never liked her all that much. Really? I liked her because she was a fairy, but not anything else. Like, I didn't like her personality. I didn't like how mean she was to Wendy. Like, I thought that she had no reason to be so mean. Like Like and again the asexual is showing, yeah, the aromantic asexual is showing, because like yeah, I couldn't understand why she was jealous of Wendy. Like what is your major, what's your major malfunction, you you pixie? But yeah, okay, next. This one is gonna be hard to rank. I'm already warning you,
Oh.
because it's part of this is part of this 50s golden age,
Mm-hmm.
but it depends a lot on the person. Lady and the Tramp.
Yes. Oh, it's Lady and the Tramp. I thought we were gonna go to Winnie the Pooh.
No, no, it's a bit early for that. We're only in 1955, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
Hmm. That's a very good question.
By the way, spoiler for the list, there's gonna be a lot of solid entries.
There's gonna be a lot of solids.
A lot of solid, like a lot of solid movies, a lot of movies in the solid,
In the
in the
solid
solid tier, yeah.
Lady and the
Finally,
Tramp,
finally, the
though.
first true original Disney movie. Yeah, no, this is a story that was actually made by, yeah.
Oh, that's a very good point.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, like
that makes it
Atari so AC, don't
worse.
get jealousy at all. Yep.
that that makes it worse for trying to rank it.
Yeah, because like, here's the thing. As far as animation goes, with most of these movies, like from now on, they're pretty much immaculate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, unless it's, you know, the ones that used a lot of like a lot of reused animations and all of that. And
Mm-hmm.
even then, you can't really fault them. Animation is hard, dude. But yeah, Lady and the Tramp.
I would put it in fine personally, because
Not as good as Peter Pan though. Not as
no,
good as Peter
definitely
Pan. Not as
not.
good as Peter Pan. Okay.
Like again, actually, I was just gonna say it's a fine movie, but I just said it on that sentence. It's a fine movie,
Yeah.
but there's nothing really special about it, if
Yeah.
you will. And
Peter Pan at least has Captain Hook.
like kind of like the Three Caballeros for me.
Mm-hmm.
If 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 it's not like special specifically to you,
Mm-hmm.
no one else is really gonna get anything out of this movie,
Yeah.
if you will. Unless you, first of all, you need to like dogs a lot, for example.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna get to another movie that I think it fits this category as well. That's like the opposite.
Yep. I
uh,
think I know which one. I think I know which one.
Not a lot actually happens in the movie
Mm-hmm.
as
No.
well.
Okay. No.
Like the conflict is kind of meh.
Yeah. No. It's. Yeah. No. Like in general, it's kind of forgettable. It's kind of one of those movies that you put on just to have something on while you're doing something else.
Yeah, and Disney thought it was a good idea to make a live action one of this one. How
Ah,
cool.
Disney has truly gone to the dogs. Hello, Jim the Goblin. Welcome. All I remember is the Siamese cats. Yep.
We are
We are
Siamese, if you please.
Indeed. And now we actually have a cat who has Siamese coloring, so that song is stuck in my head a lot of times when I look at him.
It's funny because I've only thought about that literally right now.
Yeah. I mean, because Kiba is not actually Siamese, he only has the colors.
But even then, it's like, I just look at him like, yeah, Kiba. I'm not thinking of like, oh right, Siamese colors. And even when I'm thinking of that, the first thing that comes to my mind is not the Lady and the Tramp music.
Yeah. Disney thinks it's a good idea to live action remake everything. I have no idea why they spend so much money on it. I mean, I don't
Because
know.
supposedly it's because supposedly it makes the money back.
Did Snow White make its money back?
We don't talk about Snow White.
Fair. Fair.
For
Okay.
several reasons.
Okay. Staying within the trend of Disney princesses, Sleeping Beauty.
Ooh, Sleeping Beauty. Okay, you want me to be 100% honest?
Yes, I
It's
know.
either
I know where I know the two places where I would put this.
I would either put it in excellent or just straight up masterpiece.
Yes, we agree.
In fact, I would just say fuck it and just put it on masterpiece, personally.
Hmm. Yeah. No, I do think so too.
Because I don't know. First of all, I just really like this movie. I just really like The Sleeping Beauty.
Yeah.
Uh, I
No,
think it's
like,
smarter than a lot of people give it credit to as well.
oh, definitely, definitely. There's so much thought put into this movie, and that's to say nothing of the visuals. Like
Yup.
the visuals, man. Like they made it to look like medieval tapestry, and it works.
Yup.
Like no, Sleeping Beauty and Snow White were not the same movie. Sleeping Beauty has the second most silent protagonist. I mean, that is
Yeah, Aurora doesn't have a lot of lines.
she doesn't have a lot of, she doesn't have a lot of lines, but again, I've mentioned this before on stream that some people say, oh, Aurora is a terrible role model for girls and stuff because she, much like other Disney princesses, she gets with the prince after knowing him just for a little while, just for a day, and completely forgetting that one, her first encounter with him was totally accidental. Like he wasn't stalking her or anything. They just happened to be in the same place at the same time. And for the second encounter, what Aurora did was, oh, come to my house where my guardians are, so that I am not alone. So that I'm not alone. So I have someone to protect me. I have someone to protect me because like I don't know you, and they can kind of evaluate you, see how you are as a person, you know?
Then there's also like the other things, which is like
Also,
the
have you noticed that everyone with agency in this movie is a woman?
yup. I mean, I wasn't gonna say that, but it was kind of going in there because I
Mm-hmm.
was just gonna point out like the fairy godmothers who are, let's be honest, they
Yeah,
make the movie.
they're the
They're,
protagonists.
yup.
They're your protagonists. Aurora is not the protagonist. Is not the protagonist. The three fairies are, and the movie is better for it.
Yup. And then there's also this thing that we can never forget. It gave us Maleficent,
Yes.
one of the best Disney villains. Period.
Yes. Yes. I do think that Sleeping Beauty is like it's all the best things about classic Disney.
Yep,
I think that
I
everything
agree.
everything that Disney everything that Disney did up until this point, like for the golden age and everything that came before it, I think that everything that they learned, all the lessons that they learned, all the techniques, all the storytelling know-how, it's all culminated in this one.
Okay, new round. I think you're talking about Maleficent and honestly based. So,
Is it controversial for me to say that animation wise, when Disney was alive, that this is where it peaked aesthetically? I don't.
no,
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 I don't
I
think.
don't. I don't
Nah.
think so. I don't think
No.
it's controversial to
Yeah,
say
no. The
that.
aes-
It,
the aesthetic of Sleeping Beauty is like it still holds up to this day. Unlike something like Snow White or Cinderella, which like Snow White, growing pains. Cinderella, suffers a lot from beauty standards of the 40s. Sleeping Beauty, I think, is more universal in a good way.
Yep. And timeless even.
Yes,
I
it's
feel.
it's more timeless. It's more timeless than the other two. So yeah, masterpiece.
Yeah.
It's a
One of my favorite it's one of my favorite Disney movies for sure, personally.
masterpiece, ladies and gentlemen, masterpiece.
Now, is it above or below the Three Caballeros? I don't know. I would actually have to rank them myself.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that, Quiveron, but man, Maleficent and the Evil Queen are pretty different. Like, especially, like, Maleficent is a lot more pointy. The Evil Queen is more round. The body is round. The face is round. Well, the body is not round, but it has rounded edges. It does have rounded edges. Man, they do share a voice actress, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, in recent years they do.
Oh.
I
Wait,
don't
no,
know
no,
if
no.
back in the
No, no, no.
day
Wait,
if
wait,
there
wait.
was
No. Like, no. I think that Maleficent and Lady Tremaine share a voice actress.
Yes.
Yeah. I thought Sleeping Beauty was her name for the longest time because main character is the title syndrome. Yeah. I mean, we haven't gotten to the Disney Renaissance, but the thing about the Beauty and the Beast knockoffs, like there's so many of them that just name the Beauty character Beauty, and that's so stupid. I kind of love it, honestly. Okay, next we have left the Disney Golden Age and we've entered the Xerox era with 101 Dalmatians.
Ooh. Okay. I think I know where I would put 101 Dalmatians.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably put it in solid.
I agree.
It's a very solid movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it works super well. Saying that it's excellent is a bit too much, in my opinion, but it's a good movie.
It is. It is a good movie. Also, it has something that some of the movies that we have in this tier don't have, which is fun.
Yeah, it's a fun movie. It's
The Better
movie.
Dog movie. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes.
If you like dogs, watch 101 Dalmatians. Don't waste your time with Lady and the Tramp.
I said Golden Age of the 50s, Elmer, so the second Golden Age. Let's put it like that. Okay. So yeah.
The best thing about the 101 Dalmatians is Cruella de Vil. Like, there's no...
but the main characters are also pretty fun.
Oh no, they are.
Yeah.
They are. That's
Yeah,
the
like
reason
it's
why
not
I
like
think it's
it's not like one of those movies where like the villain absolutely steals the show, like in Peter Pan.
Mm-hmm.
Like Peter is kind of boring. Let's face it.
Yep.
Yeah, like in 101 Dalmatians, you actually do like the main characters, even if you just like Roger and Pongo. You know?
Yep.
That's what I mean. But yeah. I'm also thinking, like, do you think that Snow White and Cinderella should be in the same tier? Because I think that Snow White is slightly worse than Cinderella. I think that Snow White is probably at the same level as Bambi, honestly.
I don't know.
But that would put Snow White at the same level as of the Three Caballeros, and that's kind of
Yeah, that feels... If anything, we would boot up Cinderella to excellent. I would be more okay with that than putting Snow White in fine.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll keep thinking about this.
Yeah.
We'll keep thinking about this. Okay, next up, the last movie released during Walt Disney's lifetime, The Sword and the Stone.
I would say that's also solid,
Mm-hmm.
in my opinion.
Yeah. No,
It's a
one thing.
very fun movie.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like a good thing about a good thing about these first movies of the Xerox era, uh, is that everything else is already like I think that they're very good with the characterization.
Yes,
They're super good with that.
the character animation and the expressiveness of the characters is is top tier during the Xerox era.
Mm-hmm.
Like because I guess what happened is because since they had to like downsize on almost everything else, they
Mm-hmm.
really upped the ante on trying to make the characters as expressive as possible.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, that is a very there's a very high likelihood that that was the case. Yes. Yeah, like
Yeah.
we can't do like we can't do the grand sweeping set pieces that we used to do. Like we can't waste too much money on like big sceneries and all of that and like really deep stuff. So yeah, we're going to focus on what we can do, which is work on
Mhm.
the characters, work on the characterization, work on the animation of set characters,
Yeah, and the Sword and the
etc.,
and the
etc.
Sword and the Stone is probably one of the ones that with the best example of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
If anything,
the
the
fight
worst
the
part.
fight between Merlin and Madame Mim.
Yup. I would say that the worst part about Sword and the Stone is not even the movie's fault, which is it means that Disney can never pick up Arthurian legend again to make a movie
Yeah, yeah, like
because they
because
have the Sword and the Stone, and
yeah.
unfortunately, that's like such a vast, such a vast, such a vast world where you can pull stories from. Um, and unfortunately, you cannot. They would not be able to make another movie unless it was like a sequel to Sword in the Stone. And let's be honest, I don't think anyone wants that.
Yeah.
If they did that, I would prefer if they just did new versions, but that's never going to happen in movie format.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Uh, at
I'm thinking,
at best,
yeah.
they'll make like a show, which I'm now that I'm speaking out loud, I'm surprised that they never did.
Yeah. Yeah, especially like for example for the Disney Afternoon or Raw Tunage. You know what Raw Tunage is, right?
Rotuna, this is the first time I probably know what it is, but it's the first time I'm hearing
Okay,
it.
if I am not wrong, is where they aired, like those other shows that were, also Disney, but not, for the Disney Afternoon. Stuff like the Little
Mm.
Mermaid show and stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Marsupilami
yeah,
is the
yeah.
thing that got me there. Like,
Okay, no, no, that makes sense.
yeah.
Walt Disney Pictures' Fate Stay Night. Ah, if only. Could you imagine? Could you
Yeah.
imagine Disney tackling Fate Stay Night?
Ah, that would be so cool.
How would they explain people that it's based on an 18 plus game?
Yeah. Okay, I have a suggestion.
What?
Let's put Cinderella and Sword in the Stone in excellent.
What, an excellent?
Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, sure, I guess that does make sense.
Okay, so Cinderella, we're still in chronological order, so yeah, Cinderella goes before Alice in Wonderland. Okay, next up, The Jungle Book. And
Oh, the
yes,
Jungle Book.
Disney was still very much involved with the production of this movie, but he was not alive to see it released.
Oh, the Jungle Book. That is a tricky one
Mm-hmm.
because Jungle Book is pretty much a vibe, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The reason why the movie hits as hard as it does has to do with a lot with its environment, if you will.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's environment and the thing the thing about the Jungle Book that I always find so interesting is that so Disney went like, "Hey, okay, guys, we're gonna make a movie based on the Jungle Book by Rudyard Kipling. Here's the book. Don't read it." And then the music, and then the soundtrack guy, the guy who made the music, went and read it anyway, which is why the music, not the vocal tracks, but the background music is so like deep and evocative, and and the rest is just woo, the bare necessities, la 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 na na na. I think that the movie is kind of confused.
Nah, you think?
Yeah. The Beatles were almost guest stars, but Walt Disney, in his infinite wisdom, went like, group rock is a passing fade. It's a passing phase. Like, it's a fad. It's a fad. Like, rock and roll, fad. You know what's gonna last forever? Barbershop Quartet. That's gonna be here forever. Just like the new Coke, which isn't even a thing in the 60s. I wanna be like you. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na na na. You. Again,
It's either
the
solid
movie is
or
very
excellent.
yeah, again, very confused movie. I mean, okay. You know what? I
What?
didn't know if I was going to bring this up, but one of the ways where you can see that the movie is very very confused? Ka.
What? Yes.
Like okay. So we have this character who's supposed to be funny, but one, he has two different designs in the movie. Like two completely different designs. His first
Yup.
appearance has nothing to do with the second one. Like his first appearance is a lot more threatening than the second one, and the second one he's kind of a joke. But they still went ahead and made Ka kind of, for the lack of a better term, sexy. There's a reason why there's so many hypnosis fetishists around. You just don't know because they don't come out and say it. They're ashamed.
You know what's even funnier? The way that the reason why you describe the way that you said that
No.
is that in the live action movie they got Scarlett Johansson to voice
Yes.
Kara. So it's like, well, it's not beating the allegations, I guess. That Kai's supposed to be sexy.
I forgot about that. I forgot because like one thing is having Ka be sexy and be voiced by Winnie the Pooh. The other is having like fucking Black Widow.
Now the real question is: do we put it in solid or in excellent?
I don't think it passes the solid threshold.
I guess. Yeah.
Let's put it like this. I think I wanted to like this movie a lot more than I do.
No, I get that. I do get that.
Like, the characters are cool. Yeah, the music is also, it's the king of swingers, as Starquart said. Um, but it doesn't detract from the fact that it still feels a little bit disjointed. Again, the movie when it starts feels like a very different movie than when it ends.
Yeah.
And not exactly in a good way, because usually that denotes evolution and character growth, but Mowgli doesn't change all that much. The only thing that he changes is, oh, I want to stay in the jungle, to, oh, I guess I don't mind going to the man village all that much.
Mm-hmm.
It's a music album with a movie pack in. Yes. Yes, I think that that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Disney is full of furries. I mean, yeah. It made a lot of them. So
I mean, let me just check. Okay, no, it's not the next one, but it's the one after that.
okay. Yeah. I want to say no way, but there are people on this earth who would legit find Ka attractive. Sometimes it's not even finding Ka attractive. What I usually see is people who find the idea of Ka attractive. You know?
The concept of Ka.
The concept, yeah, you know, like of the whole being hypnotized and wrapped in the coils. That's what they find sexy. Don't ask me how I know. Oh man. Okay, next. Yeah, cause Robin Hood. Yup. Who also has a Ka analog?
Yup.
In Sir Hiss, but I think that Sir Hiss is a better character than Ka.
Oh no, 100%. And let's be honest, people are not horning for Mr. Hist in that movie.
Yeah, for Sir Hiss. Yeah, no. They're horny for Ka, but not for Sir Hiss. And he's like, "Where's my respect?" He gets no respect.
Sir Hist doesn't hypnotize anyone. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. No, he does. He hypnotizes.
No, he does it
King
to
John.
King John to calm him down.
Prince John.
But that's it. He doesn't actually hypnotize anybody, as far as I remember.
Yeah, no, like if they had him hypnotize Robin Hood, you would see the amount of fan art that would get.
Okay, moving on.
Yeah, Ka must have been a hypnosis artist's awakening. Oh, multiple, I'm sure. Okay, next. There are no snakes in this one. Just cats.
Yep. So,
The
as I was saying
Aristocats.
before, if you want to, there are movies for dog lovers, and then there's like this one who's for cat lovers.
Yeah. Well, kind of.
Essentially.
Well, kind of. Okay, so this movie has the dubious honor of being the last movie that that Disney greenlit, but the very first one that he did not work on, like, at all.
Yes.
So, yeah. So, this movie is prime what would Walt do material.
Yep.
Yeah, like the animators, like the directors, like they were super, like, nobody knew how to go on without Disney because he was such a huge force, like in the creative process and stuff. So yeah. Wait a minute. Does
James and the Giant Peach does not count. That was released by Touchstone.
Yeah. Yeah. Same thing. Same thing as Nightmare Before Christmas.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree with Star Quartz. Like, it's either fine or like.
I would say fine because it has a lot of connecting tissue with Lady and the Tramp, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, because at least, like, for example, the 101 Dalmatians, it's just a fun movie. It's a very fun movie.
Yeah, no.
I can see people get bored with Aristocats, wake up with this, everybody wants to be a cat, and then fall asleep again.
Yeah. Highlight is definitely everybody wants to be a cat, ignoring the chopsticks cat. The 70s. Well, not even the 70s. This movie was released.
No, this was still in the 60s.
Yeah, this was released in 1970. So yeah. Whoa, wait, this movie was released on the same year as Allegro Non Troppo. What the
yeah, the thing with the Aristocats is that you need to vibe with cats.
Yeah,
you just need to like cats. If you like cats, you're gonna like it. It's kind of like Lady and the Tramp. If you like dogs, you're gonna like Lady and the Tramp.
Yeah.
If that's not enough for you, it's gonna be kind of boring.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like, and it's like this. The Aristocats also has something which is, like, it works against it, which is one of its most popular characters is also one of its most annoying in the movie.
Oh, Marie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I love Marie. I don't have any problems with her, but I can definitely see why people would have problems with her. And people do. Mom! Oh, hey, I'm just gonna cause trouble for everyone. Again! And the character development between Thomas and Duchess, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that is very good, and I would say that
Mm-hmm.
it's done better than Lady and the Tramp.
Yeah, no, I do.
Literally
Yeah, no, I
talking
do
about
think.
Lady and the Tramp.
Yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah, no. O'Malley and Duchess actually have chemistry together,
Yeah,
whereas
and
with
you can
Lady.
believe like the growth of their chemistry. Like you can for the progress of the movie, you can tell that O'Malley is kind of changing
Mm-hmm.
uh to be on quote unquote Duchess's level, and Duchess, it opens up more to O'Malley and how he is. Like like I said, there's an actual chemistry in there. Unlike
Yeah,
Lady and the Tramp, there it just feels like I don't remember his name. The Tramp
yeah,
just
no,
keeps
yeah, yeah. They do just call
kind
him the
of
Tramp.
pestering Lady until she likes.
Yeah, no, like because like the Tramp, like he's not a bad guy. He's not a bad guy, but he is kind of clueless.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he is kind of clueless, and he kind of takes advantage of that. O'Malley is like, yeah, he thinks he's hot. He thinks he's hot stuff, but then Duchess is able to match him. Plus, she has her kittens. Plus, she has
Yup.
her kittens, which means, okay, O'Malley, here's the thing. If you really want to be with Duchess, you're gonna have
One,
kids immediately. You're gonna
one,
have. Yeah.
two, three.
Yep. Yeah, and he's like, these are my kittens. You don't say.
Another thing that I can also say, and this is like, it depends a lot also if the movie makes it or breaks it for you, which
Mm-hmm.
is the villain of
Oh yeah,
Aristocats,
yeah, yeah.
which you either
That's
love the
that.
villain or you absolutely despise him because of how stupid it is.
Oh, another thing that I think is that is very cool. I mean, it's funny about the Aristocats is the dogs Napoleon and Lafayette.
Oh yeah, I love the dogs. I love the dogs. I quote them all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Lafayette.
Oh man. Man.
But the thing with
Since we watched it in Italian, I
yeah.
immediately think of "Che poi sono qui."
The also the thing with the villain is that I'm also just saying this because, for example, I know that Shafrelis. I'm pretty sure it's people watching here know who Shafrelis is.
If
If they're
they
here for
like,
if they're here for Disney content, they probably know who Shafrelis is.
probably, yeah, like
Uh,
at least they know who he is. Maybe they don't watch his videos, but like I'm pretty
no,
sure.
but I know that he like made like a ranking of the villains, and he put the butler from Aristocats at the bottom because he thought
Edgar,
it
his
was
name is Edgar.
Edgar. He put him right at the bottom because it was that stupid. But that's exactly what I mean. You either think this is hilarious and funny, or you just think it's stupid and it doesn't work. Because, like, I don't agree that Edgar is the worst Disney villain, but
Mm-hmm.
the points that he made, I'm not gonna pretend that it didn't make sense. You know?
Yeah, yeah. No, that mistake was his. Like Starquartz is saying, he knows, he knows, he knows. See.
That was his mistake. But yeah, that's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I do the reason why I put Aristocats in fine is that I do feel like Aristocats is an acquired taste. It
Yeah.
depends a lot on the person who's watching it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Exactly. Edgar is just incompetent, and you can either find that hilarious because of how incompetent he is, or you can find it frustrating and devoid of tension.
Yes.
It works both ways.
No, like no, it does have tension whenever whenever Marie gets into trouble again. That's your tension. Oh man. Okay. Next.
Yes,
The
furries.
yeah,
My favorite.
the king of furries, Robin Hood. Robin Hood.
I would put
Okay.
it in solid. I don't think it's excellent material.
Mm,
Even though I really like the movie.
yeah. Bye, film rods. We will. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's true, Star Quartz. Like, and like he, I don't understand. Like, what did he think that the cats were going to do with the money? Eat it? Like, he would still be the one managing their finances. What the fuck?
Okay, you know what? I hate that immediately when I said that it should be in solid, part of my brain was like, maybe it's excellent.
What, Robin Hood?
Yes.
Really?
I don't know, because I do like the movie a lot.
It's like,
Maybe it is solid. Maybe it is probably the best.
yeah, no, I do think that it's solid. I do think that it's not, I do think that it's a cut above fine. It's a cut above fine. Like, for example, yeah, Aristocats, acquired taste. No doubt about it. Robin Hood is a lot more accessible on the get-go.
Let's put it like this: Robin Hood would have been a better movie if it was made later.
Yes!
I think that's the caveat with it.
Yeah, no, like, because again, we're fully in the what would Walt do era.
Yeah.
And I do
exactly.
think that this movie would have been better if it had come out before Walt Disney died, or either like later down the line, for like closer to the Disney Renaissance or something. Or in the Disney Renaissance. So yeah. I think Marion deserves to be an excellent, but Marion isn't the whole movie. Besides, no.
Oh, yeah.
No. Marion doesn't deserve to be an excellent. Lady Cluck deserves to be an excellent.
I mean, I'm not gonna pretend. I did have a small crush on Lady Marion when I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah, I did.
I didn't know.
Yeah, because I never said anything.
Whoa. Oh, so it must have been really confusing for you when I named one of my.
No, because I was too young.
Oh, okay.
Part of me was just like, yeah, that makes sense.
Put a movie.
Because it was never like a very big crush, you know.
Yeah.
It didn't help that one of the reasons why I also really liked her design was because of her veil. Once I realized that that was not her hair, it kind of like lowered points, if you will.
Who didn't? Oh wait, Atari. Who didn't have a crush on Lady Marion? But Robin Hood in a high tier solely because its existence brought us one of the greatest YTPs ever made, Friars Rubbing Wood.
Oh no.
The name is not unfamiliar.
Okay, I need to look that up.
Yeah, you do that. I can't put any more strain on my computer.
No, of course not. You're streaming.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've never seen this, but it has been recommended to me. It has an amazing thumbnail. I will definitely say that.
Okay. We're gonna watch it together after this is done.
Oh, it's 35 minutes. No wonder I never clicked on it. Jesus Christ.
Okay, definitely watching it after. Like we'll wrap popcorn. We'll wrap popcorn. I think that Mom bought some. Okay. Next, a little bit of an oddball in this whole thing because it's The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. This is not actually a movie. It's a compilation of shorts that were made during the 60s. Released like 10 years later. As its
I know
own.
where I would put it immediately, to be honest.
Fine?
Solid.
Solid.
I think it's charming enough for it to be in solid.
Yeah, no, it's a classic. Even if it kind of gives me OCD. Because it's an anthology. It's not. Because it was not like made as a movie. So yeah. I'm like, what is this doing here? What is what
Doesn't
is
matter.
what is this freaking what is this anthology doing in my actual movie list? What the heck?
Doesn't matter. It counts. So fuck it.
Yeah. I don't know how one would confuse Marion's veil as her hair.
Dude, I was like 5 or 6. Give me some, give me some.
Cut me some slack. I think that's the expression that you're
Yeah,
looking for.
cut me some slack.
Okay. This next one, this next one, I think I know where we're gonna put it, and it's
I
not,
don't know what's the.
and it's
I don't
not
know
gonna,
what the next one
and
is.
it's not gonna be very high.
Oh boy, what is it?
The Rescuers.
Oh, I hope I'm not insulting anyone when I say that I would put it in mediocre.
Honestly, me too. It kind of feels like it took a lot of the lessons learned from the past years and didn't do anything with them.
It's boring. It's just a boring movie.
Yeah. Yeah,
The
like
worst thing, the only way to make it worse is if you replaced Bernard and Bianca with Tom and Jerry. Which, by the way, they did that. That's just a Tom and Jerry movie, which is worse than The Rescuers.
Also, Quiveron, don't worry. I'm pretty sure that we'll get to some movies that can be considered subpar or even awful. The Rescuers is fine at most, yeah. But I don't even think I don't even think that it's
again,
fine.
I would put it in mediocre.
Yeah, mediocre. Like
Yeah,
I know that
I don't think it's good enough to be fine in my opinion.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't call it subpar either. It's a fine movie.
It's fine, but not for the fine tier.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, like it's just not like.
It's boring.
Yeah.
It's a boring movie.
Yeah, no, it's boring. It's boring. It's not very memorable. You could argue that, for example, Lady and the Tramp is also boring and not very memorable. But at least Lady and the Tramp has good animation, like immersive backgrounds and stuff. And The Rescuers doesn't have any of that.
Yeah.
Like it's like I think that The Rescuers, honestly, to me, it's probably the worst of the Xerox era.
The worst part is it turned out wrong with the Tom and Jerry the comparison. That's because it just is.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, keep in mind, we're talking about the first Rescuers movie. There was another one, and we also have things to say about it.
We'll get to the other one when we have a lot to say about that one.
Yes.
But we'll get there when we get there.
And the spaghetti scene. Yeah, no, that's iconic. That's iconic. Like, The Rescuers doesn't really have any iconic scenes.
Exactly.
Like, it didn't ingrain itself into, like, any... And now we enter the Dark Age.
Okay, I know what's coming next.
Fox and the Hound.
That's a hard one to rank.
Yeah. This movie is very much like you either love it and it really touches you, or you hate it because it touches you.
Honestly, I feel like a solid would be a good ranking for it.
I'm between solid and fine, honestly.
The thing is that in the fine category, I'm gonna be honest, it's movies that I'm like, I think they're decent, but at the end of the day, I don't think they do much, you know? And that's something that Fox and the Hound definitely trumps almost anything that we have in fine. It forces you to feel things.
Yeah, no, okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's also the most Don Bluth Disney movie. I mean, you can tell when he's animating. You can tell. Like oh, I wonder who did this. Oh, I mean, the hair is moving around all crazy like, and the movements are like super mechanical, but also super fluid. I wonder if it was Don Bluth. I don't know. Amazing how Disney originally wanted to cut the spaghetti scene, and so an animator tirelessly worked on it to prove to Walt that he should keep it.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool. I actually
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Also this movie is a showcase of one of the weirdest things about Disney at this time, which is okay, so get this. At this time, the CEO of Disney was someone I believe named Ron Miller. Before working for Disney, I think that he managed like wrestlers. And we're talking about wrestlers in the late 1970s. Because this movie came out in 1981.
Yep.
It was also the first movie that was worked on by some, not all, but some of the new graduates from from the
Collards.
From CalArts, California Institute of the Arts. Which, by the
Yep.
way, I've mentioned this before in other streams, but it was the school that Walt Disney founded specifically to teach animators to work on his movies. So yeah, this was one of the first. This was one of the first movies in which some of them worked. Like at the same time, they were also working on Mickey's Christmas Carol, and I think other projects as well. But it was mostly this Mickey's Christmas Carol, and I think that they were already starting pre-production on The Black Cauldron, if I'm not wrong. So the Pixar guys, actually, yeah, there's quite a bit of overlap between the Pixar guys here and
Yeah.
the ones that went on to form Pixar. Uh, like you just look like you just try to compare the credits in Fox and the Hound and the Black Cauldron to the credits in the Brave Little Toaster, and you'll see who the Pixar guys are. The Brave Little Toaster, which is not even a Disney movie. um, but yeah, which by the way, Weasel, have you ever watched the Brave Little Toaster?
I haven't yet.
You should
I know that I should, but I haven't yet.
watch the Brave Little Toaster. But yeah, this guy Ron Miller, he was CEO of Disney during this time, and so there's a character towards the end that at first what they wanted, well, towards the end, actually no, it's like the end of the second act, and they wanted to kill him off. Like the story guys, they wanted to kill him off. And Ron Miller was like, "We have never killed anyone in a Disney movie, and we're not starting now." Someone should have told him about the whale. So someone should have told him about the whale, but
Bambi's
And
mom.
Bambi's mom. Atari, you chain your bro to a chair and I'll stream it. When you find out what happened in the original source material, it makes Disney's version look like Snow White in terms of tone. Yeah. No, but I found that so funny, especially knowing the kinds of movies that we would get a few years down the line. Like, there's a very prominent one that I'm like, oh yeah, we've never killed a Disney character before, and we're not starting now. Tell that to a certain lion. Someone should have also told him about every Disney villain. But here's the thing, like, you think that today's executives are clueless? This guy puts them to shame. Like, like he was one of the reasons why the company was almost like dead during this time. Like, yes, also, yeah, Elmer brought up the Black Cauldron. Speaking of which, the Black
Yep.
Cauldron. We are
Yep.
smack dab in the middle of the 80s now. So don't worry,
Mm-hmm.
Krivoran, we're gonna get to the 90s soon enough. But yeah, so the Black Cauldron, very ambitious, very we gotta prove to the old guys that we can do this kind of vibe. And
Maybe you shouldn't have smashed like 3 books in one movie.
yeah.
Now, for me, I think the Black Cauldron is very charming. I
Mm,
like the Black Cauldron. Is it a good movie though? No,
no.
it's not a good movie. I
No.
dare I say that this is like the first one that we actively have on this list,
Mm-hmm.
then we can that it's like almost a fact that no, this is not a good movie.
Yeah.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
like almost everything after this, it's more bias based.
Mm-hmm.
This one, I feel like it's the one that's the first one. It's factually no, this is just not a good movie. It doesn't work.
Yeah, no, like, oh man, whenever I think, like, because there's a part of me always that wants to like this movie a lot more, similar to the Jungle Book, except with one difference. With the black, like, with the Jungle Book, at least I can tell that there was thought put into the pacing. Like,
Exactly.
it's not always that you can tell that a Disney movie has pacing problems. Which is, I think, one of the worst things about the Black Cauldron. Like, I don't like it's not well paced. Like, it feels like it's going somewhere, but then it just meanders, and then it just everything happens in like 5 minutes, and then it just meanders again for another two. Like, it's so bizarre. Again, it really does give off the impression that, they were like throwing everything at the wall trying to prove that, yeah, we can do this. It's also contrary to what some trivia places might say. It was the very first use of CGI in a Disney animated movie. They used it for
Yep.
the boat in which the main characters escape from the Horned King's castle at the end of the movie. This movie is basically Zelda CDI, except it's a movie, and
It's
it's better
Zelda CDI
animated,
the
and
movie.
it's better animated and better voice acted. like yeah, okay, yeah, it's Zelda CDI the movie, but look, no, it's much better animated. It has much better voice acting. At least that. The characters also move like people.
Also, and this is just me. I have a soft spot for Lionwe. I don't know. I just
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, no, she's nice. She's very 80s princess. She's very 80s princess, but I don't she has charm. This movie has charm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would say that that's the big thing carrying this movie is that it has charm.
I would not
However, having charm is not enough to be good.
Okay, so we're not going to put it in subpar. I
No,
feel we're
we're
going
not
to
gonna put
put
it in
it in either
subpar.
fine or mediocre.
I would put it in mediocre, unfortunately, because the facts are still facts. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
like if it was just up to me, like of
Mm-hmm.
how I feel about the movie, maybe it would be in fine.
Yeah, no, but we
But
can't, but we can't ignore that there are some basic things that the movie does not do well.
exactly.
Yeah.
And now we have entered a new era, in from what I can see here, because this is when the company, this studio, stopped being named Walt Disney Productions to becoming Walt Disney Feature Animation.
Yeah. Yeah. And
This is the turning point.
yeah, it's a turning point, and yeah, we do have two movies that are kind of like the pivot between there are the pivot, well, together with this kind of, but the two other movies I think are better than this one. Like,
Mhm.
Saludos Amigos is still better than that. I mean, yeah, no, Saludos Amigos has a bit more artistic merit, but not that much more.
Look, guys, let's not forget that the Three Caballeros is just in fine due to bias.
Yeah. Yeah, otherwise it would be a
If it
little.
was anyone else making this tier list, the Three
Oh,
Caballeros unfortunately would not be that high.
yeah. Yeah, I think people expected the usual song and dance routine, but after not getting their fill in a couple movies, the audiences just walked out. Yeah, no, that is like, yeah, because like we have to remember this was Disney in the 80s. Like, Disney's death hadn't been that long ago, and people could see that the company was struggling. Like, we look at some of these movies with a lot of nostalgia right now, but they were pretty much the equivalent of, Moana 2 or Wish at the time.
Yep.
So
The difference is that they didn't. The difference is that Disney didn't own everything at that point.
yeah, they didn't have yeah, they didn't have like Star Wars and Marvel and all that. Like in fact, they only started owning ABC here in the 80s.
Right, they also own ABC.
Yep. um
But yeah, uh,
mhm.
actually, do you mind pausing just for a bit? I want to go grab a cup of water.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay. I mean, it's a good thing that we're pausing before this next movie because it's one of my favorites. Like you can't see it right now. You can't see it right now, but I have not made any secrets. I have not made it a secret that the next movie is one of my favorites of the entire Disney animated canon. Now, where it's going to end in the list, it's gonna depend on our deliberations. Yup. Any talk of the Black Cauldron has to bring up the obligatory fact that it lost to the Care Bears movie. Yes! Yes! 100%. By the way, Starquartz, do you mean the Walt Disney Pictures logo, as in like the blue castle, the one that we used on the thumbnail? Because I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Because
Black.
up until here, the movies usually open with like Buena Vista Productions or whatever presents. Like we're already a long ways away from the RKO from the RKO thing. Uh. I love it when Atari makes such audible chicken noises that he starts to echo. I mean, the reason why you heard the echo is because, well, we are on in the same house. We're just in different places in that house. So basically, you heard my brother's mic picking my scream up.
Yup. Also, I am back.
Yeah. Oh, Tulu, dang it! Ugh, stupid YouTube. I mean, we're still not even halfway done.
We aren't. Jesus.
No, no, we're only
How?
halfway done in the Renaissance,
I see.
which is when we get to the 30s. But like, there's a lot of movies that we don't have that much to talk about.
Yeah.
Like, so yeah, it really depends. So we don't have to worry too much.
Mm-hmm.
Same here. Have to check on the Discord and YouTube channel for every stream now. Yeah, yeah. It's the website. It's the website. My advice is like when you see that the waiting room is open, just open it in a window or something and leave it open. Unfortunately, that's the only surefire way to make sure that you're here when the stream starts. Unfortunately, I hate having to tell people to do that. Okay, next. Do you know what's next, Weasel?
Yes, I do.
The Great Mouse Detective!
Yup.
Basil of Baker Street!
Yup.
Transcendent Chicken Boy Atari Yeo. I'm in more than one place! At the same time! Okay, so. Okay. This one. The reason why this one is tough is because I absolutely love this movie. This is in my top 5. Easily.
Yep.
Very underrated movie, yes.
100%.
100%. And it saved Disney. It saved Disney animation.
Yep. May not seem like it, but it did.
Mm-hmm. Like, if it wasn't for this movie, we wouldn't have gotten the Renaissance. Like, this is the movie that convinced the higher ups I don't know if it was Michael Eisner already at this point. I think it was. But yeah, like there was a point where they were thinking, oh, we have a nice backlog of movies. We can just re-release those. We don't need to make new ones. And then they came, and then just because they had some money lying around, they decided, oh, okay, well, I guess we can just let the animators, let the animation people do another movie just cause. Little did they know. We
Yep.
ended up with one of Vincent Price's best and one of his favorite performances.
Yeah, and one of his last as well.
Yeah, that is so weird. That is so
Yep.
weird. Like, wait, when did 13 Goes to Scooby Doo come out?
I think it came out around this time.
Yeah.
I can check real quick.
Mm. Yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah.
What is
See if it
Vincent
was around this
Price?
time or if it was like earlier.
I think it was around this time. That's the thing.
Yeah.
But I'm not
The
sure.
number 1983 just popped in my head, but I'm not sure.
Let me see. Where is his filmography? Here it is.
Couldn't you have just searched for the 13 Goes to Scooby Doo?
I had the page open.
Ah,
Yep. The 13 Ghosts of Scooby Doo aired a year before.
1985 then. Came out the same year
Yep.
as The Black Cauldron.
Yep.
Uh,
However, he did still act up until 1992. Oh,
mm.
1990. Okay, no, 1993 doesn't count because it's the Thief and the Cobbler. Uh,
Yeah.
Look, stuff that he recorded in the 70s doesn't count.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would say him playing Edgar Allan Poe in the Tiny Toon Adventures counts more.
Yes. Right, it was him. Wait, was it? I always thought it was Maurice LaMarche doing an imitation.
Apparently, no.
Really?
Apparently, unless Wikipedia is wrong, which is a possibility, but.
Oh man.
That's probably why his voice always felt familiar. Because we
Yeah.
have that short. Because we have that short, quote
No,
unquote.
yeah, oh, we have the episode in which that short is. Yeah.
Because unfortunately, we didn't
Okay.
have the pleasure of growing up with the Great Mouse Detective, and even if we did, we would have probably been with the Brazilian dub. So
Yeah, which by the way, unlike most dubs of the time, it's not very good and I don't understand why.
they couldn't get the vibrato of Brannigan.
Bravado, you mean bravado, right?
Yeah, bravado. Yes.
Yeah. No, I don't know. Like everyone feels like they don't really know what they're doing. Like in that dub, like, I really don't understand. Which is one of the reasons why, if I want to watch a dub, I'll watch like I'll watch the French dub or the Japanese dub. We saw that the Japanese dub is actually pretty good.
Strangely enough, yes.
Yeah. I do think that Basil is voiced by the same guy who dubbed over Graham Chapman. For Monty
Mhm.
Python.
I know that the guy that voiced Radigan is the same guy that voiced Jafar in Japanese.
Yeah, yeah. I think his name is Akira Kamiya.
Yeah, I think he has already passed away.
Oh well,
Unfortunately,
his name
but still.
was Akira Kamiya.
Yeah.
So should I watch it dubbed or subbed? Subbed definitely because here's the thing. The only reason why I go and watch dubs of this movie is because I've already watched the original version a lot of times. But like, dude, no one can beat Vincent Price. No one can beat Barry Ingham as Basil. Like, no, I'm sorry, there is no way. Speaking of Monty Python, you know that John Cleese was one of Disney's bets to voice Basil, but then I think that there were scheduling conflicts and he couldn't make it. So yeah, Barry Ingham it is. And he did a mighty good job at it. Like I can't imagine Basil with a different voice. Well, I can imagine him with Roger Carrel's voice. The original Asterix. But But yeah, with all of that said,
You want me
I
to
would.
be 100% honest?
Excellent.
Excellent. Yes. As much as I absolutely love this movie, I would not put it in
I would
masterpiece.
never put it as a masterpiece, but it is excellent.
It's excellent. It's an
Yeah,
excellent movie.
yeah. No, like
The
it's.
reason why I wouldn't the reason why I wouldn't put it in masterpiece is there's that thing that you just said. It's like it was kind of like for the
Mm,
higher ups, it was kind of a nothing movie.
yeah,
Just keep them entertained.
yeah.
And I know we had this conversation recently.
Mm.
Is that it feels like something you could watch. It feels like something that you could watch on Disney Afternoon, but it's super high budget and super high production.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, like it just yeah, no, like it does. Like yeah, we actually like the way that we put it was actually it was you who put it.
Yeah.
Like it feels like an extended episode of a show from the Disney afternoon.
Yep. And say that and I say that as a compliment because
Yeah,
honestly, a show based on the Great Mouse Detective would freaking slap so hard.
yeah, yeah, man. I'm still kind of bitter that yeah, no. To this day, this movie is like super underrated. Like most people don't even know that it exists. I think that more people know about the Black Cauldron nowadays than they do the Great Mouse Detective. And
Yeah.
just because the Black Cauldron is such a weird anomaly in the Disney animated canon.
Yep.
I also I think that the main characters being mice probably doesn't help because when you think of the Disney animated canon movie with the mice, people either think of the rescuers of or the rescuers down under. They're not gonna think of Basil.
Yep.
Uh, unfortunately, unfortunately, Star Courts, I don't know what you mean with the girl with the see-through shoes. Um, unless you mean Cinderella, which it's there. Black Cauldron is a strange movie. It is. It is. If this movie was made during the Renaissance, it would have definitely had a Warner Harper TV show. Yes,
Yep.
yes, it would. Okay, next. Why should I worry? Why should I care? I may not have a dime, but I got streets of warfare.
I don't want to like say this and just be wrong because I think I will.
Mm-hmm.
But Oliver and Company feels like it was the first movie that takes place when the movie was made. I could be wrong here, and I could be misremembering like the other movies that we've ranked.
No, no, I think you're right.
Yeah, it's not supposed
I
to.
think you're right. I mean, like the exception is like Saludos Amigos, Three Caballeros, that sort of
Those
thing.
don't count for what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah. No, like I also think that the Rescuers is not supposed to take place during the time. Wait, no, maybe it is.
Yeah, that's why I say I'm not 100% sure.
Maybe it is because I'm remembering the level of technology that is present in not in the Rescuers per se, but in the Rescuers Down Under, and it definitely feels like late '80s technology.
Could be, but it's fine. Whatever.
Yeah, like yeah, they would usually stay in the time period of what they're adapting. Yeah, not the case with Oliver and Company. They pretty much took the Victorian story and put it in 1980s New York. No, if the Black Cauldron is an anomaly, this one is just
Odd.
exactly, exactly. Uh, Not just because like this this movie is so of its time. Like I don't know, like it's I think that it's
It's very 80s,
very
first of
80s.
all.
Yeah, very 80s. You would see like oh my god. Okay. Just thinking of it. Just thinking of it. You know what? You know what did you know the two movies that came to my mind now to compare it to? And they're both stupid.
Okay.
The Care Bears movie,
What?
and the Pound Puppies movie.
I mean, I can kind of see it, and at the same time, no.
Yeah, no, like, this is much better than either of those, obviously.
Definitely much better than either of those.
Yeah. Um, I it's like this. I have a massive soft spot for this movie. Uh but honestly, I'm not sure how much of that soft spot is for the animation of the time and how much is for the actual movie. I do think that a lot of it is for the movie itself as well because I don't know, like maybe it's because it takes place in New York, but it also gives me that Ninja Turtles vibe a little
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah, I would say that that's a big factor.
Mm-hmm.
Is like, here's the thing. One of the best this is something that I've never thought about. I've
Mm-hmm.
literally just thought about it right now.
Mm-hmm.
But to be honest, one of the to be honest, strangely enough, one of the best aesthetics in fiction, it's just New York in the 80s and 90s. Like, think about it. A lot of what a lot of people like that takes place in cities, like it's always New York.
Yeah. Yeah. This movie does feel like it came from the same company that put out Mickey Unwrapped and Totally Mini. Oh, and Videopolis. I don't remember. I think that Videopolis was in Walt Disney World. Or no, it was in Disneyland. Videopolis was in Disneyland. Oh man, but yeah. I mean, one thing that it definitely has that is that like you would not man, what was the name of the villain? I remember the name of
Sykes.
Sykes. Yeah. Yeah, like Sykes has probably one of the most brutal deaths of any Disney villain. But he was also a brutal villain as well.
I feel like Sykes is a super underrated Disney villain,
Yeah.
just in general.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's one of those it's one of those things that's like, oh, as a kid, he's just a guy in a business suit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's nothing much to him. It's like, it's kind of boring. As an adult, Jesus Christ.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, and yeah, I mentioned his death, but his dogs also didn't get a best end, the best end. Syndrome got destroyed, but that's Pixar too, Lou. We're just talking about the Disney animated canon. We're not talking about Pixar. So
Also, yeah, you're right, but everybody knows who Syndrome is. Nobody knows who Sykes
yeah,
is.
yeah. So I do feel that there's a lot to like about this movie, but I don't think. Do you think that it's better than, say, The Aristocats or Lady and the Tramp?
Yes.
Solid.
Yes. 100%. In my opinion.
Yeah. Okay. And now it's part of your world.
Yep.
The Little Mermaid. We are starting the Disney Renaissance.
Yep. We're finally here. We're finally close to the 90s.
We're
Because
finally
this movie
here.
did not come about in the 90s.
Put your hands together. If you wanna clap.
I blame this movie for my love of mermaids.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, because I always loved mermaids since I was a kid,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, it's 100% Ariel's fault.
I still love Ariel. I still love
Yeah.
Ariel. She's like if she's not my favorite Disney princess, then like I don't know, maybe Aurora or Moana. And that's because Kita is not counted as a Disney princess, which is bullcrap. Give Kita and Ailonwi their space in the Disney princess line, please.
But they don't sell.
I don't care. I'll buy it. I'll buy the stuff with them on it. I don't have money. Crap. Dr. Facilier got dragged straight to hell. His screaming face plastered on his tombstone. Yeah, no, that was pretty. Like, okay,
Brutal.
okay, that was brutal, but not visceral. Let's put it like that. Oh yeah, if you want to talk Rapunzel, yeah, you ask this guy. And yeah, okay, so Little Mermaid, first of the Disney Renaissance. A very good movie, honestly.
It's a very good movie. It has aged in some aspects, but I think it hasn't aged as much as some people uh, say it did.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because a lot of the things that a lot of people say is like, "Oh, this movie is bad because of this thing," and then you're like, "Wait a minute, no."
Yep. Ariel turned into a human because she wanted to uh bang a prince. No.
No, she always liked humans.
Yeah.
She always found humans fascinating.
Yeah, she always liked
That's
humans.
how she's introduced.
Yeah. Like she's introduced foraging for human stuff. Like yeah, like it is being infatuated with Eric that makes her want to, actually, take drastic measures. Actually, it's not even just that. Actually, it's not even just that. It was her dad.
Yep.
Like, her dad was the thing that pushed her to take Ursula's offer. Because it was a classic case of teenager doesn't feel appreciated by their parents.
See, Disney was doing generational trauma movies since the 80s.
Yay! Yes, they were.
It's not a recent thing. They just started sucking at making villains.
Wait a second. Okay?
Mom was just saying hello.
Oh, okay.
She tried her best not to pull attention, and you ruined it.
I'm sorry. Hey, dang it. Okay.
God damn it, you around.
In my opinion, Little Mermaid is excellent.
Yeah. Oh no, 100%. Excellent.
It's not a
I don't think it doesn't reach masterpiece. I saw someone be like, "Oh, I wonder how many masterpieces will be from the Renaissance." I can tell you, not as much as you probably think.
Yeah.
Because at least I'm being very stingy with the masterpiece rank.
Yeah. And I'm trying. He's usually better at being unbiased than I am. But yeah.
Little Mermaid is almost there, but it isn't, because it does still have some small issues. Like, okay, yeah, it's very, like we just said, it's like, yeah, she didn't become a human because of Eric specifically. However, the fact that you can interpret it like that is a problem.
Yeah,
that the movie has, in my opinion.
Like, the fact that it happens is not a problem. Though the problem is that the way that it happens can lead to it being interpreted like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that just means that the movie wasn't conveyed as well as it should be.
Yeah.
That's kind
yeah,
of
that was there was a bit of failure in communication. Okay, next.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy. The Rescuers
okay.
Down Under.
Okay, I'm just gonna immediately say before we really go deep dive in what I have to say about this movie, just put it in fine. It's a fine movie.
Yeah.
Period. It's very 90s. It feels like a movie that shouldn't have been made by Disney.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's part of its charm.
Yeah, it feels more in line with stuff like I mean, I know that they came out afterward, but it feels more in line with stuff like the Tom and Jerry movie and Once Upon a Forest, even
Exactly.
Fern Gully to an extent.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. However, to me, that's why the movie has a bit of charm.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it has more charm than the original Rescuers. But to be fair, it's because it's from a time that I grew up with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
um,
Okay, but below the Aristocats, yeah, no, like, but inside the tiers, they're only ordered chronologically.
yeah, we're not putting them in order within the tiers.
Yeah,
We
that would
could do that,
that would
but
take
I feel like we would fucking lose our
that
minds,
would take
and
forever.
that would take forever. I don't want to waste that kind of time.
Yeah, no, we're just gonna put them in the tiers, nice and neat, nice and neat. But we're not gonna go over that. No. Okay.
However, and this is where my rant is going to start. I hate that this movie was made, in a way, because the
Wow.
alternative
Wow.
was making The Prince and the Pauper into a feature-length movie. And I feel like that was so much warranted than giving The Rescuers a fucking sequel. No one asked for a sequel to The Rescuers. People have been begging for a feature-length Mickey movie since I'm pretty sure since they started making feature-length movies. And they had it right there. The Prince and the Pauper short is so good. You could have just made this a feature-length movie, and I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure it would have been better for it.
Yes. Yes, like one of like it like that's one of my issues with Prince and the Pauper. It's too short. Like
Yeah, and if they didn't,
honestly.
and if they didn't waste those resources on making freaking Rescuers Down Under, maybe we could have gotten that movie.
Yeah, like that's so it could have Elmer. It could have content for a feature-length movie.
Yeah, dude,
Look,
if they made a if they were able to make a feature length movie with Snow White, where half of the movie is just the dwarfs fucking around, I'm pretty sure they could make the Prince and the Pauper Mickey movie into a feature length.
yeah. Yeah, no. I'm 100% behind that notion. Like also, it didn't have to be a long feature length movie. As soon as it goes
Yeah,
over the 60-minute mark, it's feature length.
yeah, and honestly, I think it would have made the Renaissance,
Or Dumbo, yeah.
lineup look much better because the Rescuers Down Under just sticks out like a sore thumb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If it was, if Mickey Prince and the Pauper was in there, yes, it would also stick out. But if it was of the quality that the short was, it would stick out in a good way.
Yeah. Instead of a what the heck is this doing here kind of way. Which is
Yeah, but hey.
yeah, no, like because here's the thing. I also kind of love the Rescuers Down Under. The because specifically because it feels like a very strange Disney movie. It feels like a very Disney movie.
Exactly.
Also, here's the thing. Another thing that keeps it from being mediocre, other than just not being as boring as the first one. Yes, Walt Disney hated sequels. That's also 100% true, and that's another reason why the existence of this movie has bothered us for so many years.
Yep.
Before they
And
actually
don't
start.
get believe us, we're not done with talking about sequels,
Yep.
unfortunately.
Yep. But yeah, the thing, but yeah, one of the things that makes this movie a cut above the rest is that it was the first use of the CAPS system. What is the
Yep.
CAPS system, you may ask? Basically, it was the first movie animated with what can essentially be considered drawing tablets instead of cells. Like it was the
Also,
first.
bye, new round.
Okay, bye. Bye, do around. Good luck. When you hinted at bringing up Mickey Mouse again in the Renaissance, I thought you were hinting at the other Mickey short of that era.
I mean,
What?
this wouldn't be a problem if they kept that promise.
Yeah.
If they just kept making Mickey and Donald and Goofy shorts after this, but they didn't. So the
Yeah.
Prince and the Pauper is in this weird situation that it's a short that exists.
Yeah. It's more
It's a
comparable. It's more comparable to Runaway Brain, honestly.
yeah, yeah. Except Runaway Brain didn't have like I said with the Prince and the Pauper like another movie that feels like it should have gotten its place.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Runaway Brain was thought up as a short.
Yep.
Like 100%. Did you have Kelsey
I mean,
Grammer? You have Kelsey Grammer as the scientist. Oh, don't be shy. It'll be an adventure. I hate adventure. Great, you're hired. I love that scene.
Runaway Brain is good. I understand it's not for everyone.
Yeah.
But I really like it. But it's because I also sometimes have a sixth sense of humor.
I like it because I like it when projects take Mickey to extremes. But not but not extremes like, oh, this is rated M for mature. Let's have Mickey swear and have sex and do violence and shit. Like, no. No. No, I like Mickey being cool. Okay? I like Mickey being cool and having a bit of a spine, even if he's a reluctant hero. I love that. Disney had Sideshow Bob before they had Sideshow Bob. Yep.
Did they? When did Runaway Brain come out?
No, he means because of the buyout, because of the Fox buyout.
Oh, okay. I got it now. I get the joke now.
Oh, Carlos Freixo voiced Mickey in Runaway Brain in Portuguese, apparently.
Yeah, because they didn't have a specific voice just yet.
Yeah, Rui Paulo hadn't beaten the hadn't done the casting yet. I like my Mickey being a bit of a Sonic, and House of Mouse has it. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Okay, so next movie.
Yep. I think we know where this is going. There you go. Good.
Yep. There's no two ways about it. Beauty and the Beast is just too good.
Beauty and the Beast is what Little Mermaid could have been.
Yeah.
But Beauty and the Beast is only the way that it is because Little Mermaid happened.
Howard Ashman.
That's kind of how I see it.
Howard Ashman. He was one of the people who made these two movies what they are.
Yep.
And Aladdin to an extent, but he wasn't alive for the entirety of Aladdin's production.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a shame. I don't know if he was alive for the release of Beauty and the Beast though. You know who Howard Ashman was, right?
He's the composer, right?
Lyricist. The composer was Alan Menken.
Okay, yeah.
Or no.
You just made me remember something, but we'll talk about it when we get there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I miss when Disney wanted.
But yeah, I don't think there's a lot to say about Beauty and the Beast, for better or for worse, because it's just a good movie. It's the older that I get, the more respect I get for this movie, and the more I like it. To be honest, because when I was a kid, I didn't really like it.
And the more I regret not growing up with it. But like it just so happens that when it came out, we didn't have like a lot of tapes yet.
Yep.
Like and it was still during that time where our parents were like, "Oh, our friends have the tapes. You'll just watch it there." Like just like other people probably had that for us with like the Little Mermaid. Like we had the Little Mermaid, we had Cinderella. So yeah, if people wanted those, they could just record off of ours.
Yep.
So yeah, Should we also rank the version that shows Gaston's assistant being responsible for most of the film's events? Is that the live action version? Because if yes, then no, we are not gonna rank that one. Unless something weird happens in the sing-alongs or in the stage plays, you know, the ones that play at Disneyland and Walt Disney World and whatnot. Like unless something weird happens in those. Oh, but yeah, no. Also one thing that happened with us with the Beauty and the Beast is that it was in the same VHS tape as the Jungle Book. Also, I was a scaredy cat when I was a kid, so I couldn't
Yes.
handle it. I couldn't
Yeah,
handle
I
it, and I feel so stupid because of that. I could have grown up with Peak. Instead, I didn't. Instead, I just had stupid Snake in that tape.
Yeah, I remember that we just didn't watch Beauty and the Beast because of you.
Yeah, no,
Because I'm pretty sure I would not have an issue with the movie.
I was so scared. The beast was scary, but I think that the scariest thing for me was the mob.
The mom?
The
Oh,
mob. The
The
mob.
mob, yes. I get that. I'm not going to pretend that I don't. I
Yeah.
do get that.
Someone recently said Gaston is the smartest character in the movie, and it's probably true. Depends on how you define smart. There's many types of intelligence, and Gaston is definitely an ace.
He's definitely not book smart.
Yeah. No. Yeah, he's not book smart, but he is street smart. I mean, you gotta have some smarts if you eat 5 dozen eggs a day when you're a lad. Oh yeah, Gaston's death is. I mean, it is the classic falling. It is the classic falling death, but I think that it was done very well. It was done very well. Everything about this movie is done super well. Like, oh, but the beauty, but Belle has Stockholm syndrome. I mean, are we going to completely ignore the fact that there's an other side to the romance? Like, it's not just Beauty it's not, keep calling her Beauty. It's not just Belle catching feelings for the Beast. It's also the other way around. Like, yes, it may be Stockholm syndrome. But come on, really? Are you really gonna use that? Like, dude, you're not supposed to take this movie as an example of like, life.
You should never take movies as an example of life unless the point of the movie is indeed to be that.
Yeah.
That's something that I feel like a lot of people don't understand with fiction. Fiction is that. It's fiction.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it can help you model things in real life. It can give you like a template to how to work things out in your life, but you're not meant to just kidnap someone and think that, oh, it worked for Beauty and the Beast, it's gonna work for me.
They didn't like each other until both did. Yeah, that's how relationships work sometimes.
Yeah.
God, if people have an issue with that, damn, these people would not be able to watch romance anime.
Yeah.
Toradora would be torture for them.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so Tulu says, yeah, the evil dog from Balto, which we haven't watched yet. We have the tape, but we haven't watched it. Was supposed to be killed off. It was scrapped because no one wants to see a dog die. Someone should have told that to the people who made Oliver and Company. Rest in peace, Roscoe and DeSoto. You will be missed. Your presence in the movie was electrifying.
Oh my god. Toradora is torture for a lot of people with bad opinions.
Yeah.
To be fair, I haven't seen Toradora yet. but I want to. It was
Yeah.
on Netflix for a while, and then when I finally said I want to watch this, they removed it. So it's great. I
Yeah.
love Netflix, guys. It's so great.
Yeah. They made newly 2D animated sequences for the Disney parks of Gaston's assistant being the reason for a lot of the film's moments. Oh, that! Yeah, I am familiar with that. But I've never been able to watch it, so I can't really say anything about it. Um, Difference is that Belle chose to stay, and she did leave at one point, but came back to take care of Beast. So it really isn't Stockholm syndrome. Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly, exactly. Like, yeah, the Beast at one point, the Beast did let her go, and she went because her father needed her. Like, there's like layers to this stupid movie. Like that, I did it, people. Okay, next. You've never had a
Oh,
friend like me.
Aladdin.
Yeah.
Ooh, I would say excellent. I really like Aladdin.
Mm-hmm.
Personally.
Yeah,
I
no.
know that there are some things that didn't exactly age super well, it's true, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I don't care. I just like the movie.
Yeah. Yeah. No, like like and much like Beauty and the Beast, like it was like a massive achievement in like an animation, like in general,
Yep,
like like animating the genie. Like there's a reason why Eric Goldberg is still so many young animators idol.
exactly.
Like if anyone is wondering who Eric Goldberg is, he was the supervising animator for Genie, which means that he also did a lot of the animation on him. Like, you know, there's never just one person who does the animation on any character, but he was the supervising animator, which means that he did the bulk of
Hmm.
of the animation. And then there's like the assistant artists and all of that. But yeah, he's the one who like planned it out and did the things. And yeah, pretty sure he was also involved in the storyboarding process because man, the storyboards for Aladdin must have been like the storyboarding process for Aladdin must have been I don't even know. Like one second is this, another second is that.
Yep.
So yeah, I would put Aladdin in masterpiece. I think this is the Disney movie with the strongest cast of characters.
I would I would agree with you, but again, first of all, a lot of the movie is carried by Robin Williams. Let's never forget that fact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Uh,
I did have a conversation
mhm,
with some people here with some people here in
in chat.
chat about the whole thing of Robin Williams being, you know, getting top billing, and if I think what I think of that change for
Hmm.
like the animation industry, and I'm like, I don't think that it's as big of a change as people think that it is, because a lot of these other movies had also celebrities,
Oh yeah,
and
definitely. Heck, we
you
just
know,
talked
big
about Vincent
names.
Price.
We talked about Vincent Price, Billy Joel,
Hmm.
um, like I know that they're like, even if
How
it,
they were going to have the Beatles.
yes, exactly. Hi Maytho, welcome. You're just in time for, well, we're already in the Disney Renaissance. But yeah, I think that part of the reason is because a lot of what the genie is was indeed because of Robin Williams's improv.
Hmm.
But yeah, no, there's a lot. Just look at the cast of the Jungle Book. Like, I mean, yeah, sure. People weren't flocking to Snow White to hear Pinto Colvig as Grumpy. Sure, yeah, that's true. But like a lot of these other movies had like Scat Cat, Scatman Crothers.
All right, it was him, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, no, like people have no idea what they're talking about, and I'm not even getting into the movies that were not by Disney that also had big name stars in their casts, like before 1992. So Studio Ghibli movies always have mainstream actors for the dubs. Yeah, but most of those dubs came out after Aladdin was a thing.
Yeah,
So
that doesn't really count, unfortunately. That's already during the period that people say, "Oh, they keep getting celebrities,"
yeah.
and we're talking about like beforehand. One thing that you could say that it's a very weird thing that it's like, "Oh, they should get actual voice actors to voice in movies, like Japan does," and then you actually look at Japanese movies, and they don't. They do the exact same shit. You look at any Mamoru Hosoda movie. Uh, Actually, Mamoru Hosoda is not even the best example. You look
No,
at
no,
any
Makoto
Makoto Shinkai movie.
Makoto Shinkai.
Those are actors.
Yeah.
Those are legit actors. Those are screen actors
Yeah.
doing the voices
Also,
in the movie.
most Studio Ghibli movies, are also like they also have.
Yeah.
I think it was Hayao Miyazaki who said that he doesn't like working with seiyus because he thinks that they don't know how to act. I wonder what Miyuki thinks of that. I mean, granted, he was a kid. He was just a kid when he voiced Haku. So, so yeah.
But yeah, all this to say that yeah, I absolutely love Aladdin, but I would not put it on masterpiece status.
It's pretty close.
It's very close. It's kind of like it's kind of like Little Mermaid in terms of that. In
Yeah.
my opinion, like they're both very very good movies, but I don't know if they reach masterpiece status.
I think that part. I think that yes, I know he has a lot of opinions about a lot of things. Some of them
What?
questionable. No, about Hayao Miyazaki.
Oh,
He's a picky man. Yeah. Okay. Next.
yeah, this one we won't have a lot to say either. I
Patsiwanya barabichiwa sitihun
feel
hingonyama.
obviously it's the first awful.
Yeah, Lion King is awful. What are we talking about? Like, worst movie. What worst movie that Walt Disney Pictures ever put out? Like, no question, it's terrible, awful. No, it's a masterpiece.
Yeah, no. Uh, the Lion King is one of those movies that it's so good that I don't even really know what to say about it.
Starcourt says he's coming to our house right now.
Like, there are so many moving parts that just make this movie work.
Like this movie is what made me into a Disney nerd. Because in the far off year of 2006, I decided to just look into the Lion King on Wikipedia. And that's when I found out about the Disney animated canon. And I realized how long it had it been since some of the movies that I had grown up with were released. Like, my mind was blown when I realized that when Snow White came out, our grandma was 1 year old. Like,
Yep. By the way, Tulu, it didn't rip off. It's not another movie. It's a show because you're thinking of Kimba the White Lion. And yes, what they were trying to do was just Hamlet with lions.
No, he's saying.
So no, they weren't. They weren't trying to rip off Kimba.
He is saying that. He is saying that they were not trying. They were not even trying to rip off Kimba.
I know. I'm just confirming that it's not another movie. It's a show.
Oh
and
my.
a manga.
Oh my goodness! I think I have to open the door for Kiba. Okay.
That is the only thing that I was
He
trying
is
to.
Siamese, if you please.
That is the only thing that I'm saying that it's like to correct. It wasn't a movie; it was a show.
Yeah. Did you also have a phase where you were trying to decide if you tried to rip off Kimba or not, even though or not, even though you know nothing about Kimba? No, we've like here's the thing. Here's the thing. We've always been kind of skeptical about when people go like, "Oh, this popular thing is bad because it did this thing." Like we've always been a bit skeptical of claims like that. So yeah, when we saw people saying that, oh yeah, the Lion King ripped off Kimba, we were like, no, it didn't. No,
Okay,
it
so
didn't.
so it was a manga first. Thanks for confirming. I suspected that was the case.
Yeah.
It was it was Tezuka-san anyway, so it's like yeah.
Yeah. At least the basic premise is like Hamlet. I mean, yeah, 100%. Like, and with the sequels, they decided to just go all in.
Yep.
Just go all in because Lion King 2 is Romeo and Juliet, and Lion King 3 is Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. So yeah. And I think I've seen someone saying that, oh no, this stupid movie can't be based on a Shakespearean thing because it's stupid. And I'm like, wow, this shows how much you know. No, like no, it was literally the idea. Like the Lion King 1.5 is supposed to be Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern being the characters that Timon and Pumbaa fill in for in The Lion King. Oh man. Well, I won't say it's my number one. I feel like The Lion King is at such a high that I legit can't see Disney topping.
Oh,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah,
It's one of
no.
those movies that it's like I don't think they'll ever be able to pull something like this off ever again.
Yeah. No,
They
like
could be surprised, who knows, but I just don't think that's happening.
yeah, no, especially because this movie was made by the B Squad.
Yup.
The A Squad was working on Pocahontas.
Ooh, Pocahontas. Oh boy. uh, where do we put Pocahontas?
Hmm. Ah man, I wish that we could have seen. I wish that we could have gotten the movie that we would have probably gotten if Beauty and the Beast wasn't nominated by best feature.
Who knows?
Because I am 100% sure that that's the reason why Pocahontas came out the way it did, because they went like, "Oh, we're playing with the big boys now." Like certain priests from King Ramses's kingdom said in a certain DreamWorks movie, "You're playing with the big boys now. You have to be super serial."
I would either put it either in solid or fine. If we're talking
Mm-hmm.
about if we're talking about the renaissance of Disney animated movies,
Mm-hmm.
is probably one that has aged the worst.
Yeah, no, like not even like not even you know that I'm a huge sucker for stuff that that has Native Americans in it and talks about
Hmm.
Native American culture and all of that. Um, and that's also one of the reasons why I have a soft spot for this movie. Also, it was the first movie that I ever saw in theaters.
Yep,
Like
same.
this was my first movie theater experience. It was this movie. Uh and so I do have, a soft spot for it, but I
Hmm.
do have to say like it's not excellent. Not at all. Not at all.
Yep.
I would probably say like what everything that it does compared to everything that it could have done, I think honestly that it's just fine.
Yeah.
It's
I
just
agree.
fine. Like especially like it being in the same tier as Bambi, I think that it's fitting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I agree. I agree with that placement.
Mm-hmm.
It
Yeah.
did kickstart. What's his name?
Mm.
I just want to
I
be
don't
sure.
know. I don't know who you're talking about. Who are you talking
Mm,
about?
hold on.
What are you looking at?
Christian Bale. There you go. It kickstart Christian Bale's career. So that's
Yeah,
interesting.
He voices Thomas,
Yup.
right? Like the little little twink, the little twink guy. Like,
And then he would later become Batman and the American Psycho. So that's so so that's funny that that's how it went. Okay, yeah, Patrick Bateman. That's the name of the character of American Psycho.
yeah. Okay, next. Oh, this one's a doozy.
Okay.
It's
Oh,
fire!
okay.
Hellfire! Actually, I should sing the bells of Notre Dame instead.
Uh, okay.
Say the
This
bells,
is probably gonna
bells,
be the one that's
bells,
the hardest
bells,
for me.
bells, bells, bells. The
Because to me,
bells of no. Yes.
because to me, this movie is a masterpiece. I absolutely love The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Yeah, like
And
it's not going to be in solid. It's going to be either in masterpiece or excellent.
yeah, it's either going to be excellent or
Redlantis, no.
or a masterpiece.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Hmm.
the thing is that I feel like I'm being kind of a hypocrite because the reason why I didn't put Aladdin in in the masterpiece has to do with a lot of like some things in age super well and Robin Williams carries a lot of the movie, even though the rest of the cast is amazing as well.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and Hunchback of Notre Dame has the gargoyles, and they're a bigger detriment to the movie than anything that Aladdin has.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think it's excellent. Just short of
Yeah,
masterpiece.
yeah.
Just short of masterpiece. Yeah, no, it is definitely one of our all time favorites too. But
Like these three movies of the Renaissance that aren't excellent right now,
mm-hmm.
these are movies that if I were to make my own list, they would probably all be like in the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. It would
Yeah.
depend on me how I would organize stuff.
What's wrong with the gargoyles? Uh, tone
For the
whip,
tone of the movie,
tone whiplash,
yeah, for the
tone
tone of the
whiplash. They're
movie,
like yeah. Go on.
for the tone of the movie, they're a massive distraction because they are indeed there to be like comic relief, but there is such a thing as too distracting
Yeah.
of a comic relief.
Yeah. No, like the gargoyles, like the idea of the gargoyles is fine. But I think that they went a little bit too far. And that little bit is doing a lot of work.
Yeah, exactly. Especially because, again, like comparing with, for example, Aladdin, the full story of Aladdin is much more like lighthearted. The problem with the the good the reason why Hunchback of Notre Dame is so good is indeed because they decide to tackle a very mature story, a
Mm-hmm.
very dark and a very dark. I would actually say that mature is more the correct word to
Yeah.
describe the movie, and because the movie is not lighthearted, it has lighthearted moments, but it's not a lighthearted movie. The gargles just give, like you said, they just give mood whiplash.
Yeah.
Like, oh, here's the comedy bit because you're watching a Disney movie and we want you to laugh now.
Yeah.
because things are getting depressing.
Yeah, no, it's kind of also the whole thing of you not realize of them not making up their minds about whether the gargoyles are actually real or just in
If
Quasimodo's
they
head.
committed with the idea that the gargoyles are all in Quasimodo's head, it wouldn't be a problem. Because it would be like this strange layer to the movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But because of the climax of the movie of how it happens, it makes you question if they are real or not.
Yeah.
And that's part of the problem, in my
Mm-hmm.
opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, like the gargoyles could have still been the same, but if the movie had committed to making them part of Quasimodo's imagination instead of making it, oh, maybe they actually are real. They can use each other as like a Gatling gun. Like like and a Gatling gun that actually works. It's not because I'm pretty sure that the soldiers getting shot at certainly did not feel it was Quasimodo's imagination doing that.
Exactly.
So we transition we transition from a man of God vowing to burn down Paris and claim a woman to singing rocks.
Pretty much. No, it's even worse. It's like we came from a song that's about a guy that is burning down Paris, lusting over a woman, and claiming that it's not his fault, like denying his sins, to a song about singing rocks saying that you have Riz. Like, like how much more rude whiplash do you want?
Yep.
And I apologize if me saying Riz made a lot of people on the chat cringe. I don't care. It's what it is.
Yeah. Okay. Lol, what indeed Tulu? Yes, there is no explanation. There is no explanation. Like it is just like my brother said. It is just like what he said. Okay. Next. Now that you put it like this, yeah. Okay, next.
Hercules.
Hercules.
Excellent. No more questions.
Yep.
It's an excellent movie.
Yeah. No, this is not just solid. Like mythological inaccuracies aside, because
Yep.
there's a lot of them. Like no, you cannot look at Hercules or Heracles and judge it according to its accuracy to Greek myth. No.
Oh no,
You
definitely
can't.
not.
You just can't.
If anything, part of me would say that the worst part of the movie is that it gave people the wrong impression of what Greek mythology is and what Greek culture is. Because I've seen people complain about that, like actual Greek people complain
Yeah.
about that. But
Yeah.
at the same time, it's one of those things. It's kind of like with Aladdin, in my opinion. It's like you should be able to divide both, and if you're not able to divide both, then it's just you having media literacy.
Yeah.
It's not, to me, it's not the movie's fault that it's trying to have like a creative outlet compared to like people just thinking that things are just like that.
Yeah. No,
I
like
don't know. That maybe that's just me being me. I don't think it's like the filmmaker's job and obligation to babysit you into doing research into how these people actually work, how a culture actually work. As long as they're not being insensitive with their art, that's not their fault. That's not their responsibility.
yeah. Well, like a bit of everything. A bit of everything is what I say. Is what I say. Like because yeah, like as an artist you do have a responsibility towards the things that you represent. However, you shouldn't let that overtake everything else.
Yeah,
Like, and if you're gonna make a mistake, admit that you made a mistake. Own it.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, also Hercules is very 90s. You're
Yeah.
correct. It's also a very, very 90s product.
You collected Herculad, you monster! But yeah, because like here's the thing. Like if you just want to make a movie set in a specific place, like in a specific time in a specific place, then yeah, of course you're gonna do some research, and sometimes things fit and sometimes they don't.
Yep,
But
but you should make that research.
yeah, you
And a
should.
lot of
Yeah,
people don't.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
people just like being ignorant. I don't know what to tell you.
yeah. Well, like I don't need to study Greek myth. I have this movie. It tells me everything I need to know about it.
Ah, yes, the movie where you have Danny DeVito voicing Phil.
No. Like an even better example. An even better example. Oh, I don't need to go to England. I watched 101 Dalmatians. I know everything now.
Exactly.
I do like Hercules, but it's very different from what it's based on, just like Mulan. Speaking of which, come on, okay.
Ah, yes, Mulan.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent as well. I would put it
Yeah,
there.
like
If
there's
it was
very.
if it was my own list, it would also go to masterpiece. I absolutely love Mulan.
I don't think that I would ever put Mulan in masterpiece. Like it is very good. It is very good. Don't get me wrong, but I think that it lacks a certain something, and I don't know exactly what
It
that
is
something
fair.
is.
It's just that I just really like the movie. Remember that top 5 movies? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Mulan would be somewhere in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
For me.
Oh yeah, there you go. I don't need to study Native American history. I watched Pocahontas. I don't need to go to England. I watched Austin Powers. So yeah. By the way, yeah. Reminder that we're not ranking our favorite movies. We're ranking
Exactly.
we're ranking them according to like what we think that we know about like movies in general.
Yeah,
You
this is
know.
basically how it is. It does have like a bit of bias towards it, but we are trying our best to not let our bias influence too much the ranking.
Yeah. Yeah, we put three caballeros in fine, but we would never put it in like solid just because we have a background with
Exactly.
it. Let's get down to business to defeat
Feet.
the Huns.
But yeah, Mulan is one of my favorite Disney movies personally.
Mm-hmm.
But even I admit that it is lacking in in some small things.
Yeah,
Like
it
the
is
emotional core feels like it should be a little bit just
stronger.
a tad bit stronger.
Mm-hmm.
The main villain is boring. He's menacing. He's scary,
Yeah.
but he's kind of boring. If you don't find him scary or menacing, he's just a guy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just a guy who likes smushing dolls in his hand, I guess.
I mean, one of the cool things about Shao Kahn is that he's not
It's not
misogynistic.
Shao
That's
Kahn.
cool.
Shao Kahn.
Shao Kahn. One of the best things about him is that he's not misogynistic. I mean,
His name is Shan Yu.
Shan Yu. There you go. Shan Yu. Him. Shao Kahn. Yes, the main villain.
No. Look. Now you're making me want a version of Mulan in which Shang Tsung is the villain.
Your sword is mine. It would be a very different movie.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, no, he is very cool. He is that very cool. Yeah, exactly like it. He's one of the coolest Disney villains, but he's also deep as a puddle. Yeah.
Exactly. 100%.
One of the best things about this movie is that it wasn't made in 2020. Yup, we didn't have to appease the Chinese government with this one. We just made it because we felt like it.
Yep.
And
And
that
it's good. I
and
don't think the Chinese dislike this movie. To get, it's, for example.
yeah, definitely is definitely not not the case, not the same case that Greece has with Hercules.
Exactly.
Shang Tsung would fit in perfectly. That's the funny part. Yeah, that's exactly why I said that I wanted to see
Yup.
that now.
But yeah, personally, one of my favorite movies of Disney, probably of all time.
Hmm.
Uh, but for this ranking, I can't put it in
Can you
masterpiece. I would
imagine if
not
they
feel
remade it in
correct.
2020? Yeah, that would have been awful.
Yeah, a good thing they never did that,
Yeah.
especially with people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so glad they didn't do that.
Mm-hmm. I'm so glad that there were no issues regarding the production of that movie that doesn't exist. Shao Kahn sounds like Shere Khan became a human warrior who takes tigers. And then he looks at King from Tekken and is like, what the heck is this? Okay. Oh man. Okay, this one is gonna be tough.
Okay.
This one's gonna be tough.
You think?
Like, because if Lion King is the movie that got me into doing research about the Disney animated canon and made me into a massive Disney nerd,
Mm-hmm.
this is the movie that kept me in there for the rest of time. Tarzan.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that. I did
I
not know that
started I
Tarzan was that important to
I
you.
started I started going deeper into the Disney animated canon and deeper into like Disney's history as a whole when we got our Tarzan DVD in 2009.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like
That is very interesting.
I was already in because of the Lion King, but
Mm,
Tarzan is what kept me in. This
that's
nerd.
very interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah. I told you there was more than one reason why, for example, Tarzan for the PlayStation is, kind of a game that is dear to my heart.
Yeah, no, I did not know that.
Yep. Oh man.
I mean, I could say something, but it's very cringe.
Say it. Embrace the
I think
cringe.
Jane is very pretty. She's probably one of my favorite Disney leads.
Why would that
In terms of aesthetic,
why would
if you
that be why
will.
would that be cringe? Why would that be cringe?
I don't know.
I,
Admitting
I
that
also
I think women are
I
pretty.
also think
It's
I also think that Jane is very pretty. What do you mean? I think the Chinese people were more impressed with Kung Fu Panda because DreamWorks did their homework. Yes, exactly.
Oh yeah. Oh no,
Doing your
100%.
doing your homework, doing your research when you're creating art. Like, well, if you're someone like me, it's a reward in of itself, but it's going to be noticed. It's going to be noticed. The problem with media literacy and that whole responsibility thing is not that, like, I don't think that we should stop people from from telling stories that they want, but I also think that people should do their due diligence and do the research that they need in order to make sure that they're not, doing, major that they're altering anything in a major way. Like, because if you're making a movie set in this culture, you want this culture to feel appreciated, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Like, I don't feel appreciated with one of the movies that supposedly takes place in our culture, or at least a semblance of it.
Which one?
We'll get there.
We will.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will.
Huh.
I was shocked to learn that some really dislike the Phil Collins song, and by some I mean the nostalgia critic. Yeah, I have no idea what people like. Okay, I understand that that the Phil Collins songs are a little bit on the nose with their lyrics. Like, some of them really do tell just what's happening on the screen, but I don't think that makes them bad songs. Honestly. Like, and that's honestly one of the things that makes me like, okay, so Tarzan, excellent or masterpiece? Like, because I think
I would say
I,
excellent,
yeah, it's
but
not.
that's me.
Yeah, no, like, but even though a lot of the things that it does, like, for example, we just said that Mulan feels like it lacks a certain, like, emotional core. I think that emotional core is present in Tarzan.
I I can see that. I can definitely see that. Uh, I don't know. I didn't expect us to have like a discussion with Tarzan. If I'm gonna be 100% honest.
Okay, tell you what, we'll leave it in excellent because we know that it's excellent.
Oh no, yes,
Like,
100%.
yeah, and we'll see as we go if it still feels right for it to be there, or if it could move up to masterpiece. Like, if we start putting in some excellent movies, even though, like, our excellent lineup really does feel like pretty, pretty accurate.
I do think so too.
I don't think Lion King is on the same. No, I don't think Tarzan is on the same level as Lion King objectively. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, yeah, no, like, it's, yeah, no, it's not. It's like, it could be closer. It could be closer. Yeah, I
To
think
be
that.
fair, if I'm gonna be 100% honest, I don't know if anything else is gonna go to masterpiece.
I'm thinking the same thing. I'm thinking the same thing. I think that we're going to start having two lines on some of these, and no new masterpieces. Maybe, I don't know. There is one movie that I don't know if we're not gonna put it in masterpiece. Like, and it's gonna be hard for me.
We'll get there when we get there.
Yeah.
Because I don't even know what movie you're talking about right now. But yeah, like I said, we'll get there when we'll get there.
It's an amazing film, but it's lacking short on making it a true masterpiece. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
kind of how I feel.
Now we have Elmer saying that he thinks that it's at the same level as Beauty and the Beast.
Eh,
Hmm.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. No, like I said,
Honestly, I think we would.
we're
I
yeah,
think we move on
yeah, yeah. No, we're gonna leave.
because Tarzan being an excellent feels right, anyways.
Yeah. Okay. And now we are unfortunately out of the Disney Renaissance. And the
Yep.
first movie of the what some people call the millennial Disney era,
Hmm.
Fantasia 2000.
I would say that it's solid.
Hmm. Yeah, no, for what it is.
Exactly. It's either solid or fine. I would not put it in mediocre.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, solid or fine, solid or fine. I'm
But
trying to
it's
think.
not excellent either.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the shorts in it. And yeah, like, I think that, I think that purely by the animation alone, I think that it makes it a solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, like,
That's at least how I feel. I know that most people would put it like lower than
mm-hmm.
that, but I disagree
some
with those people.
some people, pardon my language, but some people have such a raging hate boner for Fantasia 2000, and I do not understand.
Yup.
I don't I don't get it. What did this movie do to you? Like, what did this movie do to you that you think it's so insulting? Like, that, what the heck?
The thing is that the reason the biggest difference between Fantasia and Fantasia 2000, in my opinion, is that what Fantasia 2000 does is no longer novel. I think that's like the biggest difference between both of them, because the reason why Fantasia can be considered a masterpiece has a lot to do with like not only the history of the company, it also has to do with when it was made. It has to do a lot with those things. Fantasia 2000 came out in 2000. They've already done so much stuff with animation at that point.
Who's meowing there?
It's Kiba. He came in and then he left.
Gah. Ah, Kiba. He's making
Yeah,
himself.
Star Quartz is right. Is right. At worst, it's cute, and I
Yeah.
agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. It's not a bad experience. It's just that it's not novel anymore.
I just thought of another movie that can be considered a masterpiece. I think.
Okay, we'll get there when we get there.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not seeing it right now,
Yeah.
but we'll get there when we get there.
Okay.
uh,
Next.
but yeah, those are my. That's how I feel about Fantasia 2000.
Mm-hmm.
It's good, but it's nothing mind blowing.
Yeah.
Like the original was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But it's still very good in terms of the animation.
Oh, it's definitely better than anything that the package films did.
Yeah. Which
Like
is
one
which
hundred percent.
which is why we can put it in the same tier as, say, Peter Pan, for example.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Also for example, I really like the final short.
Oh, the
For
one,
example,
Pomp and Circumstance.
yeah, the one about nature and stuff like that.
Oh, no, no, no. Okay, then it's not Pomp and Circumstance. I don't remember the
What
name.
is that one? Is that one that's supposed to look like it's something from the 50s? Because I also think that's very good.
No, that one is. I don't remember. I knew the names of all the segments. Now I don't remember. Pomp and Circumstance is the one with Donald.
Oh no, that's a very good short as well. But
Okay, I see. Okay, I see. Now, I see how that could be a detriment for some people, but I don't understand why that would make you hate the entire thing.
the whole presenters thing.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I agree with that statement. I think people is like, oh, this is only famous people. It was famous people back in the day as well. You just don't know them because it's a movie from the 40s.
Yeah. No, I think that, but I do think that the original Fantasia depended a lot less.
Oh no, it did.
Rhapsody in Blue. There you go.
Yeah, that short is very good as well.
Yeah.
But my favorite is indeed the last one, the one with
The fire, the Firebird Suite.
Yeah,
That's what it is. That's what it is. It's the Firebird Suite. Yeah. Okay. Next.
Oh yeah. Now we enter the 2000s.
I know where this one is gonna go.
I know where I would put it as well.
Oh wait, no, it's not.
Oh wait,
this.
no, we have something else before.
We have something else before that one.
Oh boy.
Dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Those are
finally something to call subpar again.
Yeah.
I do not like this movie.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I would call it subpar, but it would definitely be in one of these three.
It's subpar, in my opinion.
Really?
Yes. I think it had. It's like if the BBC if the BBC didn't exist, maybe it could be mediocre. But unfortunately the BBC beat them to it. It's subpar because all it had going for it has to do,
was the photorealistic dinosaurs.
Yeah, and Disney and BBC beat them to it.
I wouldn't say that it's awful, Elmer. I do think
No,
that
it's
there
not
are
awful.
things that,
I would not put it in awful.
yeah, like
But I cannot in clear conscience put it on the same level as the Black Cauldron and the Rescuers.
I feel like this is a movie that I would really need to rewatch.
I mean, to be fair, you are correct. I haven't watched this movie in a long time.
I think
but I still
Yeah.
remember the feelings that I had watching the movie. And it was a big bag of nothing.
yeah, no, you are right. Like everything, I think that you know what I think
Like, let's put it like this. I was bored with this movie for the different reasons than the Rescuers.
because like the visuals didn't really give you anything nice to look at.
Yeah, exactly. Because at least the Rescuers is
I do think that
is interesting to look at because of when it was made, like the cell shade, like the cell animation and all of that. It's a product of its time.
Mm-hmm.
And Dinosaur, it's also a product of its time. Unfortunately, it's ugly as sin.
Yeah, Starcourt says that this is. I think this is the one Disney movie that we can agree is the most dated out of all. And like it
Oh,
says that,
100%.
like it says that they like this movie, but because they like dinosaurs. Um,
Yeah, but as a kid, I also liked dinosaurs, and when I watched this movie, I was disappointed.
I think two things that I think hurt this movie a lot.
What?
One, it's nowhere near as poignant as The Land Before Time. And
Yup.
two, it's nowhere near as batshit insane as We're Back, a Dinosaur Story.
Exactly. Those two movies are just better dinosaur movies combined.
Yeah. I mean, and
I've never seen Good Dinosaur, so I can't say anything. But I've heard it's
Yeah.
very boring as well. But,
Yeah.
But again, I would need to watch it to actually have an opinion on
Yeah,
it.
no, the Good Dinosaur is one of those movies that I'm like, oh right, I haven't watched all of Pixar's movies yet, and then I remember, oh right, the first one that I didn't watch was The Good Dinosaur.
Actually, okay. The movie
Came for
did help
dinosaurs,
me
left for the
in
love
dabbling
for the
in my
monkey.
like of lemurs.
Yeah,
I
no.
will. Okay, I'll give that to the movie.
Yeah, no, the mother lemur was super cute.
Oh yeah, she was.
And I do
She's
mean,
probably
like,
the
cute.
best thing in the movie.
And I do mean like cute as in like in a cute and cuddly thing, not like
Yeah.
I don't think that she's sexy. 'Cause I'm pretty sure that some people will. Some people would be like, oh yeah, the mother lemur. Yeah. There are like 50 Land Before Time movies. I mean, of course, I'm referring only to the first one. I mean, that would be an interesting thing. Okay, so how does Dinosaur rank amongst the dearth of Land Before Time movies that
The
exist?
tier list that everyone needs. The dinosaur movie tier list.
I mean, honestly, like an animated dinosaur movie list, I think would be interesting, actually.
But yeah.
Oh yeah, we also have to thank this movie for Yee.
Yee.
Why in the
Oh,
name
yeah.
of Tyrannosaurus Rex does it work for you and not for me? Well, somehow, I don't know.
But yeah.
I love, I love Dinosaur Adventure, and yes, it is true. Would have never gotten it without this movie. So obviously, this movie is a masterpiece. No. Will Barney be on that list? Does he have a movie?
I don't know actually, and I'm not gonna pretend that I do.
That's what that's from. Yeah. Yep. It is. It is. The Dingo Pictures tried to capitalize on Dinosaur. On this the Disney movie. I don't know. Like, one thing that would make the movie 100% better was if it was called Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs.
Yeah, like the things as YouTube poop. The dinosaurs of the dinosaurs were the dinosaurs.
But yeah, moving on.
It's
Yeah, just-
all about me.
Just leave it. We know that it's there. There
Yep.
you go. The Emperor's New Groove is amazing.
Yeah.
It's an amazing
Oh, by the
movie,
way,
spe-
speaking of Dinosaur Adventure, did you know that one of the things that most people think is ridiculous from that movie, which is, that the dinosaurs, like, they were herbivores and then they turn into carnivores, and that's bad? Like, and that's seen as bad? That's something that actually happens in nature. If herbivores find themselves without options, they will turn to meat as a last resort. So the movie was actually accurate in that. Like that famous diner painting with the dinos instead of people. Oh man, that would be so. That like someone has to make that. The
The
plot of the
diner
Dingo
paint.
Pictures one is
Wait,
almost 1-to-1. Yeah,
wait.
almost.
The diner painting? You mean like that one that it's what is it called? I wish
And
I
the one
knew.
that's like the diner at the corner in the city.
Let me see.
Except instead of people, they're having
Nighthawks.
yeah.
Yeah, the Nighthawks. Ooh, that would be interesting. That
What?
would be interesting, like to like make a whole movie reinterpreting like the 1940s, uh, but with dinosaurs.
Oh, dude!
That would be a very interesting idea.
Whoa! I think you tapped onto something there. But yeah, an absolute cult classic. I wish this came out in the Renaissance so that it would have done well. I mean, it was planned to be a continuation of the Renaissance instead of, just a lower budget kind of movie, coming out after
Yeah,
Fantasia
the
2000.
history of the Emperor's New Groove is complicated and an interesting one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So do we get T Rex Hitler then?
No. Maybe the war. It's either gonna have this stupid movie that I'm imagining either takes place before or after the war.
Yeah, like it either takes place in the mid 1930s or like in the late 1940s.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, Elber. Uh but yeah, no. It's like this. I absolutely love this movie, but I also wish I would have been able to see what Kingdom in the Sun was going to be.
Yeah.
And there's like on YouTube, I think that someone uploaded the whole documentary about this movie. It's called The Sweatbox. If you haven't watched it yet, definitely recommend it, especially like if you're interested even a little bit in Disney history. Pterodactyl Harbor.
Oh no.
Oh no. But yeah, no, this movie, man, it was so. Elmer, what the heck? Why the heck are you Fatima Lima?
Okay.
That's silly. That's silly. I don't like it. Okay. But yeah, no, like, but even with all the production troubles that this movie had, like the fact that we still got this,
Mm-hmm.
like, I think is nothing short of incredible.
It's still like the best comedy that Disney ever put out, like
Mm-hmm.
bar none.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right, the movie without Cusco, the movie that originally started as anything but Cusco, not Cusco's movie. Okay. That is
Okay,
like
moving on.
yeah, no, there's not much that we can say. Like the
Yeah,
only thing
no,
that
it's
we
just
could probably do is like talk about the production history, but like that's gonna take forever. We're not gonna do that.
yeah. Let's not. How many movies are left, by the way? Oh, okay, yeah, of course.
Atlantis movie in the Atlantis tier because of course. Wow! I mean, yeah, though, this is the whole reason why I made an Atlantis tier. but, if we were to put, this movie, somewhere, there was a whole Yzma song that got cut. Yeah!
Yep.
Snuff out the light. Claim your right to a world of darkness. Snuff out the light here tonight, etc. You're shocked? Why, Jin? Why is it that way? Is it that weird? Is that weird that the Atlantis movie goes in the Atlantis tier? Honestly, it's too bad we can't like make a duplicate of this because yeah, like we could put it here and then on the actual tier. Thoughts on the TV show? I don't know. Maybe I was a little bit too old. This is weird to say. Maybe I was a little bit too old to enjoy it on its own terms at the time that I personally watched it. When you also realize The Emperor's New Groove counts the second time Disney planned to make a Prince and the Pauper film and dropped it. Yeah!
Yup.
That story is cursed, I tell you. Cursed! Okay, but
Um,
memes aside, where would Atlantis go?
mm.
Like, in. Mm,
I know where I would put it, at
mm,
least. I would put it in solid,
mm.
personally.
You would
It
put.
wouldn't be excellent,
Mm hmm.
because I do feel like the movie needed a little bit more time to cook. If
Mm,
you will, it needed more time in the oven for
yeah.
it to be like for it to be like excellent.
Mm hmm.
But I do like a lot what we got, so I would not put it in fine either.
The Thief and the Cobbler is also cursed. Yup. Yeah, you know what? I agree. I agree because it's like this. There's a lot of things that I like about this movie, obviously. Just look at where we are.
Obviously.
Um but I'm also one of the first people to say that the original premise of the movie was inherently flawed.
Yep.
Like the inherent like it was inherently flawed because this didn't start out as a movie about Atlantis. This started out as a movie about a bunch of experts in their fields going to have an adventure inspired by the works of Ray Harryhausen. And encountering a whole bunch of like monsters and stuff. In that sense, I can understand why the comparisons with Strange World kind of happened because Strange World ended up being a little bit more like that
Mm-hmm.
than what this ended up being. This one ended up being more Indiana Jonesy than what
Mm-hmm.
the way we got with Strange World. Even though Strange World also borrows from Indiana Jones and it's like visual language and all that. Um, but yeah, the problem that I think that they didn't grasp in time because here's the thing. The directors of this movie were the same people who directed The Hunchback of Notre Dame and Beauty and the Beast. Like
Yep.
these were not like amateurs. These were not people like Mark Dindal who just happened upon the project like boop, now you work on this. Mark Dindal, by the way, director of the Emperor's New Groove. I feel like I always have to specify who I'm talking about because I know the names of these people, but I don't know how many other people know them.
Yep.
Like if I say Mark Dindal, oh yeah, the guy from Cats Don't Dance. Like, and Disney was also going to pick up that movie until Roy E. Disney left. What? The Thief and the Cobbler? Wow. That would have been interesting. You think that they would have made that they could have made the movie work if they changed the setting? Like
Maybe.
if they didn't make it Arabia because they already had a movie based on Arabia.
Yep.
Um
It's possible. Who
yeah.
knows? That's the thing.
Okay. But yeah, Atlantis definitely a very solid movie until you start noticing some of the cracks in its planning. And why are those cracks in that planning? In the planning because they weren't thought out from the beginning. Like, and I think that this movie suffers a bit from that. Like, I still like it a lot. I still think that it deserves to be like in the solid tier, but
Mm-hmm.
it does have issues. Okay,
Yeah.
next.
Ooh, Stitch. Lilo and Stitch. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, go right
Uh,
ahead.
remember when I said we'll get there when we get there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do think Lilo and Stitch can be considered a masterpiece.
Me too. Th-
It's such a good movie from beginning to end.
mm-hmm.
Which
Yeah.
explains why so many people are pissed off at the remake.
Uh-huh.
Because from what I can understand, the remake is a solid movie. It
mm-hmm.
works.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we know how the original is, and it's just better.
Uh-huh. It's just better on so many levels. Like there is a reason why Stitch became an icon. And the
Yup.
reason and the reason is like and the reason is the same reason why you don't see Gurgi plushies everywhere. Like like do I have to say anything else? Like no, Lilo and Stitch is just a banger of a movie. 5 stars,
Very, very
10 out
good.
of 10. Like again, like it said, no notes. No notes. It's just that good.
Yep.
If there is just one thing that I could point to, it wasn't the movie's fault.
Hmm.
The uh
Oh, the climax that had to be changed.
yeah, the climax that had to be changed. Like you can
Yeah.
tell that the models because yeah, that used 3D. The models were kind of undercooked. It looks a little bit off. But yeah, stuff happens and you can't use the original ending anymore. So
Yep.
yes, exactly, Star Wars. If there's any other Disney movie post Renaissance that preserves masterpiece, it's this. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, moving on.
What do we have? Ooh, okay. I know where I would put this.
Excellent.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Honestly,
Treasure Planet. I love Treasure Planet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I underestimate how much I love this movie.
Yeah.
To give you an idea.
No, like this movie, this movie is so well done. Like I know that some
Yep.
people would say, "Oh, but Ben exists." So what? So do the gargoyles.
I like Ben.
Yeah, me
Yes.
too.
Don't get me wrong. Yes, I understand why people find him annoying, but I like him.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah. Dare I say another 10 out of 10? I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure
It's
about
a 10
that.
out of 10 in my heart, but I understand some of the issues. We were just talking about Ben.
Yeah. Let's put it okay. Let's put it like this. Beauty and the Beast, The Lion King, and Lilo and Stitch don't have a Ben. They don't have gargoyles. They don't have any characters.
Let's put it like this. Especially talking more about Beauty and the Beast and Lion King.
Mm-hmm.
They do have like comedy relief characters, because they do. This is a fact.
Mm-hmm.
However, they're not detrimental to the tone of the movie.
Yeah. Like it doesn't feel like the movie has to change to accommodate them.
Exactly. And that is the problem with the gargoyles. That's the problem with Ben. That's yeah.
No, please
yes,
no.
Lilo and Stitch has Pleakley and Jumba, but again, unlike these that I'm talking about, they don't affect the tone of the movie. The movie still has the same tone.
Yeah. No, like we're not saying that Ben is not well integrated into the movie.
Oh no.
Like, in terms of lore, we are like the thing is the thing about Ben is that what he brings to the movie is the kind of thing that needs to be very well balanced.
There's a reason. Yeah. I'm gonna give an example of a very recent movie that does exactly what we're talking about, and it's an amazing movie. It's one of my favorite movies of recent memory, and that is Transformers 1. All these characters are Bumblebee.
Yep.
Like, you either really vibe with this kind of comedy, or are you immediately turned off? Because what they do is that they immediately change the tone of the movie.
Yeah, whenever they're around.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because there's a way to make characters funny, but when it the problem with these kinds of characters is that they feel like very look at me kind of characters.
Yeah, like the Star Quartz. Yeah, Star Quartz mentioned Timon and Pumbaa, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, they're great examples. They're great examples of characters that are comedic, but they fit in without creating this whiplash that we're talking
Exactly.
about. And
And that's
again,
the problem.
and
And that is the
again,
problem. Yeah,
and
go ahead. Go ahead.
and again, we're saying this, and we love Ben. Like we
Yeah.
love Ben. I think that the movie wouldn't be the same without him. We're just saying that some people do not take well to that kind of character.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's why we can't, like, if we're trying to be objective, we can't really, consider Treasure Planet a masterpiece. Definitely close to a masterpiece.
Yeah.
I would
It's a masterpiece in my heart.
Yeah.
Like I don't know the order that I would put like the movies in a list made by me, but I can definitely believe that Treasure Planet would find its way in like the top 10 at least.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Because I really love this movie.
Mhm. Yeah, same Star Quartz. 100%. Like, it also doesn't help that in Portuguese he's voiced by one of my favorite voice actors of all time, who also voiced Timon, by the way.
Yep.
He's Timon and Clopin.
Uh, we were lucky that Ben had a very charming voice. Let's put it like that.
Yeah.
A very
Yeah.
charming
I'm
and
gonna.
very familiar voice.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I'm gonna
for,
guess.
for,
I'm
for
gonna
our
guess.
audience.
I'm gonna guess that it was the same thing that with Laketh, because he's saying that the Italian dub was also like his voice in the Italian dub was really good.
Yeah. No offense to Martin Short, but yeah, I don't think he didn't pull off
Yeah.
entirely this role.
Yeah, he was playing. He was.
Because I do like Martin Short as a comedian, as an actor, but
Yeah, he should keep to playing with the big boys now. Well, they already had the.
it was Martin Short, right? I'm not hallucinating.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was.
Okay.
Although they already had the perfect comic relief, which was Dr. Doppler. Yeah.
Exactly. Dr. Doppler is amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
See,
That.
Dr. Doppler fits what we said. He's comedic. You can see him as the comedic the comedic character, but he fits the tone of the movie.
Yeah. Yeah. In Italian, he was by celebrity, but he's voiced in such an unhinged way that it works. He's like that red guy from Robots. Oh, you mean the other guy who was also voiced by André Maia in the Portuguese version?
Yeah, except in the original, it was Robin Williams.
Yeah.
It was just Genie, but again in a worst movie.
Yeah. No, wait, you're thinking of the bat from Ferngully.
That too.
Okay.
Guys, just because you have Robin Williams in your movie doesn't mean you shouldn't write a script.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's power through. We are close-ish to the end. Okay.
How many movies do we have left? Actually, no. There's a better point for us to see that. Let's continue.
Okay. Next movie,
Brother Bear.
Brother Bear.
It's fine.
I would say that it's solid.
I guess.
I would say that it's solid. Like, when I was thinking of, the tiers, one of the first movies that I thought for the solid tier was Brother Bear.
Was Brother Bear? Okay, then
Yeah.
sure. I guess.
Mm-hmm. No, like, because it has a lot of things that we usually associate with Disney at their peak.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just that there's something about Brother Bear to me that it feels like it's missing, and I'm not sure what it is.
Mm.
I guess I just don't vibe with the movie.
Maybe it's because it has the Joker in it.
No, because I didn't even know I was Joaquin Phoenix at the time. Which isn't again. I still find hilarious that Joaquin Phoenix is like that actor that has been around since forever, and then the Joker came out. He's like, Joaquin Phoenix. This is a new guy, right? And he's like, no, he's been doing movies since the 90s. What is
Yeah.
wrong with you?
Yeah. Hmm. Mm. I'm trying to remember the movie and Mm. Hmm. Yeah, no, I don't think that it's better than Atlantis. Definitely.
Yeah.
Because the reasons that mar Atlantis are stuff that you only notice when you're actually thinking about it. Whereas
Hmm.
like Brother Bear, it's a little bit hard
Yeah.
to
It's like that.
pinpoint.
It's like this. To me, I would even put it at mediocre, but at the same time, I feel like I'm
I know.
being too
That's
harsh on
too.
the
That's too
movie.
low. That's too low.
Yeah, exactly. Especially looking at the list of movies that we have on Solid, I'm sorry, no, Brother Bear doesn't seem to fit there.
I find it to be on verge of excellent, but its shortcomings weigh it down to top solid. Yeah, either that
Yeah,
or
no,
like,
I think it's fine. I think
mm,
fine is the best place to put it,
yeah,
personally.
like at the same level as Bambi.
Yeah, it's same level as Bambi, Pocahontas, like
Mm-hmm.
Lady and the Tramp.
Do you think that one of the reasons why Brother Bear feels so off is because it tried to bite off more than it could chew, narratively?
Probably, probably. I don't know. Like I said, there's something about Brother Bear that feels like it's missing.
Hmm.
Like I guess it's because it was also like the first movie that you could tell that we were no longer in a renaissance.
Yeah,
You know,
you can make a case for the others for like, oh yeah, no, it's still a continuous line, and then you get to this one, it's like, oh, okay, there's something.
no, because the thing is that the way that I see it is that Emperor's
Emperor's
New
New
Groove
Groove.
rocked the boat. Like it's a very good movie. It's an excellent movie. I absolutely love it. But you could tell that something happened.
Yeah.
You know, and
Mm-hmm.
then Atlantis didn't land the landing,
Didn't stick the
and then
landing.
Treasure Planet, while stupid good, and I absolutely love it. That feeling that something changed is there. Brother Bear is the first movie that you're like, yeah, something has already changed.
Yeah, something has changed, and there's no going back.
Something is missing. Something it's no longer the same.
You know,
And I will say that that's probably not the movie's fault in terms of that, but at the same time, it affects the quality of the film just in general.
I think it's such a shame because like the premise of the movie is so good.
Yeah,
But again, a good premise does not a good movie make.
exactly. Exactly. Like I don't know what it really was, but there was something off about Brother Bear. At least to me, it always
You
felt like
know,
something was off with the
I
movie.
think I know what it is. I think it's the second act.
Probably.
I think it's the second act because like I honestly can't remember what happens in the second act, and that's a bad sign.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, but I don't think it's like mediocre status. It's
Mm-hmm.
not as bad as some people were saying it like a few years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's like
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's
Okay.
fine.
Next,
Okay, Home on the
Home on the
Range.
Range. The
That's
last traditionally animated movie for a while.
yeah. I have no idea where the fuck to put this thing
Yeah, like it feels
because
like it. Yeah, go ahead.
it feels like it's so much of itself. You know.
This belongs in the the WTF tier. Honestly, yeah, if there was a WTF tier, this would definitely be there.
You know
Again, this
what?
movie it's so itself.
You know what I think?
You know?
I think it's fine. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think it's as bad as people say it is,
No,
because a lot of people look at it as being the
the thing that killed the 2D Disney animated movies.
yeah. But
But
if you
they're
remove that,
but they're no, and no, and they're confusing the symptoms with the cause.
yeah, exactly. But if you remove like the idea that it was like one of the last Disney movie for a while, like the last 2D animated movie for a while,
Mm-hmm. I think that
there's there's some stuff that is just funny in the movie.
yeah,
It is a funny movie.
yeah.
The movie does not want you to take it seriously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and going
And that
into
is
it,
probably the biggest problem that we had as, I was gonna say kids, but I don't remember how old I was at this time.
careful
It
there.
was just
Careful there. You don't want to give too much away.
yeah.
Let's put
And
it
that's
like
why it was so frustrating watching the movie. But if you remove again, yeah, if you remove like that, if you actually look at the movie for what it is,
mm-hmm.
it's fine. It's just a dumb comedy.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I find very little to actually dislike
Exactly.
about Home on the Range. I wouldn't say like again, I wouldn't say that it's, like a cinematic would be masterpiece like what we have in Solid, in which you can tell that like okay, with a few tweaks these could be, excellent movies, but they fall
Or they're
short of
just
that.
very solid movies on their own, like
Yeah.
the solid tier.
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, yeah, Oliver and Company. I don't think they would be able to make it something better than that, but it's just a solid movie in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. And I do think that Home on the Range is definitely more of an acquired taste than something like Oliver and Company. We did, Elmer. We did. We put Brother Bear on the fine tier, and we explained why. Okay. Next. Oh.
uh, finally, finally,
Just, just awful.
yep.
Just
This movie has
awful.
zero redeeming qualities.
Bad
This is
animation, bad characters, confused storyline because it depends on the characters to work and the characters do not work.
it's not funny and it
Mm-hmm.
wants to be a comedy.
Yeah.
The worst thing that you can have is a comedy that's not funny.
Yeah, no, which is what this is.
Exactly.
Which is
Like,
what this is. Like I'm pretty sure that there's, like I'm pretty sure that some people can find something to like about it, but I don't know. Like it is 100% one of those movies that I'm like, okay, no, this like if you want the emotional core of this movie to be Chicken Little's relationship with his dad, then you have to make his dad not a piece of shit.
it's funny that you say that because honestly, as a when I was younger,
Mm-hmm.
I did not really see him as a piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like the dad, I never made that connection.
Mm-hmm.
Again, my personal opinion, that is the biggest thing with Chicken Little, is that again, it's not funny. It looks weird. The script is not solid enough. The
Mm-hmm.
movie feels confused half the time of what it actually wants to do and be.
Yeah, no, like
Uh,
Elmer is bringing up like Dinosaur as a counterpoint to Chicken Little, and I'm like, dude, at least Dinosaur had the whole like, okay, we want to be photorealistic thing going for
yeah,
it. Like it was an actual design choice. If you look at the design choices in Chicken Little, they
it's
just
just ugly.
yeah, they don't look right. They don't look right. And we're
It's just
not
an ugly movie.
yeah. Yeah, I mean there has been uglier, true. Also, hello, Shamistic.
I,
Hi.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe if we rewatch the movie, we could, like, because I'm reading what Jen said. It's
Mm-hmm.
kind of good, bad. Who knows? Maybe rewatching the movie, we could like appreciate it for what it is, and we're
Mm-hmm.
being too mean. towards it.
Like so bad.
Because
It's a
there is a
good.
possibility. There is such a thing as so bad it's good.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
The duck girl
and
is cute. The
but
duck.
the thing is that for
The
what I'm remembering of the movie, I just didn't have a good time with it.
yeah, me neither.
But it is true. It is true. One thing, the movie has the baggage of being the first CG Disney movie,
Yeah,
and that clouds a lot. Remember what I just said about Home on the Range?
yeah.
That you should not judge
No,
it
like a
for
lot.
being the last 2D movie.
Yeah, no, like a lot of the negativity directed at Home on the Range can also be directed at Chicken Little for the exact same reason.
Exactly. So it really is okay. Yeah, I don't remember liking this movie.
Mm-hmm.
However, I don't know how I would feel about the movie rewatching it nowadays. That is a very good point
Mm-hmm.
to be made.
Yeah. Ironically, find enjoyment in this film, especially for how tone deaf and neglectful Buck Cluck was. Oh, that's his name.
Yeah, his
That
name
is
is
it.
Buck Cluck.
Buck Cluck. Wow.
So yeah, maybe we would need to rewatch this. Of all these movies that are in this list, I do feel like Chicken Little is the one that needs a rewatch the most
Mm-hmm.
than anything else on
Yeah.
this list.
Mm-hmm.
Because for example, yeah, uh, whether I like it or not, they pointed out, yeah, which one is worse, Dinosaur or Chicken Little? And that kind of threw me aback because part of me is like, I actually don't know.
I don't know. Like I do the reason why I would probably put Chicken Little as worse than Dinosaur is because it was more ambitious than Dinosaur was.
I guess they were both ambitious, and that's the
Mm-hmm.
thing.
Yeah, no, they were ambitious.
Uh,
They were ambitious in different ways. I think that my thing is with Dinosaur, what they wanted was a little bit clearer. With Chicken Little, I
mhm.
think that it's more of a classic case of we want to do this thing and we failed at it.
uh, Another thing that I could say about Chicken Little that I feel,
I mean,
uh,
yeah, no, we're not saying that the movie is like the worst thing ever. It does have redeeming qualities. It's just like as far as the Disney animated canon goes,
okay, let's put it like this: if we can find a worst movie than Chicken Little, we'll boot it up to subpar. How about we agree on that?
yeah,
How about we shake hands on that?
yeah. I think that
Because let's be honest, with Disney's output, that's kind of a possibility
yeah,
in
well,
recent
yeah, we're
years.
we're gonna we're gonna
Just
see.
say.
We're gonna see. Like we're already in 2005. So yeah, we're already in the 21st
Uh,
century. What?
so yeah. There was something else I wanted to say and I forgot. Oh yeah, the only thing that I can definitely say about Chicken Little that is definitely a bad thing for me and personally is that it was probably the first time that I had an anxiety attack.
What?
Yes, this movie gave me anxiety because of the way that they decided to promote it. Legit,
What?
legit, the advertising of this movie saying that the sky was gonna fall gave me an anxiety. It gave me anxiety as a kid.
By two tatis. What the heck, man?
Yeah, because they said, "Oh, the end is near," and all of that because the sky is gonna fall.
Oh
Like, yeah, I was Chicken Little as a kid.
my god. No, Elmer. Why would it be bad?
I
Why would it be bad to have a Chicken Little plushie? He's a cute little dude.
he is very marketable.
Yeah. He can be made into tons of marketable plushies, whether he wants to or not.
They just don't make more of them because they didn't sell because the movie didn't do so well.
Yeah, but they thought it was going to. Remember that video game based on like the superhero that Little
Yup.
likes. Yeah. Oh
No,
my
no,
god.
it's not the superhero that he liked. It's the movie made based on the story that appears at the end of the
Oh.
movie.
Oh yeah.
He got turned into a movie in
Ah.
the movie.
Right. I didn't remember that. Okay. Thanks for the reminder. Okay. Next.
Okay, and
Meet the
now
Meet the
there's another piece of,
Robinsons.
and now there's another piece of trivia that I should say this is when we turned from Walt Disney feature animation into becoming Walt Disney Animation Studios.
Mm-hmm. But they were still using Walt Disney Pictures in the logos.
That's whatever. That's what Wikipedia says.
Yeah. Okay, so this movie is very strange, I would say.
I know where I would put it. Though.
Mm,
I would put it in solid.
solid.
Yes.
Hmm.
The movie is saved by its climax.
Yeah. No, if it wasn't for the climax, it
Yeah, if
would
it wasn't
not.
for the climax, it would probably be fine or even mediocre.
Yeah.
But
No,
but the
the whole
movie does it.
like
Yeah, go
the
ahead.
movie has this whole the whole tone of the movie is like super upbeat and stuff, so when it throws the climax at you, it's like, holy crap, what are they able to pull off, holy shit.
Yup. The movie does a very good job at doing a bait and switch on you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, like you may.
In its tone of the movie.
Mm-hmm. I remember being obsessed with UFOs for a good while because of that.
Good.
Yeah. Also, Chicken Little's performance was also dependent on whether Pixar was going to stay with Disney
Yeah,
or allows them to make more CGI movies.
yeah,
Because because there can only be one, right?
Also, yeah, that did not help that Pixar was like on its A game during that time. Like
Mm-hmm.
2005, what did Pixar just what did Pixar just put out? Actually, it was Cars, which is not the best example,
No,
but
that's no, that was in 2006. That was 1 year after Chicken Little.
really,
Yes.
I
The
thought
movie.
Ratatouille was 2006. I could be
No,
wrong.
no.
I
Ratatouille is
am wrong.
2007.
Yeah, okay. But right before that was The Incredibles.
Yup.
You want to compare The Incredibles with Chicken Little?
I actually found Meet the Robinsons a bit confusing. What time travel story isn't confusing, Elmer?
Yeah. No, which is why I say that it's just a solid movie. It's not
Mm-hmm.
like excellent.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. Like the themes land.
Yeah,
The theme that like
exactly.
the themes land. It has a banger of a climax. Yeah. Wait, did they replace Tom Selleck with someone else in the Portuguese version too? I don't think so. I think they actually call him Tom Selleck.
Yep.
Yeah, Home on the Range came out at the same year as The Incredibles.
Yeah, and then people wonder why Disney was like, we can't do this anymore.
Yeah. No, again, like the major issue between Pixar and Disney is that Pixar knew how to tell a very good story and Disney was kind of fumbling in that regard. Like like even if they were able to tell a good story, there was something that was keeping people from wanting to see them anymore.
Yep.
It's it's weird. Like Treasure Planet. Like the
Yeah.
Yeah, like only
But yeah,
Lilo and
that
Stitch managed to break out of that. Like every other movie was like failure after failure. Like the Florida animation studio closed like 2 days or something after Brother Bear came out to theaters.
Oh my god, you're so right, Star Quartz. That is embarrassing, actually.
Which I haven't watched yet. I have to.
Yeah, but I have, and I can tell you, yes, the SpongeBob movie is better than Home on the Range.
Yeah. If there was one thing that I would say that I think could be better about Meet the Robinsons is definitely the character designs.
Yeah, that's
I
why,
don't think
for example,
I
part
don't
of me wants to say solid, but at the same time, I
I
don't
think
think it
that
actually is better and fine
mm-hmm,
in a way.
yeah. No, because
Mr.
like
Robbins is a very mixed bag, if you
yeah,
will.
yeah, no, like because the story is good, the script is good, uh, like the tone Like the tone is good, like, but the character design is
Is not very
yeah, the character design is like kind of generic. But the bowler hat,
good.
yeah,
uh,
the bowler hat is fine.
it's definitely around here. It's either solid or fine.
Yeah,
That's the
no, yeah.
thing.
Well, we'll
It's
see.
definitely not excellent, far from it, but
Mm-hmm.
it's not mediocre.
Yeah, yeah. So we'll see if it still feels like
Yeah.
if it still feels right to have Meet the Robinsons at the same level as Jungle Book. I don't think that Meet the Robinsons should be here, dude.
Okay, honestly, seeing the next one, I would say that Meet the Robinsons works in solid.
Really?
Yeah. Because you know what comes next?
Bolt.
Yep. And that is the most fine movie Disney has ever put out, in my opinion.
the most the most fine movie.
Yeah. If there's a Disney movie that they made that you could really say is like, oh yeah, it's just like in the middle in terms of quality, it's Bolt.
Yeah, even though like the lineup for the Oscars for Best Animated Feature in this year was very interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah, there
but
was
Bolt had no chance.
Bolt had no chance. Like how the heck are you gonna beat Wally? Kung Fu Panda has no chance. What makes you think that Bolt has? Yeah, no, like Bolt really is one of those movies. Like I would say that like if we were ordering these, yeah, no, it would definitely be better. It would definitely be under Home on the Range and under Brother
Yeah.
Bear
Yep.
and under Pocahontas. Pocahontas has a lot of artistic merit, a lot more than Bolt does.
The thing about Bolt is that I don't feel comfortable calling it mediocre. That's
Yeah,
literally
no,
the only thing that's saving it.
yeah.
If the movie was done worst, it would be mediocre. But no, it's competently made. The story makes sense. It looks good.
Yeah,
It looks better than Meet the Robinsons.
because one of the reasons why we put Meet the Robinsons, no, why we put Black Cauldron in mediocre was because of it, because of the storytelling and pacing issues, which
Yeah,
Bolt doesn't have. Bolt is competently made in that regard.
exactly. It's just that nothing special.
Mm-hmm.
It's on the same level as Lady and the Tramp and Aristocats.
Yeah.
Heck, Aristocats has more merits than than Bolt and Lady and the Tramp, in my opinion.
Aristocats has a cat playing chopsticks on the piano with chopsticks. Oh man. Does it look
Oh
good?
no, yeah, it just looks okay, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, it looks okay. It doesn't look bad.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. It doesn't look like an uncomfortably made movie.
Yeah.
Especially judging like more movies being done at. This is before Despicable Me. Let's put it like that.
Uh-huh.
Despicable Me wasn't a thing anymore. It wasn't a thing yet.
I think it was already in production.
Yeah, it was already in production, but it wasn't out.
Yeah.
Like making CGI animation wasn't as easy yet.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
which is why I still give it like the benefit of the doubt in terms of if Bolt was made nowadays, 100% mediocre. Why would you even bother?
Yeah. You can tell with Meet the Robinsons and Bolt that Disney was still figuring out how to translate their style into 3D. Yeah, except that they made some tweaks to it that I don't know, just doesn't work. Like I remember the designs of the Xerox era and go like, why did you make this? Why stupid hair on everyone? Yeah, no, 100%.
Exactly. The thing about Despicable Me is that it has. I wouldn't say that the animation is worst. It's more stylized. It knows better what it wants to be, if you will.
Yeah.
And yeah, it looks better. It's more stylized in design because because they wanted to cut costs in animation. So they made an effort to make the movie look better by cutting costs by
Oh
lowering
right.
costs.
Bolt was going to be directed by Chris Sanders, like
Yeah,
the guy
that
from
also
Lilo and
doesn't help.
Stitch.
But both went to the went through
Yeah, it went through
went through
development hell.
went to production hell,
Yeah. Yeah.
development hell. That's what I want to say.
Look, any movie compared to Toy Story is an unfair comparison, and I don't even like Toy Story that much. Like, like how the heck can you top Existential Crisis the kids movie? You can't. Okay, next.
Mm,
Princess and the
it's
Frog.
solid. I would say that it's solid.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunate. I wish I could say that it's excellent, but it
Mm-hmm.
isn't.
Yeah, no. It had everything to be excellent, but they just fumbled the ball. I don't know.
The
Like, I
problem
think
with Princess and the Frog is that it had a lot
writing on it.
on its. Yeah,
It's too try
it
hardy. It's not.
it
Yeah.
it wanted so bad to be a movie from the Renaissance that it was not able to get there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it was too obsessed with what would make it a Renaissance movie,
Yeah,
and in pursuing that, it didn't allow itself to be itself.
yep,
Yeah, it's kind of like Sonic Superstars in that regard.
yep. In a way, strangely enough, that's an
Yeah.
interesting comparison, but sure.
Yeah, no, like it wasn't made like this because this is what the people behind it really wanted to make. It was made
Hmm.
like this because they were trying to evoke the Renaissance, which,
Yep.
you know,
By the way, the more that I look at it, the more I feel like yeah, Mito Robinson should probably just be in fine.
yeah, no.
I'm seeing it sandwiched between Atlantis and
Princess and the Frog, it doesn't deserve to be there.
It
Like
doesn't
for
feel.
like
It's
for all
not
for
that it
all
doesn't deserve.
no for
It
all
feels
the
odd.
yeah, no, for all its good qualities, it's not on the same level as these two.
Yeah.
Yeah. This might be heresy, but this is the movie that made me fall out of Disney as a kid. Out of love with
That's
Disney as a kid.
fair.
Yeah,
And
no,
that's
like
100% fair.
yeah, like I don't like no, I don't think that like I wouldn't consider that heresy. Like I would understand perfectly if someone told me, "Oh, I don't like The Princess and the Frog." Then I'm like, I totally get it.
Again, because again, the biggest problem with the movie is that you can feel that it's trying too hard.
Mhm. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
the
like
thing about
it's
the movie.
yeah, no, like it feels strained.
Yeah.
It feels like it's collapsing under its own weight. And that is a weird thing to say about a movie. But
Yep.
it is genuinely what I feel when I watch Princess and the Frog.
However, going next, Tangle
Tangled.
is what Princess and the Frog wanted to be. I put it in excellent. I love Tangled.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And this is the first movie to not have the Walt Disney Pictures thing on the poster. That's this starting here. It's only Disney.
Mm.
Yeah, which I honestly don't like. I honestly don't like. I think that the more we say Disney, 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 the more we stray away from what made this company and these movies special.
I mean, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But yeah, no notes. I love Tangled. Tangled is one of my favorite Disney movies in general. I don't even know why. I just really like this movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, like no, Tangled definitely is a more solid movie than Princess and the Frog. Um, and again, like it succeeds at a lot of points where Princess and the Frog failed. The dynamic, like let's put it like this. I think that one of the reasons why Princess and the Frog is not as good as it could be is that some of the best movies, like this is not a requirement for a good movie, far from it, but most of the best movies have the villain and the hero meet or be involved in some way, like
Mm-hmm.
and Princess and the Frog doesn't have that. Dr. Facilier and Tiana have nothing to do with each other. Like Tiana is just like she's just there because of what Dr. Facilier did to Naveen.
Yep.
And that's it. Like which again is a thing that works for a lot of movies. Like for example, Shan Yu had no idea who Mulan was, and that didn't make him any less effective as a villain.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that Princess and the Frog, for what it wanted to be, I think that it needed that sort of personal connection on some level.
Yep.
Yeah, it needed a stronger emotional core. You keep talking about the emotional core of movies. I think that the Princess and the Frog would have benefited from that. And Tangled has it.
Yep.
So yeah. Also, it has
Uh,
Maximus. Tangled brought Disney back, both quality wise and relevancy wise. Yeah, yeah. We like Tangled definitely was a turning point. Uh,
yep.
and to think that when it first started out production, they were thinking of making it kind of like to rival Shrek. It was also their 50th animated feature, so what a way to make a comeback, if you ask me. Yeah. In fact,
Yep.
that's the reason why we can't stop now. We only have like 13 movies to go.
Yes. I am so hungry.
I thought you had snacks.
I did a good chunk of hours ago. I didn't know we were still gonna be there at this time.
Okay. Okay, moving on then. Winnie the Pooh. Excellent, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's excellent. It's like the original. It's like the original, but just better.
Yeah. Yeah, like with yeah, like the original is more innocent, I would say.
Yeah.
It's more like in your face about its innocence. But
Hmm.
this one was made not just for kids. This one was made also for adults. And I
Yeah.
love it for that.
And it's very it's whimsical in a different way.
Mhm.
On the sense like you can tell that it has like the animated tendencies of what like people like us grew up with,
Mhm.
essentially.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't just like I said, it wasn't just for the kids. It was also for people who grew up with Disney in general. At least that's kind of
Mhm.
how it feels, or
Yeah.
just with animation in general.
Mhm. I do see The Princess and the Frog as a buddy comedy movie, so I think that they hoped Naveen's connection with Vasilia would make up for that. Yeah, no, it didn't. Funny because when I watched it, I thought I'd like this way more if I was younger.
Which is fair. Don't get me
Yeah.
wrong. Don't get me wrong. Because, okay, let's put it like this: it's for kids and nerds.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I would probably put it more like that.
Huh. Back soon. Kind of sounds like Baxon. Oh well. Good luck, everyone. I love that. No, like the lyrics, like the
Yeah.
wordplay,
Yup.
like the wordplay and the lyrics of the songs. Oh my goodness, no, this movie is excellent. I'm not
Yeah,
taking it off
it's
the.
very good. It's
Yeah,
very very good.
that's better than Atlantis.
And you love Atlantis.
Yeah, yeah. Hello, bored AF. What do you call a flexible girl that lives in her attic? An acrobatic.
Cool.
Yep. Well, I don't think it was ever going
Okay.
to do Tangled numbers. It would most definitely done better if they didn't release it around the same time as the last Harry Potter, because of course.
Ah, yeah. It came out on the same week, didn't it? Probably.
Why did you do this to us, Disney?
Look,
Why?
it's like this. At least Rapunzel did well enough to warrant, like, a cartoon. A
Yeah.
good one at that, by the way.
Yeah.
A show that I still want to sit down and watch at some point, and I still
Mm-hmm.
haven't. And I'm
Yeah.
annoyed that I haven't.
Okay, next. Wreck-It Ralph.
Wreck-It Ralph.
Excellent.
You know what?
Hmm.
I would actually probably put it in Masterpiece.
Really?
There is very little about the movie that doesn't work.
You know what? You're right.
Yeah. It's just a stupidly solid movie.
Yeah.
It's just trying to distract you that it's not as good because it's a video game movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, like you would think that, oh yeah, it is video games. Like it's not that good. It has a lot of product placement and all of that. But like you can tell that the people who made it knew exactly who the placement was.
Yeah,
Like
just a vehicle.
yeah, no, like and the thing is that that product placement is there just to provide context. It's
Exactly.
just to provide you with context. It
Like the more that I think about, the more I'm like, I don't know what this movie does wrong. You know?
Yeah. No, like because even stuff that would be annoying in different in other circumstances, like for example, the liar revealed trope
Yep.
and stuff like that. Like the twist that this movie puts on that,
Yep.
like it's
It's stupid well done.
yeah.
It's just a very good movie. It's a
Mm-hmm.
very very good movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I can't think again. I keep saying this because it's just the truth. I can't think of anything that this movie does that it's not good.
Yeah. No, like because what are you what are you what are you what are you gonna point your finger about at it?
Yeah, that's what I was. I'm reading. I'm reading Starquotes' message. It's like, oh, it's amazing, but to put it on the same tier as Lilo and Stitch and Lion King, maybe. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is like there is no reason for it not to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Like the more that I think about it, the more I'm like, no, there is no reason for it not to.
Yeah, yeah, like we can find holes, in all of the other movies that are like in the excellent tier.
Yeah.
This one is like this one is rock solid.
Yup.
Wreck It
Like
Ralph.
again, the worst thing, a lot of quotation marks, about the movie is the fact that it has product placement. It deals with existing franchises, but at the same time, it's like if you remove that, it's just a solid movie. If they didn't have these properties and they were replaced with like mock-ups of the properties, the movie would still be solid.
Yeah, the movie
You
would.
don't it doesn't just because the movie has just because the movie has Bowser and Dr. Eggman and M. Bison and Zangief telling Ralph that he's that just because he's a bad guy doesn't mean that he's a bad guy. If we had stand-ins with other made-up characters, the movie would still work.
Yeah, yeah, no, yeah, yeah. There are better movies than Wreck It Ralph. Lilo and Stitch, Lion King, Beauty and the Beast, Sleeping Beauty, Fantasia. I mean, Fantasia is questionable because because it's not exactly a movie, now, is it? Okay.
I don't know.
Watches my
It is
credibility
weird.
falls away.
It is weird, but it really is like I can't think of any reason to put it under masterpiece, which is weird.
Yeah. Wreck-It Ralph having existing franchises featured feels more like Roger Rabbit than it does product placement, which I can't say the same for.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. We'll get to the sequel in a sec. Don't worry.
But yeah, okay. Frozen. The bane of so many the
Frozen.
bane of so many people's existence.
Frozen is a weird one.
Like and yeah, this might be and just to finish off the Wreck-It Ralph talk, this might be a hot take, but I like if I have to choose between Wreck-It Ralph and Aladdin to watch, it's only going to depend on my nostalgia. Like
Yup.
do I want to feel more nostalgic, or do I want to watch or do I want to watch a movie that is or that or don't I mind watching a movie that is more recent? Because
I will say that Wreck-It Ralph does not have one thing that it's like very Disney. The,
mhm.
the movie doesn't feel Disney.
Yeah.
Like if you want to go off vibes, sure.
It feels a little bit more like a DreamWorks movie, probably.
Yeah, yeah. That there is you can make it, you can make a case from Wreck-It Ralph not feeling like a Disney movie.
Mm-hmm.
That is 100%. You can you can definitely make a like if there is one thing that you can give Wreck-It Ralph is that it does not feel like a Disney movie.
Yeah.
Sure, if you wanna take it points because of that, sure.
And also, I am sorry, Elmer, but no, Frozen is not better than Wreck-It Ralph. It is more of a Disney-esque movie than Wreck-It Ralph, but it's not better.
I I said this because I saw Elmer's. I saw this because of why I saw Elmer's message. Because
Mm-hmm.
yes, Frozen feels more like a Disney movie, and yes, if you want to say a big problem with Wreck-It Ralph, is that it doesn't feel like a Disney movie. But at the same time, that feels like such a stupid reason to to deduct it points. Like, oh, it doesn't feel like it came from the company that it came. Like, so what?
So yeah, no, Frozen. Yeah, I definitely feel that it's not at the same level as Tangled or Treasure Planet or any of the Disney.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
no,
weird.
yeah,
It
no,
is
it's
weird.
solid.
It is weird to put Frozen in solid, but yeah,
No, them's the breaks. Them's the breaks.
yeah.
Like Frozen. Frozen is nowhere near as bad as some people who are sick and tired of the marketing make it out to be.
Hmm.
Uh, but it's still good.
Yeah,
Like it's still good. There's a lot to like about Frozen.
yeah.
There's a lot to like about Frozen. Yes, it's overexposed, but that doesn't mean that it's not good. But it does have Hans.
Just
It does have Hans, which coming exactly 1 year after Turbo, there
yep.
are no excuses. There are no, absolutely no excuses.
And just like that, we're on the final stretch. We're only missing 10 movies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, next. Big
Next,
Hero
Big
6.
Hero 6. Okay, I'm realizing that we're in a weird time of Disney because I wouldn't call the movie excellent,
No.
but solid feels like a disservice to the movie as well.
Because while that mistake was his, I do think that it's a good movie.
Yeah,
I do think that it's a good
yeah.
movie.
But
I
is
do
it
think.
excellent though?
Okay, it's like this. It's not at the same level as Hercules. I would say.
See, that's what I mean.
Yeah, it's not at the same level as Hercules. Definitely not at the same level as Aladdin. So yeah, no,
Yeah. No, I
solid.
would say probably solid. Yeah, I
Yeah,
do think solid is probably the
yeah,
best.
no, it feel no,
It could have been amazing. It could have been an amazing movie. It could have been because honestly, that was like the one thing that I was the most interested in when Disney bought Marvel. Let's be honest here, is seeing like Marvel properties, be, Marvel properties being adapted
Hydriel.
to into like a Disney movie.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, we've only gotten Big Hero 6 until now.
Yeah.
And at the same time, it's like Big Hero 6 really fumbles like the end of the second act and the ending of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And I also don't like the fact that you're treating now that Big Hero 6 is just a Disney property. That I don't like.
Yeah.
Like I liked this idea exactly because you can now make movies based on Marvel properties. I don't want Marvel properties to now just start just being Disney.
Yeah.
Spider Verse should have been a Disney movie, for example, is what I'm trying to say, or like an equivalent of Spider Verse, like a movie that has Marvel characters that it's just like a standalone movie in itself that it's just happens to be made by the Disney people.
Yeah.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
like just
Yeah.
pick up a good storyline, a good Marvel storyline, and make a Disney movie out of it.
Mm-hmm. Actually, like Star Quartz brings up a point. Like he thinks that it's
What?
better than Frozen, and will stand by that. And
Oh yeah, no, I can also stand by that.
yeah, like I think that between like if you have to choose between Frozen and Big Hero 6, it depends a lot on what you personally like in a movie.
Yeah,
If you're more into fantasy, then maybe Frozen is going to be more of your thing than Big Hero 6. And the opposite if you prefer sci-fi and more modern settings. Like
yeah,
because if you like more modern settings, you're going to find more to like in Big Hero 6 than in Frozen and vice versa.
exactly. Now I do
Uh
think now that I'm looking more about this about it, yeah, I do think they're in the right tier.
mhm. Yeah.
It feels right. And also Disney, if you're listening, just fucking listen to what I just said. Just pick a good story from Marvel and make a Disney movie out of it. A
Yeah.
movie with a middle, a beginning, and an end. By the way, not sequel bait. Just a movie that stands on its fucking own.
Like Big Hero 6. Big Hero 6 has a beginning, a middle, and an end.
Yeah, but it's a property that nobody knows what it is, and they're trying to treat it like it's just a Disney property. See,
Okay.
that's my problem with
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. No, okay.
I want people to know that it's still a Marvel thing.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
I
next.
like. I'm just gonna say this.
Mm-hmm.
Look, no one looks at Sleeping Beauty and thinks, "Oh yeah, that's a Disney thing." No, it's a fairy tale. You know,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. I want some people to look at one of these movies and be like, "Oh yeah, it's a Marvel comic, but it's done with." But Disney is making a movie out of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Zootopia.
Zootopia, I do think it can go to the threshold of excellent. It,
It is a very well told story.
it is. It is. It hasn't aged the best because of
Happenings.
current media, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, because of how things are being done nowadays, you look back at Zootopia and it definitely feels more ham-fisted, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But at the time, it was something that I feel like people needed to hear.
Yeah.
In fact, it's something that I think people still need to hear, and the people who are not listening are the people who just refuse to listen.
Yeah.
Because too many people tried to be Zootopia.
Yep. Zootopia also has a
Yeah,
Hans though. Yeah.
yeah, but it's not as detrimental.
Yeah,
It's not
no,
as
like
detrimental to the movie.
yeah,
I
no, I do
feel.
like the Hans in Zootopia, I think is integrated a little bit better than in Frozen.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go that far. It's just that it's like okay. Let's put it like this: the third act feels like a completely different movie. but but it goes with the themes of what the movie was trying to do,
Mm-hmm.
and everything else they did was too solid to really ruin the final act, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, no,
how
like
I feel about
yeah,
it,
no,
at least.
like I only like I'm gonna be honest. Like when I first watched the movie, I thought it was perfectly fine. Like I don't remember if it actually caught me off guard, but I did remember. Oh yeah, that makes sense. But I do remember that I thought, oh yeah, that makes sense. It was only like after I started, reading, the internet discourse, which I don't really do anymore, that I realized that people really didn't like it, and I was like, what? Really? Sure, it was kind of in your face, but did,
But I do get why people would say, but it's definitely not on the same level as Frozen and Big Hero 6, in my opinion.
yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
better.
Ju-
Thought.
well,
It's better thought out than both.
uh, what Starkroach said is to me like the crux of why this is an excellent movie. Judy and Nick have too strong of a bond for it
Mm-hmm.
not to be a good movie.
Yeah.
Like the movie was thought up with them in mind, essentially. I
Mm-hmm.
just think they fumbled a bit in the ending of the mystery, if you
Yeah.
will.
You thought it was immersion breaking, Laketh? Really? Like, um, Elmer, let Wreck It Ralph go.
We put it on Masterpiece. You're not going to change our minds. Yes, I know Fix It Felix and Sergeant Calhoun. They're fine.
Yeah.
I like them. They're fine. They work on the movie.
Yeah.
It's that thing that we just said. They don't feel their comic reliefness feels well integrated in the movie.
Yeah. At least, like, at least it does to us. Then it's our tier list. So, okay.
If you don't agree, make your own tier list. Heck, there are things in this tier list that if it was just up to me, they would be like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, yeah, no, you're right. You're right, Star Quartz. Which is why Lakeith's assessment of the villain in Zootopia is confusing me a little bit. Like like I don't really understand how the reveal of the villain would take you out of the story. Like
Especially when there's like what,
I
10
generally
minutes
don't get
left.
it. Yeah. No, the reason for Hans to change character was to have a twist villain. Like, we need a twist villain. Those are the best type of villains. You know, the villain that you don't expect.
That I wouldn't say that. The whole thing with Hans was indeed to like subvert people's expectations because he's the prince and all
Oh
of that
yeah,
and all of that. Don't remember. Hans is the one that started this whole thing.
yeah.
It wasn't a thing before that.
Hmm.
The thing is that the more that you think about it, the more Hans doesn't make sense, and that's the problem with Hans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah. No, it just no. It was just not good. Not good.
It was not well implemented. It's like a shock at the time, and then you actually think about the movie that you watch and go like, "Wait."
It's
a minute,
like,
that
oh
doesn't
my
make
god, I
sense.
can't believe they did that, and then you actually think a little bit about it. And you go like, why? Like, why did they do that? Was it just to get that reaction from me?
For
Is that
example,
it?
the better example, like comparing, would be Zootopia and Big Hero 6 for the twist villain, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. And even those are
However,
kind of,
to me,
and even
but
those are
however
kind of,
to and to me, the twist villain of Big Hero 6 affects the movie way more than Zootopia's. I think that's like the big thing about those two movies.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because again, it makes that was his mistake.
Yeah.
Line.
Yeah.
It ruins the movie more than you wish it did.
Yeah. It does lead to one of the best scenes of the movie, but at what cost?
Yeah, because it's like you could have just made the motivation better for the guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, next. Moana.
Okay, next Moana.
Excellent.
I would say excellent. I would not put it on masterpiece personally.
Oh yeah, one of my favorite movies I would
Of
say,
recent memory.
yeah, in recent memory. Like, next year it's gonna be 10 years old.
That is fucking weird.
Yep. It feels wrong. Feels wrong, man. Masterpiece. I don't know. I think that there were things about it that needed to be a little bit better thought out for it to be a masterpiece. Like, for example,
I have
like the third act breakup. I think that it could have been better done.
I have also another thing to say.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that I've always felt about Moana,
Mm-hmm.
despite really liking it.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, things happen too fast. There's something about the pacing that doesn't sit fully well with me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I really like the movie, and I really like the movie, but there were some things about the pacing that felt like things happened way too freaking fast.
What? No, Moana came out like 3 years ago, right? Yeah, yeah. It's amazing that they managed to make a sequel so quick.
But yeah,
Yeah.
that is my biggest issue with Moana is that there's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of is that I feel like it has
So
some
you
small pace
so
issues.
so you think that the movie should be longer? Let a
Yes.
few more things linger.
Yeah.
Which is
Like
which is weird because I think that the movie is already like 100 minutes long.
yeah, but what do you want? Like I don't fully believe entirely the connection that Moana and Maui have. To give an idea, I
Mm-hmm.
feel like it needed a little bit more time for it to be more believable. Which is why I think like the third act breakup doesn't fully work. It's because part of me is like, eh.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Maui, you two didn't seem to like each other that much to begin with.
Yeah. You should
You
put it in a
know?
shiny tier. Okay.
Atlantis too, sure. I mean, you could put it there if you put Atlantis up there as well, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, the reason for Maui splitting
it's
from
a
Moana
very,
made
very
sense,
good
and then he came
movie,
back.
but
Yeah, yeah. No, that's
like especially compared to like the classics, like
Mm-hmm.
the Renaissance, there is something about the pacing that feels off to me.
Mm-hmm. Which is odd because it was John Musker and Ron Clements helming the movie.
I know, which is why I'm a little more harsh on it.
Oh, dude! I just realized we have three. We have three. John Musk, John Musker, and Ron Clements movies in a row in the excellent tier.
We have all their movies in excellent.
We have all their movies in excellent,
None of
and
them are masterpieces, unfortunately.
yeah. Oh no. But yeah, we have the Great Mouse Detective and the Little Mermaid and Aladdin, like all three in a row.
Yep, and
Yeah.
then Hercules is over there,
And then
and
Hercules is
Treasure
over here,
Planet is over
Treasure
there,
Planet,
and now
and
we
now,
have Moana
yeah.
over here. Even though it wasn't directed by them, but still.
What, Moana?
No,
Moana?
Moana wasn't.
No, it was.
Was it?
Yeah,
Was it?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Okay, no, sorry, I was looking at something else.
Okay.
They're all excellent movies, but not masterpieces. I am
Yeah.
sorry.
And now we come to a sad. I'm not even gonna say what the sad is. It's just a sad.
Yeah.
Starting with Ralph
You know
breaks
what?
the internet.
You know what? You want me to be 100% honest?
Go for it.
I put Chicken Little in subpar.
You know that two things can be true at the same time, right?
I mean, I said we would do it. That's the thing. Because the
Oh.
thing is that we don't remember. The thing is that we don't remember Chicken Little well enough. I remember Ralph Breaks the Internet very well.
Ralph breaks the internet to me is a little bit of a weird case because here's the thing, like when I first watched it I didn't think that it was that bad,
Same with me.
and
I'm
then
gonna be 100% honest.
and then it just like I don't know, it just flatlined.
It, it, it's a movie that gets worse the more you think about it.
Mm-hmm. The internet is not nearly as impressive as how Sonic made it out to be.
To, the thing is that the more that I thought about this movie, you know how we put Wreck-It Ralph in Masterpiece?
Mm-hmm.
The more that I think about Ralph Breaks the Internet, the more I hate it. Because it goes against so much things that made Wreck-It Ralph so good.
I think it's okay in the vacuum, but it goes against the first. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, there's that. There's that. Other than all the other problems, there's that.
Yeah, I would say that that's the biggest issue. If you want, we can put it in subpar.
Mm.
Just because maybe in a vacuum it's decent at worst, no, at best.
No. They destroyed Ralph's character.
They did. They did. Ralph had a perfect arc in the first movie, and they ruined it in the second.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I really do not like this movie.
Yeah.
I absolutely hate it.
Yeah.
I remember coming out of the movie feeling okay, about
Mm-hmm.
it, but again, the more that I thought about, the more I disliked it.
Yeah.
Like, I understand what they were trying to go for, and it could be an interesting story. Just don't bring Wreck-It Ralph into this shit.
Yeah.
Also, remember how we said that, like, how the first movie felt didn't feel like product placement.
Yup.
Yep.
Yup. Counterpoint. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's Ralph Breaks the Internet. Frozen 2.
Frozen 2 is fine, in my
Mm,
opinion.
yeah.
Because I wouldn't call it mediocre. Calling it mediocre is too much.
No, no, no. Like what it
Because it's
like there's nothing that it does that actually makes it, super bad.
yeah,
Like there like the movie the movie is okay. Like I think that the biggest issue about it the biggest issue about it is the fact that for most of the production they didn't know what was the voice that Elsa was hearing.
which I still think it's stupid as sin. If you didn't know, you shouldn't have started production to begin with.
Yeah. Yeah, but again, that's like judging The Emperor's New Groove because it was not the Kingdom in the Sun.
Exactly.
Like like judging Frozen 2 saying that it's bad because of its production is the same thing as saying, "Oh yeah, no, Emperor's New Groove is bad because we didn't get Kingdom in the Sun." Which
The
is
problem is that they
dumb.
didn't. The problem is that they didn't bounce back.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, Frozen 2 didn't really like okay, there's a few things that I do like about Frozen 2. The music
Mm-hmm.
being one of them.
Yeah,
Uh
not fair. I was gonna say
mhm.
fair.
Yeah, no, like I do like the music. I do like what they decided to do with Elsa. My biggest problem with Frozen 2, and it's a problem that okay, I have two problems with Frozen 2. My two biggest problems with Frozen 2. One is that Elsa gets unlimited cosmic powers, then gets sealed in an itty bitty frozen space.
Yup. That is
And
like my
then
biggest issue with the movie.
and then Elsa had AirPods on and didn't realize she had the problem solved. Oh no, he has AirPods on. He can't listen. He can't hear us. Um, but yeah, no, I did like what they decided to do with Elsa. Like I wouldn't like, and at the time that the movie came out, I related to Elsa a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but looking at the entire movie as a whole. Oh yeah, the other thing that I didn't like, and this is a problem even going forward with other movies
Mm-hmm.
that we still haven't ranked. The thing about Frozen 2 that I really think was not good was the fact that oh, so we are just going to spare Arendelle. Like we're not going to learn anything about sometimes with creation has to come destruction, etc., etc. We're just going to save it. So yeah, that's one of the things that I think tonally didn't really fit.
Yeah.
Like it didn't really fit the rest of the tone of the movie. But I do think that it does a lot of things. I do think that it does a lot of things well, especially for being a sequel of Frozen.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think that fine is more than appropriate.
Adequate
Yeah.
for it.
Okay. Raya and the Last Dragon.
Ah, yeah. I would put it in fine as well.
Hmm. Really, not mediocre.
It's either fine or mediocre. It's definitely not going to subpar
Yeah, no, like
or
it's not
or
that. It's
solid.
it's not that bad. I think that much like Princess and the Frog, I think that this movie was crushed by its own ambition.
I guess. I don't know. To me, I think my problem with the movie is that I just think is that I like what he was trying to do,
Mm-hmm.
and I just don't think it did it well.
Yeah.
Because I tend to be like a sucker for the kind of movie that Raya is,
Mm-hmm.
but it didn't give enough time for the characters to develop. It didn't. It the the redemption arc for the villain does did not work. Period.
Yeah.
Like what she did is like no, no. If this is the story you want to tell, you need to do it in a different way.
I think you know what you know what I do think that it's mediocre. You know why?
Why?
Because
It has too many problems.
it feels kind of amateurish.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Like
Yeah.
that's one of the reasons why I said it feels crushed by its own ambitions, because
Yeah.
it wanted to tell a story about trust, and it just took that to its extreme level. Like,
Yeah.
oh, how does this tie back to trust? How does this tie back to trust? When when you're figuring out a story's theme is not a single word. It's usually
Yep.
a phrase or a maxim. It's not just one concept. And I think that Raya was kind of obsessed with its theme being just trust and nothing else.
Okay.
Like
No,
just
I can definitely get behind that.
mm-hmm.
I can 100% get behind that. And I agree.
Yeah. Yeah,
It
so
also has Aquafina. That's apparently a bad thing. uh,
yeah.
well, I'm just saying that because that's one of the issues that most people say that they have with the movies, that Aquafina is in it, and I'm like, I didn't even fucking know who Aquafina was before watching this movie,
Yeah.
and I didn't even dislike the dragon that much.
Yeah.
Sure, she could be kind of overbearing, but it's like, eh.
Yeah. Okay, next. Encanto.
Oh, Encanto. I would say that Encanto.
Between solid and excellent.
Yeah. Part of me wants to say that it's. Okay, you see, you know how I didn't know where to put Frozen and Big Hero 6?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of the same thing, but the opposite.
The same thing, but the opposite. Elaborate,
Yeah.
please.
Like, it feels like it's in the middle between excellent and solid.
Mm.
However, the reason why I felt that about Frozen and Encanto, no, about Frozen and Big Hero 6, is because I didn't feel like it made sense to put him in excellent. This time around is the opposite. It feels weird to put it in solid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, like to put it in solid feels like we're doing a disservice to it.
It feels like we're doing it as a service, yeah.
Yeah, even if it has flaws, but to me
Oh, yeah.
the biggest flaw of the movie to me is the ending. And I don't mean
Yeah.
and I don't mean the ending as in hey, everyone is happy, blah blah blah, happy end or whatever. No, I don't mean that part of the ending. I
Mm-hmm.
feel like, oh man, this is really spoilerific territory. So yeah.
Dude, dude, we're on the stream ranking all the Disney movies.
Okay.
Yes, there's gonna be spoilers for the
Okay.
movies that we're ranking, or else we wouldn't be able to rank them.
Okay. So I'm just gonna say it. I feel like the family shouldn't have gotten their powers back. I think that they should have gotten the casita back because that was an actual character, and bringing her back actually ties in with Mirabel's character.
That's a very good point. That is a very,
Like
very good point.
like
I can see that.
you get the casita back, but you don't get the other powers.
But that way, they won't be able to make a sequel.
Yeah.
I mean, I say that, but even a movie that's tightly written like Coco, where they're having plans to make a sequel out of it. So fuck me, I guess.
I thought we weren't talking about Pixar. We are not, and Kanto is not a Pixar movie.
It's not. It's not. I mean, I just gave Coco as an example, but I'm talking about the fact that they're making a sequel to Coco. uh,
Yeah, like I don't know, like I
it's weird. Again, it feels like it should be in the middle.
yeah. No, because like I do think that it's better than Snow White. I do think that it's better than Oliver and Company. I do think that it's better than Atlantis. It's at least better thought out.
Yeah.
Like no, it's excellent.
Yeah, I do think from the tier for the tier that we have for the tier list that we have here, yeah, it's excellent.
Yeah, like
I do think it's
barring that one flaw, barring that one flaw, of not of giving the family their powers back, like because you know because we wanted to write stories about this. Like look, Disney, I understand. I'm having the same trouble writing about Atlantis because like the Atlantis would be perfect for a story about letting go, but I am kind of enamored with the whole thing, and I'm kind of like, but the whole point of me making this is because I want to tell stories in it. I can't do that if it dies. So yeah, like I understand the whole thing of not wanting to let go of a status quo. However,
yeah, okay. So, rant over. Let's continue.
yes. And Bruno, that deserves to bump it up alone. Yeah, no, it does have Bruno's whole character to like
Yep.
to offset the whole thing. That detail about the ending, because again, it's a detail in the ending.
Yay, Luigi Mario.
What? Oh yeah, right, all right. Right, Bruno is Luigi. Bruno is Luigi.
Not Charlie Day.
No, he's Luigi from the 1990s Mario movie. He's John Leguizamo. John Leguizamo. That is. Was I the only one who was expecting more of a protagonist with no powers in a family with powers story? I don't know. Like, again, we have like here's a big difference between the movies that we're ranking now and the movies that we were ranking before. A lot of the movies that we were ranking before, we were introduced to them as kids.
Yep.
These where we are being introduced to them as adults. There are definitely things in these movies that we're going to notice that we wouldn't have noticed as kids. Do you have it die as the finale, or would that be too predictable? I'm still figuring that out. We don't talk about Bruno feels like Let It Go, except it deserves its popularity, in my opinion. I mean, yeah. Like, I'm not.
I mean, one thing that's very good about Encanto is that it feels like a musical.
Yes. Yes, no, like it definitely is, and that's one of the reasons why I think I can excuse the ending a little bit, because it is like it is an upbeat friendly musical. So yeah, about generational trauma, but it actually does a good job with it.
Okay, next.
Strange world.
This goddamn movie, they wouldn't pester me to watch it so we could make this stupid stream.
Yup. Yep, because if you didn't watch it, I would be talking about this movie alone, and I don't have very nice things to say about it. I didn't like it.
Which is funny, because if it was up to me, I would put it in fine. I think it's a fine movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, like I'm torn between fine and mediocre, because
I don't think it's bad enough to be mediocre. That's the thing.
So you think
You
that
know?
it's better than Raya?
Yes, 100%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
At least it's not narratively confused.
yeah, no, it does. Okay, okay, no, you're right. It does feel a little bit less amateurish than Raya. Really amateurish.
the thing the worst thing about Strange Worlds could be indeed that it feels like it's trying to virtue signal, and that's would probably be like the worst thing about the movie.
Mm-hmm.
It tries to feed
Spoon.
you the
Yeah.
message that it wants to tell you. The
Yeah.
difference between it and Raya is that it manages to do the message correctly.
Yeah, it doesn't have a figure like the villain in man, I don't remember her name. Dang it, I hate forgetting the names of characters.
The worst part about the movie is that it's forgettable. But
Mm-hmm.
that's like the same problem that, for example, Brother Bigger has, in my opinion.
Yeah, they didn't speak to or offer anything interesting for me, so I never saw either. Yeah. No, I definitely get it. The only reason why I watched Strange World was because it was a Disney animated canon movie, because it counts as part of the Disney animated canon.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it wasn't, I would have zero interest in watching this. Which is why I felt so bad pestering my brother to watch it.
Only for her brother to come in and say it was fine.
Yeah, it was fine.
I, I,
It didn't offend my senses.
I thought it was a fine movie. Like I don't think it deserves the hate. I don't think it deserves like the praise that some people give. Is like, no, it's a good movie.
No, it's a
it
good
wouldn't
movie,
go
and the
that
only
far.
it's the good movie, and the only reason why it didn't do well was because Disney didn't market it. I mean, yes,
And I'm
but two things can be true at the same time.
exactly,
Yeah,
but
it can be a very
to me,
mid movie and Disney not marketing it properly. Like,
yeah, it's again. I thought it was fine. It was fine. It was a fine movie. I
mm-hmm.
only have one big issue with the movie,
Mm.
and that is the mom character.
Oh right,
Like,
you mentioned that. Yeah.
yeah, it's like it's not that the mom character was a bad. It was a bad character. Far from it. She's fine, just like the movie. The thing is that she brought nothing to the narrative, and I think it detrimentally works against the theme of like being like son, father, and grandfather.
You know what I think happened there? I think that they were like, "Oh, we can't kill off the mom. We can't kill off the
They
mom."
didn't need to kill off the mom. She could have stayed at home
Yeah.
like it was supposed to.
But then she was a trad wife, and you don't want trad wives anywhere.
I understand that. However, I understand that.
Like,
However, it doesn't work for the movie you're trying to tell.
yeah, no, dude, and the movie made it abundantly clear that she is not a trad wife.
Exactly. Like you can't even complain. It's like, oh, we wanted like a strong, independent woman. You have one on the team, and she makes sense to be here. She's the driving force of why we're even doing this to begin with.
Yeah, no, like the fact that yeah,
If you
the
wanted
fact,
to be, if you wanted to be a cynical little asshole, you could have easily made her the main villain of the movie. But that's not what the movie wanted to do.
yeah, yeah, like the early drafts of How to Train Your Dragon 2, where Volca,
Tulu, no.
where
By the way, Tulu, no. Onward is indeed Pixar. Wreck-It Ralph is Disney. Yes.
yeah. No, because here's the thing. I know that a lot of this may seem, a little bit haphazard, but no, there is a science to it. There is a science to what movies are from where. And believe me, sometimes it gets confusing because then you want to, make marathons or tier lists of other like companies and stuff, and then you have movies that would fit in other tier lists. Like for example, Aardman is a freaking nightmare to make tier lists like this because they've released movies with DreamWorks, they've released their own movies, and they've released movies with Sony Pictures Animation. So where the heck do you put where the heck do you put the Aardman movies? Are they their own thing? But if they're all their own thing, then you have to remove them from the other tier lists, which doesn't make sense because they are counted as official movies in the lineup, especially like with Flushed Away and Curse of the Were Rabbit and Chicken Run. Like those are counted as actual DreamWorks movies for some reason. I never understood that. Same
Which is
thing.
why it's so easy to rank the Disney movies. They all come from the same studio.
Exactly.
Period.
Disney and Pixar are easy.
Pixar's Pixar. We're talking about Disney animated features.
Yeah. Made by Walt Disney Animation.
Exactly.
Walt Disney Animation Studios. So yeah.
Which is why none of the Pixar movies are here. Which is why there's that. If anything, it's understandable that after a point it got confusing because everything was CG.
Yeah, no, because there was a point during the early 2000s where you could easily distinguish them, because like Pixar are the ones doing 3D, Disney is the one doing 2D, and I honestly would have liked if they kept doing that, but no, since they're always chasing the almighty dollar, they went like, oh, there's no money to be made into the animated features, when the problem was that Pixar was just that good at telling a story.
Yeah, and nowadays it's getting more complicated and confusing because not even Pixar movies are that good.
Yep.
Let's just put it like that.
Yeah, no, because then there was a time where if it's good, it's a Pixar movie. If it's bad, it's a Disney movie.
Like no one confused Wally from being a Walt Disney animation studios movie.
Yeah. Didn't even know Aardman was even affiliated with DreamWorks. Yeah, like I don't remember if they're still with them, or like what the terms of their affiliation were. Like it's weird.
But yeah. Moving on because we're very close to finishing.
Yeah. Yeah, like this came into 2022.
Yep. Wish.
Wish.
You know what really put Chicken Little in subpar? Yep. There you go. That feels more correct.
Just awful. Just
Wish
awful.
is so bad. I don't think I've ever seen such an incompetently made movie from Disney.
Raya
It's
felt
definitely
like,
worse than Chicken Little,
like
even in quality.
like both Raya and Chicken Little feel at least like they were trying for something.
Yep.
Wish just feels like, I don't know, it doesn't even feel drawn, it doesn't even feel made by committee. It feels like someone with absolutely no vision just took over the entire project.
Wish feels like a marketing stunt. It doesn't feel like it's a movie that they wanted to make. It feels like a movie that they had to make, and they try to make it as market friendly as possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the worst part is it's not even well done.
Yeah.
Almost every single decision made in that movie was the wrong one.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like, and then there's the whole thing of how hard it tries to tie itself to the past. By the way, remember when I said that our place of person, our place of existence was kind of referenced.
That is like, okay, Elmer just made like the best insult that I've ever seen.
It looks like it was an AI movie, but made by humans.
That is such an insult. I love it.
Don't know if it's as controversial to say, but I see Wish as the modern Black Cauldron. Movies marked as big milestones for the studio that promised a lot, only to fumble both critically and commercially. Except that Black Cauldron was made by people fresh out of college, people who had just finished their degrees, and this was their first big movie. This was their first attempt at playing in the big leagues, Wish was supposedly made by people who were in the industry for at least 10 years,
Yep.
which makes it even worse because
Exactly.
you can chalk a lot of Black Cauldron's failures to lack of experience. You can't throw
Yep.
that at Wish.
It was directed by Chris Buck.
Yeah,
Like,
like surfs up, surfs up, Chris Buck. Surfs up is awesome. Like, how? How do you fumble so bad? Like this is it's it,
I really don't like this movie. I really don't.
yeah.
When I look at it and I'm reminded of the shows that I've translated, like in terms of like settings, like how the setting of like how the scenery looks, how the choice of like of the choice of panels is like, but again, it feels amateurish.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Yeah.
It's a bad movie.
Mhm.
And again, like let's not talk about the songs. Let's not. This is what
there's some people who actually like
Encanto
the
is
song.
what Wish wanted it to be.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, I'm sorry. I can't. I just can't. No. Until I watch it again, I can't give Chicken Little the benefit of the doubt.
Fine.
Yeah, no, like Lakis, no, no, the villain was not wrong. Basically, the villain was not wrong. He's just a he's just a bad dude. He just has
the
bad
problem
ideas.
the problem with King Magnifico is that he feels like he's just a villain because the movie said he was.
Yeah, like there's no actually thought put behind why he is a villain. They try to make him, this sort of despot, who is keeping everyone, under his iron fist. But the movie does a terrible job. Like, also the movie is just colorless.
Yep.
It, it,
Chris
it,
Pine Chris Pine did a great job as him, but not enough to save the movie.
yeah, yeah. Uh, And also, there was something else that I was gonna say. Oh yeah, by the way, I don't know if you noticed, Weasel, but Wish is supposedly based on the Iberian Peninsula.
All right, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Let me make another one. Make this one not suck.
Yeah. Yeah, make another movie set in the Iberian Peninsula or in an island adjacent to the Iberian Peninsula, which is what Wish is. Like, it takes place like it is on an island. Oh
See,
man,
it's not entirely in the Iberian Peninsula now, is it?
I know, but they still took their inspiration from it, and I wish they hadn't.
Okay, by the way, I decided to look up the IDW
IMDb.
the IMDb rating, and I thought I was like, wait, Strange World has a 5.7. Why? And then I came down here and I saw, oh, it was review bombed. That's great. That should not be trusted.
Yeah.
Because it has a 5.7 and Raya has a 7.3.
Eee.
And then you look at the at how how they were rated, and like that makes more sense.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I still kind of disagree with the notion that Strange World is significantly better.
I mean,
than
I
Raya.
disagree with the idea that Raya is completely mediocre. So. So to each their own, I guess.
Yeah. Mm. Okay, so we'll think about it. We'll think about it probably. Okay, next. Moana 2.
Moana 2, it's fine. Eh. There's not even much to say about it, in my
Yeah.
opinion. It's
Yeah, no,
fine.
like I think that my biggest like issue with it is the whole thing of like, oh, it's opening up like a Moana cinematic universe, and I'm like, what? But no, like I liked it. I liked it. I liked it okay. I liked it okay. Like there isn't anything about it that I would say is, like inherently
Yeah.
like super
No,
bad or
I'm reading in
anything.
chat. Moana 2 is a bad movie, but I had a good time watching it. Okay, what about the movie tells you that it's a bad movie and not just an average and mediocre, an average movie? Because that's what it is to me. It feel. Remember how we talked about like movies like Rescuers Down Under and the movies that were made during that time that weren't Disney.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Moana 2 feels to me. It feels a movie that has that kind of connecting tissue.
It
It
has.
has no it has no story it has the story is them trying to find the. If you say that about Moana 2, then the original movie also feels like it doesn't have a story. You could say that it's the same shit.
I think that what differentiates Moana, the first Moana movie from Moana 2 in that regard is that in the first one there's an actual like thing, an actual trick, an actual MacGuffin that needs to be
Mm.
returned to its rightful place. So there's your
Okay, I
there's your
guess that makes
story. There's your
sense.
story there. Like there's a story in how it got away from the place where it was supposed to be, and there's a story about how it gets back to where it's supposed to be.
Okay, I think I know what
Whereas
the biggest issue. I think I know what
whereas
the biggest issue with Moana 2 is. The more I think about it, it's sequel bait.
sequel bait.
Period. Which is why, which is why I feel like, for example, yeah, it has no story. It feels unfinished. That's because it's sequel bait. They're expecting you to come in for the next movie.
Yeah.
I wouldn't agree. I do feel like the movie still quote unquote has like a middle, a beginning, and an end.
Mm-hmm.
But it does suck that it feels like it's sequel bait.
Yeah.
Again, my issue with the movies, I don't want to try to defend the movie too much because I don't think it's stellar. Far from it,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think it's as bad as what people say it is. That's the thing.
Yeah. No, like there's something about Moana too that I think that a lot of people I think kind of overlook, that I do think that it's something that it has in its favor, which is that you can tell that it's very, very Polynesian. Like you can tell that the people working on this movie did their research,
Mm-hmm.
because of not just like the clothes and stuff, like the customs that they show and all of that. Like that showcases a lot of research. And I think that that's a point in favor of the movie. Of course, it's not enough. It's not enough to balance out the sense of like the relative sense of emptiness that the movie also kind of has. But
Mm-hmm.
at least it's something. There's some movies here that don't have nearly as much thought put into them as Moana 2 did. Now is the final result good? I think it's passable. Again, passing grade. Passing
Okay.
grade, fine.
I will say that I like the way that was put on chat. There's a plot, but there is no, but not a story. And okay, I kind of can get more behind that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Moana 2 immediately came off to me as less of a continuing an open story, and more so more Moana. Go watch it. Yeah, no, again, I think that a lot of the movie's issues also probably come from the fact that it was originally meant to be a TV show.
Yeah.
So instead of this all being told in a series format in which you would get to know the characters and get actually invested in the voyage and all of that, and you would probably get to the end of season one, which would be probably the climax of the movie. That's what I'm guessing. That's what
Yep.
I'm guessing. Yeah, like you would get the climax of the climax of the first season. The climax of the first of the movie would be like the end. Would be like the end of the first season. Uh, because I think that what they could do for a hypothetical TV show was like okay, so Moana and her friends go and look for this island that they don't even know exists, because all that they know is that Moana had this weird vision thing, like she was struck by lightning. Like, how is she alive? But um she's struck by lightning twice in the movie, actually. Like, that's gotta be a Disney record. But yeah, I think that throughout the first season, maybe some people would even some of the characters would even doubt that they should be on this quest and all of that, and then they finally get to the islands and everything was worth it, and then the climax of the movie happens, and then they find more people, and that would be the bait for the second season. Like at least from watching the movie, that's the idea that I get. That's how I think that's how the show would have gone. Old habits die hard,
Agreed.
even with the even with the death of Disney too. Ah ha ha, yes. She deserved to become a
Huh.
demigod more at the end of the first movie. Yeah.
Yep. No,
Mm-hmm.
that's 100% true.
Yeah.
The thing is, I just don't feel comfortable calling it mediocre. Kind of the same thing with Strange Worlds. Like I said, I think they're just fine.
Mm-hmm.
Eh.
Yeah.
Like it's really to me. It depends if you just want to be mean or not
Yeah.
about them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, that is, yeah, no, that is true.
Because to be
That is
fair, yeah,
true.
I'm looking now at the tier list, and I'm like, if you put Strange Worlds and Moana 2 in the mediocre tier, it doesn't feel wrong either.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's like, I don't know.
By the way, would you say, I don't think I ever asked you this question, but do you think that
What?
Moana 2, or which one do you think is better, Moana 2 or Frozen 2?
Frozen 2 is definitely better because it can tell that it's a movie.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, and last we have. Okay, so what do we think this movie is going to be?
Okay, I just did a bit of research. I haven't seen the trailers yet.
Are there trailers
Uh,
already?
yeah, there is at least one trailer, and I haven't seen it
Oh,
yet.
okay. That well, I haven't either.
Uh, there is one thing about Zootopia 2 that I don't already like. I don't like that they're bringing reptiles into the mix. I liked
Which is
that.
mm,
Yeah, you can say it because I think I know what you're gonna say.
no, which is kind of funny because that's the whole point of the
I
movie.
know. I actually thought you were gonna say something else.
Mm.
I don't count teaser. If it's a 1 minute and a half teaser, that's a trailer. Don't let Hollywood brainwash you in terms of that. These are trailers.
Yeah. Yeah.
They
Like,
can call it whatever the fuck they want. They're trailers.
yeah. Oh, it's a teaser trailer. Teaser trailer number one. Teaser trailer number two. Teaser trailer number three. Oh, and now it's the actual trailer. Ooh.
um, but yeah, the reason I actually thought what you were going to say is that it's the fact that I like reptiles.
Oh, yeah, no. Atlantis tier because it's yet to exist. Okay. It doesn't exist,
There
so
you
it's
go.
Atlantis. No, like, yeah, no, it doesn't exist. Oh, I mean, it does exist in the hard drives of some Disney animators right now. I mean, I'm pretty sure that it's already, done and ready to go. Like, it's gonna premiere what, like in next November?
Uh, Yeah, it's gonna be holiday.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but yeah, but at, the reason why I don't like the fact that they're bringing in reptiles is because I think the world building made perfect sense to
There's no
me.
poster for Moana 3. I can't put it in here. I only put Zootopia 2 because it already has a poster.
It's the same thing with Frozen 2. Yeah,
It was
those movies
Frozen
were
3.
announced,
Yeah,
but
they.
they're not even close to being done, so we
Yeah.
don't count.
Yeah,
We're not
no.
going to count them here.
Also, they are not gonna come out this year.
Yeah, we're only putting this one as a meme more than
Yeah,
anything.
yeah. That's why the thumbnail said 1937 to 2024 and a half. Because Moana 2 didn't come out in 2025, it came out in 2024, but we're doing the tier list in 2025 before Zootopia 2 comes out, so it's 2024 and a half.
But yeah, just want to finish my
Mm-hmm.
train of thought. Don't really like that they're bringing reptiles because I thought that the world building made a lot of sense. Because I like the idea that all the animals are mammals. Because it
Mm-hmm.
makes sense to create a world like that. If we're
Mm-hmm.
bringing reptiles into the thing, it's gonna create more questions about the world building. Like, okay, if reptiles are a thing, are birds a thing? Are fish a thing? Like, because then the prejudice in the first movie becomes, yeah, prejudice, and making like, oh yeah, well, that is fucked up. That is, oh, you're being, it's that, again, it's prejudice because
Just
prejudice. But now we have to think of like, oh, so wait, what do predators eat then? Because before that, you could just say, oh, they eat fish. They can eat other things. You know, by bringing reptiles, it's gonna start making you wonder: what are birds a thing? Are fish a thing? Then the question of predators eating other animals becomes more like, okay, no, this is a problem then.
You
You
know,
know?
I was just thinking, like, I don't remember. Are there any cetaceans in Zootopia?
Uh, However, there is one thing that I've just looked up that makes me put a little bit more at ease.
Mm-hmm.
It's the fact that it's the same directors that did the original Zootopia,
Oh.
who also did Encanto.
Okay, okay. Then we're in at least reputable hands, if not trustworthy hands.
And one of those directors directed Tangled.
Ah.
So, what I'm getting at is that, okay,
Oats.
uh,
Oats,
so
Selmer.
okay, if this is the case, maybe the reason why Zootopia 2 exists, it's not because Disney wants to milk more money out of it. It's because an actual idea was formed.
Yeah, like, because I wasn't even aware that Zootopia was like a big money maker for Disney, like in terms of merch and stuff.
I mean, it's the property that they own. And the
Yeah.
movie did super well when it came out, so it's like, what's the logical idea? Let's make a Zootopia sequel, you
Yeah.
know.
Okay.
So yeah, with all these elements, it makes me a little bit less weary of Zootopia 2.
Yeah.
Basically, I'm hoping that we're getting and I haven't even seen the movie, but I've heard good things about it. I'm hoping that we're getting an Inside Out 2 and not a Moana 2 is what I'm trying to say. Or
Mm.
or God forbid a record or a Ralph breaks the internet.
Yeah, no, that's what I meant, Star Quartz, by like at least we're in reputable hands, if not trustworthy hands. Like because we can't tell if we're in trustworthy hands, but the hands that we're in are reputable at least. Like they do have the good reputation. Now, will they live to that good? Will they live up to that good reputation? We don't know. We'll see.
If I want to be a little bit mean,
Mm-hmm.
Ralph Breaks the Internet did indeed have the same director, but Ralph Breaks the Internet was directed by two people, not just one. Unlike Wreck It Ralph.
Mm.
I don't know if that says much. Another thing that I could try to look up is like story and is like the people who made the story and the screenplay. Eh, but whatever. It's just, not again. That's not that. That does not say that Zootopia 2 is going to be a good movie or not. I'm just
Nothing.
kind of.
Like nothing.
I'm just kind of more wish. I'm just a little bit more at ease knowing this information.
Yeah.
It can still backfire horribly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So I think that's it. Wrapping things up. Almost 6 hours. Honestly, that's pretty close to my that's pretty close to my estimate. And we started later because of my stupid mic. Okay, so this is the tier list that we ended up with. Would it need a few tweaks? Maybe. Maybe it would need a few tweaks, but this is what we have for now. But this was actually fun. I wouldn't mind doing like other tier lists, especially like if it's stuff that both of us like and know about.
I mean, if it's not as long as how this stream took,
It's
I'm
not it's
fine.
not going to be this long, dude. This was like 64 movies counting Zootopia 2. So yeah,
Uh,
like if we did other tier lists, it would be like Pixar or DreamWorks or one of those other companies that are a little bit more obscure. Or a while ago, someone in chat suggested doing a tier list of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles clones. You know?
oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah. So like any other tier lists that we're gonna do are gonna be much shorter than this one. Like they're not gonna take 6 hours. They're not gonna take 6 hours. That I guarantee. Yeah, cautiously optimistic for Zootopia 2. Yeah, like I honestly don't know what to expect. I don't want to like get my hopes up and then get disappointed, but I also don't want to think that it's going to be like a complete train wreck. So yeah, which is kind of the mindset that I had for Moana 2. Like and I wasn't, all that disappointed because I already kind of knew what I was getting into. Either way. The one of Sony Pictures Animation with or without Aardman. Because yes, Aardman is also in there because they made Arthur Christmas.
I mean, that would mean they would have to watch K-pop Demon Hunters.
Oh yeah, I mean you already watched it.
I already watched it and I really
Oh,
liked it.
one of Sonic games? Well, we can't. We haven't played them all yet. Like for example, I haven't played Sonic Lost World. Like, do you think that I can make a proper tier list without
Judgment.
Yeah, without Sonic Lost Worlds? Also, it depends. Also, it depends on what kind of Sonic game are you talking about. Are you talking about main console ones? Are you talking about portable ones? Are you thinking of putting everything in the same basket? Like, and even with just console ones, what are just mainline ones, but just mainline ones, including the spin-offs. Because here's the thing: for example, Shadow the Hedgehog is a spin-off, so it wouldn't make it into just mainline. But that means that also Knuckles Chaotix would get out. Sonic Boom would also get out. So yeah, you could add a haven't played yet tier. That feels cheap though. That feels cheap. Like it is fair. It is fair, but but I don't know. It feels kind of wrong. Like because if I'm going to make a tier list or something like that, I do want to know what I am talking about. Do you count Sonic 3D Blast, Mega Drive, and Saturn as separate games? I don't know what the differences are between them. Do you know,
Huh?
Weasel? 3D
What?
Sonic 3D Blast for the Mega Drive and Sega Saturn. Do would we count them as different games?
A separate? I don't know either, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because the thing is that they're different, but I don't know if they're different enough. That's
Mm,
the thing.
yeah. We would have to check it out.
Yeah.
But Elmer, if we do all the games, then it's going to be longer than this one. We
Yeah.
have to. We have to. We have to break things up. We have to break things up. Also, no, also we have never played Sonic Schoolhouse for the Sega Pico. So yeah. I would counsel, in my opinion, because their own quirks, and I feel offer a different experience, like the music and especially the unique special stages. Oh, okay. Then yeah, maybe they do count as different games. Much like, for example, like Sonic Generations for the Nintendo 3DS, 3DS, Nintendo DS,
Yes.
Nintendo DS,
3DS.
3DS, Sonic Generations.
3DS. Yes.
Huh. Okay.
It was the
Yeah.
first. It was the first 3DS game, Sonic 3DS game.
Ah. Okay, okay. So yeah, it is kind of like okay. So yeah, Sonic Generations for the 3DS and Sonic Generations for the PS3 and the Xbox 360 are not the same thing. Like those would count as separate games. So yeah, it feels like the same thing would apply here. Sonic Schoolhouse for PC or Games World for the Pico? I have no idea. Ah, but yeah. They also count the directed DVD sequels since Sony Pictures Animation did make them. Wait, what? You definitely haven't played all the 3DS games. Oh, yeah, they'll definitely not. Definitely not. Like, I don't think I've played a single 3DS Sonic game, to be honest. What 3DS games do we have? Like, we have the Pokemon games. I have Monster Hunter Stories. Uh, Inazuma 11 Go, I think. Yeah, no, I would 100% have to like play them actually. Because yeah, like if I haven't just played, no, wait, no. It's not okay. It's not okay to make a list like that if I legit haven't played the games. I have to know what I am talking about, and haven't played yet. Tier is just a cop out. It's just a cop out. No, I'm not gonna do that. Okay. Uh. So yeah. What did you think of this whole thing, Weasel?
It was nice. I am tired and I'm hungry.
Okay. Yeah. No. We're definitely. Let me. Yeah, no, we're definitely gonna leave right now. I'll probably make a picture. I'll probably make a picture of the completed tier list and then post it on YouTube community because I do think that would be interesting. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, so I think that's gonna be it from us today. I'm not sure when the next stream is going to be. Like either Tuesday, especially because I'm gonna be filling in for some of my coworkers, and I still don't know what days am I gonna fill in. So yeah, it's gonna depend a lot on that. But that's spoilers for the video. I mean, yeah, okay. I'll post it like next week or something if I remember. I'm probably not gonna post it.
Sure.
Okay. Nah, we'll see. We'll see. It was also cool hearing all of your opinions. Oh my god. Oh no. You know what Star Quartz reminded me of?
What?
Here's another example of how you ruined Christmas with your opinions. Okay. So yeah, guys, whether you're watching this live or the VOD or are a lurker, know that your presence is always appreciated. And see you soon. And before I say what it said, like in Atlantis, do you have anything else to add, Weasel?
I'm hungry.
Okay, yeah, no, we're gonna stop streaming. We're gonna go eat. Okay, and come back. Bye.